activities.
Life.
Yeah.
Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here.
Well, the big headline, Mexico to resume normal business tomorrow.
And what is that? Nothing?
Yeah.
I mean, you know, what's like an export or what do they base their gross national product on? What is that?
They export brown people.
Is it that? And
I don't know.
Because I honestly don't know. Goya products.
What is the number one export of Mexico?
And people go, Mexican! But it's you know, there's got to be something.
I really don't know.
Legal export of Mexico. Is it tourism? Do they make their money off of tourism from like Cancun and shit like that?
No. We'll find out.
What the fuck could Mexico, what do they...
It is Cinco de Mayo.
Is it?
Yeah.
It is. Is that why they lifted the ban so everybody could get together for these big parties and just make everyone fucking sick? This is the beginning. Like, they finally got it under control, and if they just hang out a little while, everything will be cool. Mm-hmm. But now it's going to be like, oh, fuck, you just fucked it up with these giant Cinco de Mayo parties where everyone's sneezing on each other.
Well, you got to have a Cinco de Mayo party in Mexico or the whole economy will shut down.
You have to.
That dumb swine flu was nothing. I was really hoping for something fun to check out.
Yes.
I was hoping for 24/7 coverage on TV.
Something where you're really worrying.
Yeah.
Like, uh-oh, if I get this.
Well, no. We all want disaster. We just don't want it to hit us.
Right. We want to make it through.
Or our friends or our family.
Most friends and family.
Well, you know what?
Some families.
You know what?
You could take. I'll throw that one in as a sacrifice.
What? As soon as you said that, I thought two names. I'm like, you know what?
There's a sacrifice.
Go get the swine flu, dummy. I never liked you anyway.
Whatever.
Star Trek 5 stars. Just kind of throwing the ball around a little bit here.
Yeah, very not surprising, but kind of like, wow, you know, that's 5-star rating in the paper.
Well, we sort of
just amazing, fantastic.
We were sort of talking about it. When we get really big stars in the studio, it means their project blows.
Yeah.
But J.J. Abrams was in yesterday. He didn't have to be here. His movie's getting 5 stars. What does he have to do? He should be home relaxing.
Yeah, it's one of those things he really didn't have to promote. He just did not have to promote that.
But he came in here, and it was really cool to see.
Yeah. What a guy.
What a guy. 5 stars.
What a guy.
And he sold the movie on me yesterday. I sort of said it. I want to say it again. I hate Star Trek. I never liked Star Trek.
But I'm a big fan.
Which is good. I never liked the TV show. I never got the TV show.
Yeah.
I never liked the movies that came afterwards.
Bah.
Just wasn't into the whole Star Trek thing.
No.
And he's like, look, I made this movie for the Star Trek fans, but mostly for people that could carry either way.
Yeah, like that. It didn't matter if you saw it or not.
Right.
It's what it is.
Right.
Yeah,
so now I'm excited to go see it. It opens Thursday?
Opens Thursday. Is it Thursday?
Well, that's the new thing, is to sneak these movies out before the weekend.
The day before the weekend.
So
and
the numbers look a little more impressive.
Numbers look giant in that case. You're right.
I think officially you're going to see all movies, opening up on Thursday. We're heading that way. Usually it's blockbusters, but I think that's going to be the new day.
That's complete fudging of numbers, though.
Right.
That's like you're adding an extra fucking day in.
Well, the whole number thing is stupid anyway.
Look at this weekend. Wow, giant.
Top grossing movies of all time, and it just doesn't work out because Jaws is up there, but then again, it costs $2 to go see Jaws.
Yeah.
Now it costs, $15, $20? What is it up to? Why am I asking you?
Probably.
You don't go to movie theaters.
Why am I asking you? I go, my theater will pay for itself in 8 billion viewings.
You should just have showings.
I should just invite people. You see my neighbors, like this whole friggin' line of cars parked up the road.
That would be a cool thing for the fans.
Viewers.
Set it up nice and have a showing every once in a while.
Yeah.
I'm not even kidding.
Every so often,
just open it up to the public.
Have a showing.
Yeah.
A screening of something.
How cool would that be?
Triumph of the will.
You'd have to organize it. People are saying Mexico textiles.
Shut up! Don't give me textiles. That's everyone's export. You don't know what their export is.
I really textiles? Don't. Thank you, because I don't know.
Textiles
I've never known what a textile was.
Textiles are things like materials,
They're texty.
Textiles.
They're tile-ish.
Tiles and text.
With words
With
on
words
them.
on their textile. It's actual text tiles, not textiles.
Yeah. And then someone else is saying they export cars and trucks. Shut up. Who's buying a car or a truck from Mexico?
But they do make them down there because it's cheaper.
I'm sorry, Jimmy,
but
Tennessee.
not not Mexican cars. It's American cars, right? Or other countries.
They're the largest North American auto-producing nation.
What?
Largest North American
Did you know that?
auto-producing nation.
Wikipedia
made in
knew it.
Mexico.
Huh?
Wikipedia knew that.
Well, Wikipedia.
Well, Wikipedia knows everything.
And oil is their largest source of foreign income.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That makes
Wait. From them shipping out oil?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, how much oil could they possibly have? And how could they get it out of the ground
And if they have so much oil, why
Well.
are they such a poor country?
Yes, every other country that has oil is rich.
Right.
And Mexico is poor.
Yeah, other countries, they just pave their roads with gold because they don't know what else to
Yeah.
do with their money.
Yeah, we got...
And Mexico's falling apart.
Yeah, what is that?
Well, by 2050, they'll be the fifth largest economy in the world.
No, they won't be.
There's a huge
That's what
drop
Goldman
off
Sachs
after
says.
3.
Yeah, who's 3? Who's
Well,
4?
by 2050, it'll be China, the U.S., India, Brazil, and Mexico.
Brazil.
Brazil, whores.
What the hell's going on in Brazil?
Their export is alposa.
We all expect China.
Yeah.
India's a surprise.
China just got us by numbers, that's all.
How's India? I mean, what are they going to find a way to bottle AIDS? Solid.
India.
Their biggest exporter is annoying public service. Oh, shit, I suck.
What happened?
What is it?
What happened?
It's not
Annoying
even public service.
I know.
I know.
Annoying phone reps. Annoying fucking.
Annoying tech
Telemarketers.
support.
Annoying
That's
tech
it.
support.
All right,
Annoying
all right.
tech support calls. Ta-da! I finally got it out. Look how funny it was. Shut up.
We all learned about India from Slumdog Millionaire.
Yeah.
I mean, if Millionaire. See, I was trying to say.
Millionaire.
If the rest of the world is going to learn about America through like some real old Clint Eastwood movie, we can learn about India from Slumdog Millionaire.
Yeah.
All I know is there's a lot of very poor people and a lot of very rich people, no one in between. That's what I see.
Exactly.
High rises and horrible slums where duty goes on your head.
Right.
That's what I know about India. What do you know about India?
That they all do dances
Like that?
like this, and they go like this,
Hi-ho!
and then they do like this stuff,
Hi-ho!
and they do this.
No, they don't do that.
They do that.
That's like more of a genie move you just did.
Yeah, exactly.
Are the genies from India?
I don't know. And then they do these things, and they all go and do little moves at the end of their movies, even with the bad guys. That was odd.
What do we know about India? This is a good little topic. It's a stupid world.
They don't like beef. Because they think that their dead relatives
Right.
are the cows.
Right.
So you can't fuck with the cows. They can walk the streets, piss, shit everywhere.
I used to know an Indian.
Yeah.
Are they called Indians?
Yes.
But not the woo-woos?
Yeah, yeah.
How do you...
Indians aren't called Indians anymore. They're called Native Americans.
Nah, we're still calling them Indians.
Well,
Not the woo-woos is right, actually.
You know,
Yeah, not the woo-woos.
No, let's call them the woo-woos because, if you go to a casino and you're spending half your paycheck, we're allowed to still call them Indians.
The only reason they were called Indians was because they looked like people from India, from Europeans that came here. Because they had the dark skin and actually looked like Indians, so they called them Indians.
So all the Indians are the same.
And the West Indies they thought they were coming to.
Ah.
So they called them Indians. The Indians never called themselves Indians, but that just kind of took off.
What do you think they call themselves? For real.
Uwanagana Hunaga.
They probably call themselves Americans.
Americans, yeah.
We're such
They
scumbags.
just call themselves whatever they were.
It's one of my favorite things to discuss. How did we discover America if people were already here?
Well,
our whole history starts off with us being pompous.
they were a conquerable people, which is what it was.
And I'm not going down some dumb liberal rant, trust me. I'm just going with basic facts. Like, how do you have the nerve to set sail, discover something that people have already inhabited, go back and go, well, I just discovered something new.
Hey, you ought to see this big chunk of land I found over there.
Right.
There's some, like, people on it. You want to kill them all? Okay, you got it. And then it's ours. All right. Sounds good.
I kind of like that word dicks. I kind of like that word dicks in America. And it all started with that move.
It had to be
what the biggest assholes ever.
In order to be where we are now, we had to do what we did then. And it was during a time where that was an accepted practice. There were people that hated it.
No, I understand all that, but the nerve to say that we discovered.
Yeah.
We probably should have said we just conquered a new place, not discovered.
Well, people really didn't understand the difference between animals and humans back then. They thought there were some kind of hybrids a lot of times. Obviously, with Africans, they didn't consider them human when they brought them over as slaves. With Indians, it was the same thing. They saw this primitive society that they considered savages that weren't really up to par to them. They weren't people. They were there, but just like the buffaloes were there and everything else, they were just there to get out of our way. We're taking this.
It's
a real odd concept,
right? Because they saw the Indians for the first time. Look at these stupid idiots just living off the land.
What are they doing
in perfect harmony?
Yeah,
what dopes?
You guys suck.
Right?
You're like. You only kill what you eat?
Yeah.
You don't just...
You guys need real jobs, and you need to pay real taxes.
Taxes? What?
Right.
And they're like, what do you... I don't understand what you're saying. All right, then we'll shoot you.
Right.
You are forgetting, though, that it wasn't perfect harmony. It was, you lovely guys that paint little buffaloes and then cut each other's scalps off.
Well, that's true. The tribe, amongst the tribes, they would really battle each other.
Oh, yeah, they were pretty brutal.
They were brutal with
savages.
each other. Then they could kind of consolidate against Europeans when they came over and say, like, look, they're fucking us all over here. Why don't we just kind of get together? And even then they couldn't.
What else do we know about India?
Yeah, we're talking more about American Indians than we are Indians.
You went with the cow thing. Oh, I know why. Because the cow thing, because I knew an Indian. That's right.
Yes.
You know, they have thousands and thousands and thousands of gods.
Gods?
How do you...
Do they have that elephant one with the arms?
Is that India?
I think that is. It's the elephant guy with the arms. I don't know what he's called.
Mexico exports illegal immigrants. We did that joke already.
We said that already. It's such a hack joke.
We threw that out as the first pitch just to get it out of the way.
Pete from Virginia, you're a little late to the party.
Oh, boy.
A little late to the party.
All right. And 70% of fruit and vegetables come from Mexico.
Really? Oh. Then what's getting picked by illegal aliens here?
I know.
Yeah, you would think there'd be so many jobs there. 70% of the fruit and vegetables come from Mexico. You could absolutely employ every Mexican down in Mexico.
And they're probably leaving Mexico because they're sick of picking fruit. And then they come to America to pick fruit.
I want a good job here in America. I heard this is the field there. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks. Could have done this down there. I guess they come for the money. It probably pays a little better here.
You know what? We could seg into the Jay Severin controversy. Has he been fired yet?
See, our conversation is pretty much facts, and that's it.
Yeah.
Jay, what did he do? Jay went off at the lip a little bit.
Jay Severin works at WTKK up there in Boston, a talk station, I believe. I think he does very well.
Yeah. I know his name.
Yeah, I've heard his name as well. And he said some stuff about Mexicans.
Wait, but isn't he the one, too, that just came for Imus and was bitching because he went to see Imus? He's like, Imus threatened to shoot me. Isn't that Jay Severin who said Imus?
Oh, maybe.
Get the fuck out of here.
Maybe, yeah.
That happened, right?
But they were friends. That was like a weird misunderstanding.
Oh, okay.
And Jay Severin turned out to be just a douche because it was obvious Imus was kind of just joking.
Yeah.
Imus was only joking.
If you know Imus at all, that's a basic Imus joke. Get out of here, I'll shoot you.
I'll shoot you.
And then next thing you know, you're holding a press conference.
No.
Yeah, he's a fucking baby.
Shut the fuck up.
I shot my prostate, baby, just to try to cure myself. How is Imus doing with his prostate? Is that working out?
Rumor has it's going to start the chemo. I haven't talked to him in a while.
Yeah?
Maybe we'll send him a little email today.
Yeah.
See how the I-Man's doing.
Yeah.
Why don't we send him flowers from the show? Why don't we be nice?
Flowers is such a...
Or something. Something in a hospital. Candy, whatever you need.
You send flowers when people die.
We should.
No, you don't. Not necessarily.
Candy.
We should
send him
flowers.
fucking gummy bears and watch his teeth rip out. Hey, thanks a lot, asshole.
Or we should send him a cowboy hat full of shit. Take a dump in a cowboy hat.
He would appreciate that.
Of course he
He
would.
probably would. He's despicable. Love Imus.
India has third largest concentration of mathematicians.
Yeah, you know something? A lot of doctors.
Uh-huh.
If you go to a lot of the hospital emergency rooms and stuff, you will see a lot of Indian doctors.
You know what? If I go see a doctor or any of that stuff, I want to see an Indian.
Indian guys are they're
Number
good.
one, matter of
Good
fact.
doctors.
Indian female. Because then they're going to get back to you.
Then they could touch your wee-wee without you feeling funny. No matter what. I got the sniffles. Touch my wee-wee. I think I got the swine flu.
I kind of love
Touch
when
my
female
pee-pee.
doctors touch my wee-wee. It's kind of fun.
It's nerve-wracking, though, because you don't want to come off too small, but you're nervous because you're at the doctor.
You know what?
And it's hard to fluff.
What's wrong with you?
What?
You're in the waiting room or the examining room long enough without a doctor.
You really are. They
you
go to the
plump it
waiting
up a little
room.
bit. You squeeze it.
Very hard to plump up in that examining
you just
room.
squeeze through your jeans a few times.
No.
That's all it takes.
I need a little more warmth. I get a little shaky at the doctor. I don't like going to doctors.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's not like a phobia thing where I won't go, but I don't like being in that office. And hang some fucking posters on the walls that aren't like decaying lungs and other shit. Like, how about some happy shit at the doctor's office? You go into that waiting room. Now your magazines are taken away. You know,
Right.
you can't thumb through fucking Yachting Weekly that the doctor has laying around, his shitty magazines. And then you go into the waiting room. To the examining room, and you used to get examined right when you went in.
Right.
Now that's like, Seinfeld did a whole bit on that where it's waiting room 2.
Yeah, of course.
Where it's the second waiting room. You sit on the fucking butcher paper table, and now you just have to look around at things and medicine and posters of horrific diseases.
Well, the paper thing, first of all, let's slow down.
Yeah, the butcher paper.
And if Seinfeld said this, I apologize.
the butcher paper, Colin, push my call.
Oh, it is. He does say butcher
No,
paper.
I don't think he does. I don't know. I've heard it before.
Why do we have
somewhere.
to sit on the same type of paper that they wrap your deli sandwich?
Yeah, because
Who came up with that dumb thing?
that's what you can look at this. I don't want to look at organs. Dangers of smoking posters.
Right.
It's like, here's the kidney of a smoker. And it looks like someone took a bite out of it with fucking licorice teeth.
Because you're already nervous no matter what. No matter what.
I don't want to look at that.
Right.
Hang up some fucking Snap-on tool calendars like you get at the garages.
How about
with the chicks?
How about a safe TV show that makes you laugh a few times?
TV show. It would be great to have a TV in
how
there.
about a little flat screen that's showing Seinfeld or
Quincy.
yeah, Quincy, right?
It was whatever this guy has, Sam. Wait a minute. How is he
That
hearing
was
this?
slow and painful. He cried a lot.
It started out as a headache. I have a headache. That's why I came here. What? Look at Quincy.
He had normal symptoms, the everyday cold, and his genitals were cancerous.
Wait a minute, but that's what I have. Turn this off. Where's the remote, Doc?
He complained he couldn't sleep, Sam. He had botulism.
I think I got the botulism. Get this off. I hate Quincy.
That's right. He had a little cough. His wife was having sex with non-whites.
Doctors, they're a bunch of ghouls.
They are ghouls. They hang ghoulish things on their
Ghoulish
walls.
things up.
Happy things. I want Norman Rockwell posters of little kids with stethoscopes on their chest.
Yeah.
Uncle Paul.
With little boys' heinies.
Yes, getting a little needle in their hiney.
That guy should have been arrested for pedophilia. What the fuck was he painting?
I guess if you paint child porn, it isn't bad.
Oh, really? I bet you. Yeah, you try to be the next Norman Rockwell,
Yeah.
and see what happens to you. I'm gonna make a painting where I'm gonna pull down a little boy's
Yeah.
pants halfway,
Yes.
and he's gonna be sipping on a little sody pop.
Here's a fine painting I made of a young boy being examined in the doctor's office.
Right.
See, his pants are pulled down so that... What are you doing?
Right.
Don't tase me, man! Don't tase... Ah!
Exactly.
Tased. Norman Rockwell would be tased.
He's lucky he didn't have a computer back then.
Oh, look at that one. It's a mommy.
Yep.
And there's a child over mommy's knee, and mommy has what appears to be a hairbrush, in her hand, and she's spanking the young child.
Why is she spanking the young child while she reads some kind of... Is it a book? It's hard to see from
What's
my
the
angle.
title of the book, Dan?
I don't know, I can't see.
You can't read? What?
It's too small.
Yeah. Do the tools at the bottom have anything to do with... is that a hammer? Was the child playing with the tools that he shouldn't have been playing with, and that's why he's being spanked?
It's the tools of the trade of
This has to be interpreted.
of the sick mind of Norman Rockwell.
Maybe the mother's going to put down the brush and pick up the claw hammer
what I'm
and
saying.
dig it into the back of the kid's head.
The kid's probably going to be spanked with all that stuff that's laying around the chair. Let's say hi to this dude. I don't know your name, sir. What's your name?
Brian.
Hey, Brian. What's up?
Nothing, man. Hey, I work at off-track betting in Rochester, New York, and there's a guy that put a $1 wager on a horse and won $278,503.
On the Kentucky Derby? Obviously.
Derby.
What did he bet the friggin'
He did a tri-wheel.
tri-wheel?
Yeah.
Now here's something, Ant. Who won the Kentucky Derby?
It was,
Shut up!
That horse, the one smart river water thing.
We didn't know yesterday. Somebody told us, and now we forgot already.
I have that.
Cinco de Mayo won it. It's
It
Mind
was
That
something with a bird. Oh, okay.
What was it?
Something with a bird.
Something with a
Mind
bird.
That Bird.
Mind that bird.
All right.
Ah, thank you.
Well, I want to see proof that the guy won $278,000 off a $1
A
bet.
$1 bet.
Is it in
If
the
you
paper?
wheel something, it's going to cost you more than $1, right? I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know. Wow.
All right, let's go back to the Jay Severin thing. So, Mexico, swine flu. Jay Severin does a talk show, so I guess he was trying to entertain his audience.
A little outrageous.
Said some outrageous stuff, and now
Outrageous.
they're discussing his future, I guess the paper was saying today. Discussing his future.
That means fired, by the way.
You think?
Well, when they discuss your future, it means fired, so fired, completely fired.
See, we hate most radio show hosts, but we support just about every single radio show host when they're in these situations.
Yeah, because it shouldn't get to this.
And a lot of our fans are like, aren't you excited that blah, blah did blah, blah? Like, well, as much as we hated the guy, no. 'Cause it's not good for us or the business in general.
I even think stupid hack bits that get DJs in trouble. It's like, all right, the bit sucked. It was hack, but you can't fire him for it. That's what his job is.
Well, this is what Jay Severin said.
Is he a comic host or serious?
I don't know, to be honest with you. He probably tries to throw some jokes in there.
Some outrageousness in there.
Yeah. Jay calls Mexicans primitives.
Really?
All right. This is exactly what he said on the air, by the way.
All righty.
No beefs, no nothing.
We're talking about illegal immigration. So now, in addition to venereal disease and the other leading exports of Mexico.
Did we get the VD from Mexico?
VD. Venereal disease and other exports.
How old is this guy?
Oh, boy. That right there should have tipped off a red flag in his head like that one made it through, and he should have gone like, ooh, wait a minute, my filter just kicked in. My brain-to-mouth filter just kicked in. That one got out, but I know now to maybe take it down a notch.
Where did VD come from originally? Look at us asking a lot of questions. A lot of knowledge today.
Venereal disease
I need a pile of placemats in front of
is
me.
very, very old.
Did the Indians give it to us?
No, I believe it came from ancient Greece.
Oh, boy, the butt sex again?
I have no idea. I have no fucking idea. I think venereal disease has been around since the prehistoric age, to tell you the truth.
It was probably just hanging out in a woolly mammoth, minding its own business, and some idiot decided to have sex with a woolly mammoth.
Or a piece of meat. He took 2 slabs of mammoth meat and warmed it up over the fire, but kept it rare, and then just stuck his dick in there and fucked it.
Let's learn about VD today, Dan.
Danny, any origins on venereal disease?
Way ahead of you. Look
All right.
I like this.
I like this.
I like this, Danny. They want me to.
I didn't say I have it, but
They want me to. They want me to say.
Patient 0 is Jay Norton.
They want me to say, "This is Danny" every time you talk, because the listeners, need to know who everybody is.
It's
no.
Danny. It's
Danny,
his voice. Talk. If it's stupid, it's Danny.
No, but they do need to be constantly reminded.
Yeah.
That's why I was saying that, Anthony.
I know Jim Norton.
And someone get me a goddamn cup of coffee down the hall.
That's what Opie wants. Go ahead, Daniel.
Sorry, that was my inner voice.
That's all right, Opie. Danny?
This is Danny.
Thanks, Danny.
Still looking.
Cool. You find anything, Danny?
I thought you said you were way ahead of us, Danny.
That's what Opie said.
This is Danny. I was just, I was looking for it.
I thought
When you
had
asked,
it.
I was already looking.
Oh.
Anthony's asking you right now why. I thought you had it up there.
This is Opie. Anthony, why are you asking Danny if you already gave the answer?
Anthony would say that Danny already had it up on the screen.
Right.
And Anthony, saw it. So did Jim Norton.
I did, Opie. I'm talking to you now. I'm looking left at Anthony. But Danny to my right.
Wait, who are you?
I'm Jim Norton.
Oh, hi, Jim.
But Anthony had
I'm
said
Opie.
Jim. And so I wanted, that Opie was asking who I was. Now, Danny, why don't you explain how long till you get this?
You're about to hear Danny's voice. Not now, because I'm
Right,
Opie
Opie.
saying that you're about to hear Danny's voice.
Right,
Anthony
Right
jumped
after I
in.
stop
Yeah.
talking, you will hear Danny.
But in all honesty, I just
hold
said
on.
right.
This is Opie. Danny
Yeah.
was supposed to talk, but Anthony, you talked when I said that Danny was going to talk.
Opie-
Right when I stopped talking, this is
Opie,
Opie.
I was just talking to let people know that it was you talking.
Right.
And not to confuse anybody, especially me, with Danny, because I'm Anthony. Now Danny will
Oh,
speak.
hi, Anthony. I'm Opie.
Hey, Opie.
Nice to meet you.
Jim Norton.
Hi, Jim.
He's a good friend of mine.
Yes, nice to be here. Also sick of this bit. Go ahead, Daniel.
This bit is so bad.
It's great, though. It's got to be annoying them.
I can only hope it is.
That's why it's great.
That's why we do
Someone
it.
just said that. I'm like, it's great because it's annoying the fuck out of everyone.
We're only here to annoy you.
Oh, God.
This is Danny, by the way.
Hi, Danny.
I'm still looking for it.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Somebody's saying VD comes from the Vikings. I was going to go with
Vikings.
the Vikings thing.
You know something?
Let me see
All
what
over
John's
the
got.
earth there with their boats and their dicks.
Hi, John.
Hello.
John. Hi, John.
I have learned this in high school that they comes from the Vikings. That actually they used to have a lot of that bestiality thing going on back then.
Did they? You know what? I think if we stayed out of everyone's asses, we would have half the diseases we have today.
The ass is such a disease haven. And we just love putting our weenies in there.
Why does it feel so good when it's your birthday?
I know. Exactly. It's like as soon as you relax and get used to it, it stops hurting.
That stupid asshole has really fucked us up.
Oh, the ass is just a disease
All right.
haven.
This is our new bit, just throwing the ball around. I think we start every show like this now.
Disease.
Danny, I'm going to give this job to Travis.
Oh.
How many diseases have we gotten from the asshole?
Wow, that's a something tough homework assignment.
That's going to
Trav.
be a tough one.
Tough homework assignment.
71.
Yes. All of which I will show you when I pull my pants down.
I want pie charts. I want, cute diagrams.
Yes, I want to know how many diseases were spawned by the ass.
That's stupid asshole. You know what? Someone's saying my mic sucks, and I didn't want to
Sounds
bitch.
good.
I didn't want to bitch today. This mic sucks compared to those two. I'm telling you.
Sounds good to me, but
I hear
It
it
might
every
be-
day. Yeah, it's like I have to be like this,
you got to eat it.
and I don't really
Yeah,
feel
you
like
eat it.
licking the head of the big black
No.
cock today.
Put it up your ass. See what disease you get.
I do believe this mic does suck.
Wave.
Whatever, but we're not going to stop the show. All right, so Jay Severin,
Talking about Mexicans.
Mexicans, the swine flu, I'm sure is the reason why.
I have noticed you go off mic a lot more than you used to. You'll lean back here a lot of times.
Yeah, because that's
go
I've
here
always been
and
like
here.
that.
I know, these mics-
I told these guys they used to be called unidirectional. I don't know if they are. I mean, omnidirectional. Thank you. Because I like being back here, and if you're back here, you don't notice a difference.
Oh, you should see the mics at the compound.
Oh God,
They're wonderful.
if I was only invited. Oh my God, that'd be so
Yeah,
cool. If
well,
I got the big invite. To
You're cordially invited.
Oh my God.
I think the phones will be fixed tonight.
God. Very good. All right, Jay Severin, swine flu, got him ranting, and now he might be out of a job. Let's see what he said.
Talking about illegal immigration. So now, in addition to venereal disease and the other leading exports of Mexico, women with mustaches and VD, now we have swine flu. But now it's too late to do anything at the borders because, of course, we didn't do anything. So now it's too late to do anything. And when we are the magnet for primitives around the world, and it's not the primitives' fault, by the way. I'm not blaming them for being primitives. I'm merely observing they are primitives. And when you scoop up some of the world's lowest of primitives in poor Mexico and drop it down in the middle of the United States, poor, without skills, without language, not share our culture, not share our hygiene, haven't been vaccinated. Look at all the things we take for granted.
Here's the deal. Let me hold on. Let me start because I see you revving up too. I hear nothing in that 1 minute of audio that should get this guy fired.
Nope.
I think he's an asshole.
No.
I think that
He probably could have been a little more tactful.
Well, no.
I don't know his show, though.
No, I'm saying I don't even really give a shit what he's saying. I think he's an asshole because he's trying to be shocking and he just comes across sounding like a douche.
Yeah. I think I'm not sure of his show's format and context, and we've been accused of that so many times that I'm not going to jump on the bandwagon because a lot of people take our show as some kind of news show, and we get in trouble for saying like outrageous stuff, knowing that it's a comedy show.
I would say he's more newsy than we are.
I
but,
would assume
but
more
not
issues oriented,
but not as newsy as obviously a Rush Limbaugh or a Sean Hannity.
He's news oriented, but it sounds to me like he's that speak your mind kind of guy.
He's like newsertainment.
I'll say it like I want to say it.
Right.
And again, freedom of speech on the one hand, but you do have a company that you have to adhere to their rules.
I hate what he's saying because I hate what he's saying because he's trying too hard to be edgy and shocking, and it's just. You know.
Well, when he talks about using the word primitives is what got him in trouble. Everything else he said after that was completely legitimate. If you take a country like the United States, which is technologically very advanced. The life expectancy here is relatively high when you look at the world as a whole because of things like inoculations. When the economy, we're in a recession, but good, stable economy. And you take people from other countries that don't have that and don't have the best of health and are carrying diseases, and you open them up to the country because of it's just the basic nature of technology. We have cheap airfare. Years ago, you couldn't just hop on a fucking plane from Ugugagu and fly to the United States.
But didn't we bring the swine flu back from Mexico? Wasn't it tourists that were down there?
Well, that's what
with
they
all
said,
with all the illegals coming into this country, you would think that there would have been a pandemic by now.
There were a lot of cases in California, in Southern California.
Right.
So, those are assumed were gotten through illegal aliens. But
the amount of Mexicans in this country and we barely have any real diseases happening.
What he was saying was no different than what a lot of right-wing conservative radio hosts say. But again, he said it with that kind of I'm a man's man kind of hey, I'm talking with my buddies, and throwing in some shit that,
he's all about
offends.
One of his big subjects, he goes after the illegal aliens on his show all the time. So there's a regular thing where he's really not pro illegal immigration.
Oh, really?
Right.
Oh, okay.
What's the definition of primitives? I know it's not a polite way to reference things, but
not.
Technically, what is he saying?
I think it's a relative term. Primitive
it's true.
Depends on where you are. And in the United States, someone can be primitive to what we're doing. I think it's a lack of knowledge, not so much intelligence, I think, as far as maybe you're ignorant as far as certain things go with the way we are here in this country. There it is, primitive.
Look it up as an adjective.
Let's have it, Dan.
This is Danny.
Spell it. No.
Not derived from something else, primary or basic.
All right, next one.
Of or relating to an earliest or original stage or state.
All right, that's tricky.
Being little evolved from an early ancestral type.
All right, that's a little tricky, too. All right. So you're talking about an evolution retardation.
Here's another. Characterized by simplicity or crudity. Unsophisticated.
All right, that fits.
Yeah, but you can't go down 3 or 4 in the definition.
You can't? They always look at the first couple. Once you hit 3 or 4.
It's always, it really usually is the
You go down
one.
far enough, it turns into pots and pans.
Right, right. You can't.
Once you start going, look at the Latin root.
Yeah.
You get fucking fired.
Yeah.
Oh, I love the Latin root.
You know what, though?
All uncut.
The guy should be allowed to say primitive as far as talking about illegals on his dumb radio show.
I agree. Why not?
You should be allowed to say that. He continued with this.
It's millions of leeches from a primitive country come here to leech off you.
Right.
And with it, they are ruining the schools, the hospitals, and a lot of life in America. Now, at this particular moment in history, they are exporting to us a rather more active form of disease, which is the swine flu. California, and middle-class people are fleeing California in droves to get away from the criminalians, as we know. The governor has declared a state of emergency because of the disease. Hundreds of kids are sick. It says many hundreds of students are sick in New York City schools from this, all of them because of Mexicans. We should be, if anything, surprised that Mexico has not visited upon us poxes of more various and serious types already, considering the number of criminalians already here.
Wow, regular radio is so fucked. So fucked. The guy should not have been suspended, and he certainly should not be fired.
He
What's
did
a
paint
chameleon?
with a criminalien, he's calling him. It's like his little illegal alien and criminal. But he kind of painted with wide strokes when he said that hundreds of children were sick in New York, all of which were sickened by Mexicans.
Right.
That kind of is like, you know what I think he might be saying is that when they went to Mexico on spring break, came back, got sick, and spread it amongst themselves, and some kids got sick. So he's blaming Mexicans for all of their sickness. I don't know what he's saying there. I absolutely don't think he should be fired. That's ridiculous. The guy is speaking his mind. He might not have facts to back it all up, but there's nothing on radio that says you need them, unless you're doing 10-10 wins news.
Yeah, I don't even feel like arguing whether he's right or wrong. You should be able to just
be able to say shit like
that
this.
shit on your radio show.
Say it.
You should be able to say that and worse on your radio show.
There are liberals doing radio who will have the exact opposite viewpoint and talk about how wonderful it is and melting pot, and we should let everybody come in because everyone has something to offer this country. They say that all the time. Mm-hmm. This is the countering viewpoint of that. Yep. So why isn't that allowed? It's extreme, yes, but so is the other side. And what you do is you listen to a little bit of everything, and you end up somewhere in the middle, and then you're informed. You could listen to. Why can't you listen to someone like that and just go, "Wow, what an asshole! I hate that guy." Why does some company or the government, in some cases, have to step in and go, "You shouldn't even be allowed to hear this"?
Were black guys being fired from LIB or from other stations, or that station in Chicago, whatever the one that was on
Most racist station I heard was WLIB here in New York. Blatant anti-white, anti-European racism. Blatant lies about how melanin is not only in the skin, it circulates through the entire system and actually makes the brain operate at a higher level than that of white people. This is directly what I heard while I was knocking fucking tin and listening to LIB, ready to throw shit off the roof.
Were you annoyed?
I was so annoyed.
But
he was doing radio, and I was doing a construction job, so maybe he was right.
Yeah,
that's right. You lack of melanin, idiot.
I know. Well, I was so annoyed. I'm screaming at the radio. What? What? And then some epithets. I had to.
Well, we've argued that point. There's obviously a double standard.
Sure. A huge double standard.
It's so obvious at this point.
But there's this guy, Jay Severin. He should be able to say this. Mm-hmm. With impunity.
Absolutely.
Just say, he's not inciting a riot.
Exactly.
He's not doing anything that is illegal as far as the FCC goes. There were no words in there that the FCC would deem obscene or anything else. So why is it even being considered that this is awful and perhaps he should be removed? Let him talk all he wants about illegal aliens in the way he wants to talk about it.
It's his right to say that shit.
Yeah.
It's like, who cares if people like it or don't like it? He's not saying go out and hurt anybody. That's the problem. If you start saying go out and hurt people, but he's not saying
That's the problem. And if the station has a problem with it, run a fucking disclaimer that says the opinions by Jay Severin in no way reflect that of the station or management. Now you've covered your ass with a disclaimer, and then the guy can get on and say whatever the fuck he wants.
They're just going to make it so safe in the regular radio world. And then they're going to be like, why don't we have any audiences anywhere? Everything is just very, very...
it's... People seem to be listening to iPods and iPhones and their own music these days. I don't understand. Why? Oh, because some guy can't just chime in with his own idea without worrying if he's going to lose his goddamn job in the middle of some records. Ugh.
See, a guy like Rush or Hannity, when you're on that level, like...
Yeah.
Those are guys that the president knows who they would have to fuck up so badly to get fired because they can get a TV show.
It's dangerous to fire them for their ideology because then it really looks like you are taking someone's political ideology and trying to silence it because you oppose it. Someone like Rush and Hannity. It's very dangerous to fire them. Someone like Jay Severin, you could look at and go, oh, look, he's a racist.
Right.
You put the racist friggin' moniker on somebody, and it's so easy to throw them out of a building.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Is that all he said, or is there more?
No, that's it.
Oh, he drops the N-bomb 15 times and condones the pre-slavery, the pre-emancipation proclamation dates.
That lousy 2 minutes will most likely get him fired.
Yeah.
That dumb 2 minutes.
Who's he work for?
I don't know. TKK is whatever. Up in Boston. I don't know the company. I'm not really
Who went
sure.
after him? Was it Media Matters or
Who knows?
who pursued it? Do we know?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Some idiot usually sends something in, and management's got to look at it.
That's all it takes.
I hope here's what they got to do. Management's got to do. Ignore it. You just sit and let the guy continue doing his show, and you know what happens to the complaints? They go away.
Well, look at the New York Post cartoon.
Front page news, that was, if I may speak like Yoda.
And Al Sharpton had to kind of
say that.
Al Sharpton had to put his head down and turn away and march back to wherever he came from, and it's over.
Because they said
it's
this
over.
is a political cartoon.
Right.
And the second you start censoring shit like that, you're in huge trouble. Whether you found it tasteless or not, didn't matter.
Well, and the company controlled the situation.
Yep.
Something that radio companies don't understand. They let everyone else. They let everyone else
fire 'em.
They let everyone else control their company.
Yep.
The controversy hit with the cartoon with the monkey, and the Post said, "All right, we've offended some people, so here's our apology." And Al Sharpton was like, well, no, we want more.
We do not accept it.
And the company said, well, tough shit. This is our company, and this is what we're going to do, and that's it.
And they even
End
said,
of story.
yeah.
And then Reverend Al had to sit out there for a few, other extra days, looking like a complete idiot, and went, oh, God. And then he had to walk away.
And he walked away. End of story.
You don't think Al wanted to accept it?
Hell no, and that's what radio companies need to start doing. Wake up and control your own company. Don't let others control your company.
Al uses the apology as the foot in the door, by the way. He demands an apology, and then once that comes, he doesn't go away. Then he's like, I don't accept it.
Right.
I want him fired.
Right.
And then the wheels are in motion, and the pussy companies wind up firing people. If he wants an apology, do it like that. Yes, and they even said if it offended people, then we apologize to them.
Yeah.
And they attacked Sharpton in their apology.
Yeah,
good.
And then he went away. The story went away. The guy still got a job, and no problem. Did they lose revenue? Did they lose it? No.
No, more people probably bought the paper,
Yeah, to see what the guy was going to write next.
in the days after that cartoon. So that's what, it's so obvious. If you're a radio company, control your own fucking company.
Yeah.
Stop with these groups controlling what you put on the air.
Let your public interest groups control what your company puts out. Let them control your product and see how much further in the shithole you can end up.
There you go.
Because that's what they're doing.
It's just unbelievable. Hey, I want to move on because we're heading toward a break, but we got another jock story.
Oh, is he in trouble or is he?
Well, he shot his dog and his wife, so I would say yeah.
That's trouble.
It's Shannon Burke. I guess we had a little thing going back and forth with Shannon Burke.
Did we battle it out with him?
I remember the name, but I don't know why.
10 paces, motherfucker.
Yeah?
Yeah, get some dueling pistols.
Well, I got this is audio from about.
I remember him.
You remember? I don't even.
I remember the
his-
picture.
Okay.
It isn't?
No, I don't remember that.
Oh,
Well,
I'm a liar then. I remember the bean head. Wasn't the guy? Didn't he have a shaved head? Now watch, he's got a full head of Sam
Exactly.
Shannon-
Shannon, fucking, what's her name? Boyle.
Shannon Burke decided to go after us. I think we got a little taste of that, and then it's worth playing
He
today.
does have hair.
Before we get to the.
Is that him?
Yeah, before we get to the news story.
Looks like Jim Laird.
Then I got some of our pests calling a show, which is just freaking
cool,
hilarious. But this is what Shannon Burke was saying about us. I don't know, about 3 years ago, maybe a little longer.
Here's Ray in Virginia. Ray, how you doing?
Oh, you can call me Ray. You could shoot my dog. You could shoot my wife.
Nice. You know what's weird?
I hate that bit. But I can't stop doing it whenever I hear Ray.
Stupid Ray. You know what? We put Shannon Burke in the Radio Hall of Fame. What did we call it? But he has the same voice. No, there's 5 or 6 popular radio show hosts that all have the same voice.
All have the same voice.
Bubba the Love Sponge, Man Cow, Shannon Burke was in there. Who else? E-Rock. Oh, you got it right here?
Uh-oh.
They're all the same fucking guy because they don't know how to use their own voices on their own radio show. Oh, Tom Leykis.
All right, is he gone?
Yeah.
Oh, E-Rock?
I just don't know.
Cheeks.
Do you think he scrubbed his ass and changed his underwear and pants?
Yeah, with shit.
Poor E-Rock was the embarrassment of the show yesterday.
The video is pretty funny.
People smelling his ass?
Yeah.
How could that not be funny?
Sam enjoyed smelling it. You know what?
He smelled it. He went back for seconds and thirds.
I don't want to let Sam off the hook. He kind of enjoyed smelling E-Rock's ass.
E-Rock's ass?
As far as ass smelling goes, like, Sam was right in there, no problem.
He had bad swamp ass.
And then intern David also smelled it. And yeah, the video's up on Opie Radio on the YouTube thing. But Sam got right in there, man.
Yeah, he dug in deep.
he didn't have a problem with that.
No. Creep.
All right, now we're
Shannon Burke.
Yeah, I know, but now okay, because we haven't played this in a while either. Hold on one second. It'll all make sense in a few minutes.
It's the radio voice Hall of Fame!
Now, the Radio Voice Hall of Fame, you have to sound like this particular voice, and a lot of guys have the exact same voice.
Yep.
Brother Weeze gave me the best lesson ever. Just go on the air and use your voice. Don't try to do anything with your voice. Just be
like
yourself.
You.
Right. Here's a montage of radio guys that all sound the same. Here we go.
And I don't like when people call me Todd Clem because that's not my name. My name's Bubba the Love Sponge Clem. I had it legally changed.
It's like it's 101, the ongoing on-air adult education course that teaches men how to get more tail for less money.
You never want to come on after a show that was popular, and I understand that. And I never wanted to do it. I never, ever, and it was offered to me at one point, and I don't want to do it. I didn't want to do it.
Oh, a great movie. You don't know what you're talking about. Cinematic masterpiece. You have no idea what you're doing.
If I was a hot chick, I'd be the same way. It's like, I'm not paying for anything for you, dude. I'm hot. There's a bunch of dudes that can pay stuff for me.
That's why it's asinine, the control corporate press claiming that we didn't own guns in the colonies and that most people didn't have guns. Everybody owned guns. It was a frontier nation. We just had massive wars with the French.
Snoop Dogg's real name is Calvin Brodus. You hate him now, right? Huh? Huh? That's funny. That's not funny. They're not funny.
Oh, that description
That's
is
awesome.
even terrible.
I forgot we added that douche to the
great.
montage.
That's not funny.
Now
I still do that to this
Boy,
day.
was he fucking upset.
Oh, he certainly was.
Now it started with Bubba the Love Sponge because he said his name, and then I got completely lost. I don't even know when the voices started changing.
Yeah, it just becomes
it's all
this
the same
mishmash
fucking voice
of radio voice.
A bunch of dopes that can't use their own voice on their radio show. Anyway, Shannon Burke was one of those guys, and he had something to say about us.
Here's Ray in Virginia. Ray, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing, Shannon?
What's happening, brother?
Hey, first-time caller. I got up about 6 months ago. I was in Florida.
I love playing these. I'm sorry I keep stopping it, but another thing to listen for. I love playing these older clips because all these guys said that we're losers, that we're failing. It's only a matter of time before the company fires them. So you're about to hear something that is, I'm looking at the date now, over 4 years old. Eventually,
these 4
guys,
years old, this clip.
Eventually, people are going to be right. We'll eventually be fired, and some idiot will go, see, I told you so.
Failures.
I heard you guys about the XM.
Excellent.
Came Christmas last year, about 10 trucks, about each one XM radio. Now, I heard yesterday you guys are after the 28th. You guys ain't going to be there anymore?
Yeah, you'll be entertained by the fabulous Tony Kornheimer, whatever his name is, and it's Kornheimer Sports Show or something like that, and then the great G. Gordon Libby.
Yeah, after after I heard that, I called customer service and I told them to cancel my service. I got one more month with them. I got 10 radios working on 10 big trucks, 18-wheelers.
Yeah.
Got it.
So after next month, if you guys don't come out anymore, I got 10 radios that are going to be canceled.
We heard.
At $9.99 a month. That's about $1,200 a year.
Well, I appreciate that, man. Thank you, Ray. And thanks for the support, man.
All right, a little criticism to E-Rock. If Shannon Burke's in the news and you're digging up old Shannon Burke clips, how about you re-listen to the clips and then just cut this down a little bit? We live in an ADD world.
You don't have to.
I'm a minute into this clip and no one gives a shit what they just heard.
I want to know how many radios this guy had. He didn't allude to it.
I believe it was 10.
He kept saying that like that would be the big push to get management.
Yeah.
Right.
I got 10 different radios and 10 trucks. Shut up.
Got it.
Who cares?
And E-Rock just walks by the studio. Now he's coming back. E-Rock, why wouldn't you just re-edit this clip? We just heard a minute of nonsense.
Cut that fucking 10-truck loser out.
No one gives a shit what that guy said. A minute in, the guy's not even talking about us yet.
Sorry, I just pulled it from the book. That's what we had highlighted from last time.
Re-edit it. Listen and go, okay, you know what? I could cut this down a little bit.
Okay.
And how's your ass today? Everyone wants to know.
Exactly.
You scrub-a-dub-dubbed?
Oh, yeah. You fire hose it? And Febreze antibacterial and everything.
What was the deal?
Febreze your ass?
All my pants.
Why not
I was paranoid over
just
everything.
launder them?
They were.
No, they weren't. That wasn't a fart.
Okay, but they were laundered.
You're
All my clothes
you're either
were done in the
re-wearing
laundry.
your underwear or you're wearing your jeans too many times in a row.
What's the matter?
How bad do you think his underwear smelled yesterday?
Who?
We should have made him take. We should have made them take them off.
Oh, wow.
And put it on someone's head.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
God damn us.
How many days in a row you wear jeans?
I'll wear them 5 days in a row.
You do 5?
No, you won't.
4 days, yeah. To work only.
I used to do 5.
I don't care.
Oh, to work only?
I don't give a fuck. My ass doesn't stink.
I'm down to 2 or 3 days in a row
Shit
now.
comes out of it, Jimmy.
Big deal. Fingers go in it.
And all we can do is just, call XM, be nice to them, and they'll, there's a chance they might move it.
Let it be known we're a minute and 10 seconds into this clip, and it still means nothing as far as today goes. No. Thank you, E-Rock.
Somewhere else.
Yeah, I tried that for about 2 weeks, but after I heard that yesterday, just wanted to call in and see if the other drivers wanted to do something like that.
All right, we're now a minute and 20 seconds into this clip. We only have 35 seconds left in this clip, and still there's no reason for playing what we just played for everybody.
Unless he says 10 trucks one more time.
And here's the deal. I think at this point I've heard enough people say it. And I think the deal is they have another service available during the time this show is on, and it's a premium channel that a couple of.
All right, listen. Now he's finally getting into us with 25 seconds left in the clip.
Yeah,
it's a 2-minute clip, by the way.
Dude, the premium
E-Rock,
channel?
You fucked us today.
Yeah, we were on a premium channel when we first signed on because they were scared of us. That we would do something really stupid. So they put us on this premium channel that you got to pay extra for, which they took us off of how much later?
January of 2005, I want to say.
You know what? Hugh Pinero did it. It was the stupidest thing ever.
He was a douche.
And as soon as Logan came aboard, he's like, dumb.
He said, no, take him off of this stupid thing.
Immediately.
It's a dumb idea.
That was literally the first thing Logan did.
Yeah. Yeah, it was, to get us off that stupid premium channel.
Yeah.
Because Hugh Pinero didn't trust us. Thought we'd get on and fuck his whole platform up, which he did single-handedly anyway.
Wow, no kidding.
Oh,
no.
He should have been put in a premium fucking category for CEO. Ugh. Whatever, ancient history, just like this clip.
Boy, did that guy not like us.
Oh, not at all.
It's a premium channel that a couple other guys are on, and nobody's signing up for it because they're just too entertained by this show. So what I think they're doing is trying to bore the crap out of you with every other talk programming on XM so that you'll be forced to pay the premium money to get the premium channel.
Yeah, but the other guys, they're all washed up. I used to hear them when I used to go to New York.
They are.
There.
They are. XM missed the boat with them, but hey, I appreciate the support, Ray, and hopefully you'll hear us again.
There you go.
We're washed up, Ope. Wow.
So weird. We were washed up 4 years ago. More than 4 years ago, we were washed up, according to this Shannon Burke.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, then the pest got involved, and hopefully this will be a little more entertaining than the last few
Let's
minutes.
hear the first 2 hours of his show before a pest calls in.
Jim in Clearwater. Jim, you're on Real Radio.
Yeah, I had testicular cancer.
Yeah?
I right now have one testicle.
Yeah? Can't they put a fake one in there?
No.
Yeah, they can.
Well, the thing is, like, they call me Little Connor because they say only one nut is dropped. It's kind of a joke about Connor Peterson, now a little baby joke. And you're a fucking tool bag, and O&A are going to...
O&A. Oh.
He was swearing like he had two nuts.
Yeah. Way to go.
O&A, yeah.
Yeah.
Way to go.
They call me Little Connor. My ball hasn't dropped.
That's who we were back then.
Holy
man,
shit.
way to go.
Oh, yeah.
We probably drove him to shooting his dog. I'm starting to think.
The dog sneezed and it sounded like Frunkus. He just shot it.
Here's Brian. Brian, you're on Real Radio.
Hey, Shannon.
Yes, sir.
Not you.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
I have no idea.
Not you.
He thought it was funny.
I don't get it.
Me either.
Try to be a little more funny next time you call.
Don't hang up like a pussy.
There's a lot of a-holery going on today. Notice that? The level of a-holery is at an all-time high.
See? A-holery. A-holery.
Go
Here is Reggie. Hey, Reggie, how are you?
Hey, what's going on?
What's happening, man?
Can I suck your seed?
Opie and Anthony suck.
Punch it out.
What the hell was that?
I knew that one.
The guy said he wanted to suck on a seed, and then he said, jib, 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 jib. What does that mean? No idea. Never heard of it in my life.
That's probably the 30th time he's called me today.
Really?
What a good boy.
Jesus.
Reverend, how are you?
Hey, what's going on, Shannon?
What's happening?
SBK, how you doing, man?
Hey, preacher.
Big fan of your show, and I just want to say really quick before I get to why I called.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was really bad news to hear what happened with XM and everything like that, because now I got to listen to an online feed and all that. Really sucks. But anyway, glad I could still hear you guys.
I appreciate it. Thanks.
So the reason why I'm calling is I'm in the Army, and when I got deployed, I didn't receive dime one from Opie and Anthony.
Opie and Anthony suck cock.
Wow.
What makes these idiots? Oh, that's good. That guy was on forever. He's holding forever.
Hey, they don't care.
They don't give a shit.
They're like fucking Terminators.
Right.
They'll sit there. They don't care how long it takes.
They don't give a shit.
They can't be bargained with. They can't be reasoned to.
Right. And then finally.
Let's see. We got some great trivia today.
Oh, yeah.
That's good stuff. We're going to give you the name of the real birth name of the rappers, and the callers will have to identify their rap name.
Wow, that's a good game now.
I'm going to give you the rapper's real name. You tell me what his rapper name is. Here is Tom. Tom, how are you?
All right.
I'm going to give you the name. You give me the rap name. Calvin Brodus. Is it Nate Dogg, Music, Ja Rule, or Snoop Dogg?
Ramon, turn on Opie and Anthony.
Wrong. It is not right. Here he's...
You lose.
You lose.
Ramon.
Well, you get the point. There's 20 of these.
Oh, yeah, they just pounded them.
I want more.
Do you really?
These are fantastic.
They are really funny, man.
I can listen to these all day.
They are really funny. The listeners are just insufferable.
When they start
pricks.
showing off for each other, it makes me so happy.
Here's Amanda in Fort Lauderdale. Amanda, how are you?
Hey, what's up, Shannon?
How are you? What's going on?
Great. I'm calling to defend Girth, actually.
You're defending Girth.
Yeah, it really, I mean, I don't know what these women are talking about. It's really not the size that matters. My boyfriend that I'm currently dating just has a really thick penis, and we were making love at Fort Lauderdale at the Improv from March 24th to 26th, and it was pretty much just the best sex I've ever had in my life.
Thank you. I didn't understand what that was.
That was a plug.
Thank you.
Plug for her boyfriend's a comic or something?
Yeah. He has the comedy penis.
Little plug for Jimmy's show.
Got a Jimmy plug in. That's great.
Well, you get the idea because, they just keep going and going. So,
that's fantastic.
That guy, last week, shot his dog.
Yeah.
And his wife. That's right.
Great.
Guy we used to fight with.
Yeah.
Or I don't even know if it was a fight.
Great guy.
we said what we had to, and then he obsessed about us for a while.
Yeah. Florida guys were fucking bitches about it, man. There was him, there was fucking Bubba, there was another one down there. Florida guys were so fucking resentful.
Jim Phillips.
Where,
God, I mean, the listeners ended up buying a fucking billboard. Just amazing.
Yep.
Amazing stuff. Here's that guy, Shannon Burke, with a little 911 call.
911, you need police.
Yep, I need an ambulance right away.
And what's going on there?
I was playing with a gun. I didn't know it was loaded. It went off, and I've hit my wife.
Okay, stay
She's in the head. She's all right. It just cut her skin, and she's bleeding really bad.
Okay, hold on. Let me...
Hurry.
Ah, you fucking idiot. I was playing with a gun and didn't know it was loaded. Famous last fucking words. You should have been looking down the barrel of it when it happened, dummy. It's people like that fucking piss me off. It's people like that just fucking piss me off. The gun control advocacy groups latch on to these fucking idiots.
But he wasn't playing with the gun. But that's what you got to tell the authority.
No, of course. But regardless, someone got hit. And it wasn't somebody that he was, trying to hit. What a fucking idiot.
Mm-hmm.
Good. I hope you go to fucking get fucked up the ass prison. Federal fuck up the ass prison.
Don't call anybody. Don't.
The Seminole with the medical. We're on the way.
What's the emergency? Yeah, I need a...
Wow, what a
did he say?
douche. I think what he's saying here is...
Don't tell anybody?
He's telling his wife not to call anyone. She just got shot.
Don't call anybody. I shot you in the head, but don't call anybody.
Because he's probably going to try to get his story...
get the story straight.
Straight with her.
Don't call anybody. Don't.
The Seminole with the medical. We're on the way.
What's the emergency?
No, what you probably don't see, and this is just... He probably has the gun pointed at her going,
Don't you fucking call anybody.
Don't you call anyone.
I nicked you the first time.
Don't call anybody. Don't.
The Seminole with the medical. We're on the way.
What's the emergency? Yeah, I need an ambulance. What's the problem? I was playing around with a gun that I didn't know was loaded, and it went off, and I skimmed the side of my wife's head, and she's bleeding really bad.
Are you with her right now?
Yeah, we're with her right now. She's all right. She's conscious. She's good, and we need somebody here.
Get him on the way. How old is
Thank you.
How old is she?
She's 47.
Just leave her there.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
Is she conscious right now?
Yeah, she's conscious.
Breathing right now?
Yes, she's breathing. She's making a phone call.
All right. When did it happen?
So, divorce lawyer, I hope.
Just now.
When did it happen? Just now. We need the news story if you could find it. Oh, you got it right there.
What
Good.
a fucking... Lose his job after arrest. What happened?
He lost his job?
Oh.
Can you read that from there, Ann? I don't...
What happened?
What does it say?
It says a Central Florida radio talk show host has lost his job several days after being arrested for allegedly shooting and injuring his wife and dog. Officials at Clear Channel Communications terminated 43-year-old Shannon Burke's contract on Monday. He had hosted a show on Real Radio 104. Authorities say Burke was at his Montes Springs home, whatever, Thursday night when he fired a shot that went through his dog's leg, then grazed his wife. Burke told deputies that he had become angry with the animal and began waving around the gun, which he thought was unloaded. That turned out not to be the case. Burke's bail was set at $10,000, but he was still being held on Monday for an Orange County probation violation.
Oopsie.
Well,
Oopsie.
How about that? You fucking asshole. You shot your dog and wife. You're an idiot. You're still in jail. What waving around a gun he thought was unloaded?
That's what he's...
You fucking lying sack.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
They're on with medical right now.
Is the bleeding serious right now?
It's pretty bad bleeding, but it's but I think I've got it under control.
All right, she's completely alert?
Are you completely alert?
Right.
Yes. Are you completely alert?
I'm a little woozy.
She's alert, but she's getting woozy. Please hurry.
Is there more than one wound?
No. Just one wound.
There will be two if she keeps this phone call going. If she picks up that phone one more time, she might need a kneecap surgery.
He's a little too calm.
Yeah, he's a little too calm with this whole thing. He really looks like a fucking bruiser. I'll tell you one thing. I wouldn't want to tangle with this motherfucker. He looks like a psychopath.
He looks like he would be a problem.
He looks like a problem. And what's his probation violation for? What was that? I'd like to see what his past charges were that he's still in jail. $10,000 bail.
DUI.
You think it's a DUI?
Yeah, it is.
And look at him. He's kind of a, I don't know. He looks like a problem. He looks like he fits in prison perfectly.
This is Danny.
This is Danny? Yes.
He kind of looks like he's got a little Hetfield thing going on.
I was going to say the profile's a little Hetfield. Yeah. Shoot my wife and my dog. Yeah.
It's funny, that wasn't even like a real Metallica song.
Of course not.
Stating the facts.
No, just stated facts and went, yeah. That's all I have to do.
I've got the paramedics on the way as of right now, okay?
Thank you.
I'm going to give you some instructions, okay?
All right.
Now, what I want you to do is I need you to take a clean, dry cloth.
Uh-huh.
Okay? Now, I want to confirm this. Is the bullet embedded in it actually?
No, the bullet did not. There's nothing embedded in it. No, just, I don't know. I don't think so, no.
All right. What I want you to do is I want you to take a clean, dry cloth.
Uh-huh.
Apply firm, steady pressure to where she's injured.
Okay.
And I want you to keep that pressure on there until the paramedics get there with you.
Okay. All right.
If it keeps bleeding, you're probably not pressing hard enough. And if it bleeds through that first cloth, I just want you to put another one.
Okay. All right.
Don't take the first one off for any reason, okay?
Okay. All right.
Jeez.
You put another one over the bloody cloth. You don't take the first one off and put the other one on.
Why is that under?
Remember that. Because if it's starting to clot and coagulate, you don't want to pull away any of that, those platelets that are sticking together to stop the bleeding.
No, look.
So you slap that other one on there.
We're teaching.
That is.
So she's alive and fine, right? He probably didn't try to kill her because obviously you don't just graze her in the head.
No,
like
I think he went to shoot the fucking dog. He shot the dog. The bullet ricocheted off of something, a bone, the floor.
Something.
A fragment hit her in the head.
I don't think he...
And cut her head.
Doesn't seem like he... it looks like he was shooting the dog for whatever reason.
I'm going to shoot that dog. Little rascals.
The gun's been secured, right?
Yes. Oh, yes.
Now, what I need you to do is just don't give her anything to eat or drink. Okay?
All right.
Sick or cause problems for the
Ever?
doctor. I just want you to let her rest in a comfortable position.
Okay. All right. Yes.
If she happens to become less awake and vomit, I want you to quickly turn her on her side so she doesn't choke on it.
Okay. All right.
I also need you is it just you there with her?
I'm here.
Is it just you there with her? Is there somebody else, though?
No, it's just us.
All right, well, I want you to make sure, if you can, that you unlock the door and turn on the lights outside.
Yeah, you got it. I'll go right now.
If you have any pets or animals, go ahead and put them away if you can.
I shot him. It's okay.
If any medications, I need to get those together and also show those to paramedics, okay?
Okay. All right.
If anything changes or gets worse in her condition,
hold on. Very telling.
What happened?
Very telling. He goes, if she's on any medications, I need you to get those so the paramedics know. And he goes, like that to me, and believe me, I don't need a lawsuit, so I'm just saying, based on just what I hear, his sigh sounded like, I got to get so much stuff. like it sounds like maybe something's going on. Listen to it. It sounds like he goes, like that's going to be the big job.
It's amazing, though, these paramedic guys, like the phone guys, how they really are covering all bases. Unlock door, turn light on, get medications together.
Yeah.
Like everything that you're going to need to get the fuck out of there quickly.
And how about drop the gun when the cops show up?
Yes. Don't use it as a pointer.
Lock the door and turn on the lights outside.
Yeah, you got it. I'll go right now.
If you have any pets or animals, go ahead and put them away if you can. And
Okay.
If you take any medications, I need to get those together and also show those to paramedics, okay?
Okay. All right.
Okay. It's like, you got to empty the whole fucking medicine cabinet. It's fucking just scooping shit out. It's scooping the deal with Shannon Burke prescriptions that are in there. All right. This is to deal with his anger issues. This is to deal with his stupid voice.
He's just going to sweep his arm across the entire bathroom counter.
Whoosh.
If anything changes or gets worse in her condition before we get there, if she passes out or anything, just give us a call.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, what's your
All
name?
right. Bye. All right.
What?
Yeah, he didn't give his name.
There you go.
They fired him. I wonder if that's because it came out that there was some anger involved with it. Like, it wasn't just a mistake.
Probation violation, arrest on a fucking shooting, weapons.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, keep him on the radio. You'll get a nice audience.
Yeah, would have been a ratings bump.
Why would you fire a guy for that? It had nothing to do with work.
I think it's an ethics clause that you have in there.
They snuck the whole ethics thing into radio.
Yeah, they got like
too.
an ethics clause in there.
They snuck all this regular shit into radio.
If you shoot your dog and wife, they can fire you.
But this was never supposed to be a regular job, and they snuck all that crap in. Human resources. When I started, there was no human resources. And when I started, if you did drugs, then they really wanted to hire you.
You know how
now there's drug testing, there's human resources, there's ethic clauses.
You know how you know a gun is unloaded? You check if it's loaded at least 3 times. At least 3 times. When you're handling a gun that, let's say, has a magazine in it, you pop the magazine out, you pull the slide back, and then you do it again, and visually inspect the chamber every single fucking time. And then you do it again. And then you let the slide loose. You point it in a safe direction, and you dry fire it. Knowing there's nothing in there. Knowing it's empty. Then you go, click, and now the gun is fucking empty. And then when you hand it to somebody, they are to assume they are being handed a completely loaded gun. And they go through the same procedure, whether they watched you or not. Open the fucking slide. Visually inspect it. And that way, you don't go, I thought it was fucking loaded.
Owning a gun is exhausting.
I know.
It's a great responsibility. One of the biggest responsibilities, I think, as far as owning a material thing you could have. It is absolute power over life and death in a split second. And in the right hands, in the right situation, it is a savior. In the wrong hands, in the wrong situation, it's another tool that could be used to fucking destroy and kill. And this fucking idiot has no idea to check if his gun's loaded or not. That's why that's bullshit. Mm-hmm. He knew it was loaded. He pulled it out, went to shoot the dog that was annoying him, probably pissing the wife off, and then it goes through the dog's leg, and then took a dog leg right.
You're guessing.
I'm guessing, of course. It's speculation here. What am I?
I believe the bullet went through the dog's leg and then hit the missus in the head. And this asshole winds up having to put compresses on it.
She's got a subdural hematoma. The head has got a little bit of floor linoleum on it. And that's a ricochet, Sam. It has a little doggy hair on it.
I have to disagree with you, Quincy. I believe the shot hit the dog and a piece of dog bone hit the woman's head.
That's
not
preposterous.
The bullet. How could you say preposterous? It is exactly what happened. I saw Martin Landau shoot the dog.
Yeah, well, I was talking to Johnny Cash. You smoke so many cigars, you got cancer in the mouth. My Asian friend disagrees. He cuckolds me with my flat-ass girlfriend. I service him.
Quincy servicing the bull.
I have to prep the bull. Sometimes Lieutenant Monahan will come over and fuck my mouth.
Paper ass she had. He took coroner notes on it.
While Sam fucks his girlfriend, he sucks Monahan's dick.
Oh, shit.
And then fucking, what was the guy's name? His boss with the cheesy mustache just jerks off watching the whole thing. Go ahead, Quinn, slick it. Quinn, suck it.
Oh, that's terrible.
We gotta take a break.
Oh, shit.
First time we've ever been told we have to take a break.
Wow, damn.
Could do another 20 minutes here for everybody.
I don't know. I read a few things about how lazy we are starting the show. And
shut up.
You blow me. That's not what Jimmy meant.
Do we have she enticed me my entire life?
She enticed me.
Still the greatest 911 call.
By the way, how does he have a gun if he's on probation? That's a good question.
Yeah,
and on the phone line,
more,
it's like
more
if he wasn't a felony.
More shit's going to be coming out, obviously.
Yeah, well,
all right, we're going to go to break.
Probation and firearms and where was this? Where did this happen?
Orlando,
Florida. Florida's one of those states.
Do anything you want.
Yeah.
Well, All right, we'll take a break. We'll figure it all out next. Opie and Anthony.
Es 5 de mayo en el Radio Grande con Opie Anthony. 197 XM 202.
Yeah, the Opie and Anthony show. We got Jose. Is
it Mangin or Mangin?
Mangin. I'm going to go with Mangin because that's how it's spelled. Jose Mangin. He's coming in to help us out with Cinco de Mayo.
Oh, yeah?
We're actually trying to do a Cinco de Mayo bit finally after all these years.
Oh, finally.
I think he's a host on Liquid Metal, Sirius 27, XM 42, weekdays 4 to 9, and he also does Hair Nation. I know Jose.
Yeah,
I've heard him on Hair Nation.
I saw him backstage at the Metallica concert. I know who he is.
Cool guy?
Yeah.
And he's going to come in with some, like, Cinco de Mayo foods and things.
Really?
Oh, good. I'm
and
hungry.
Maybe just hang with us. Yeah.
He's only hosting... Does anybody know the Boneyard sounds different than it sounds? I don't know if you guys listen to it.
Uh-oh.
No, it's
better.
I'm wondering if there's a new programmer or if they've seemed to make it... The music seems a little softer. I'm wondering if that was to make it different than Liquid Metal.
I don't know.
I just don't know if someone new is programming.
You don't want redundant programming.
Yeah.
We could try to find that out.
Jimmy is right. That's what I'm reading here. Yeah, see?
They played a Kiss. It's funny. I was so glad that we weren't having that Bill Burr Kiss argument. Because there's a song that Kiss did. I heard it on my iPod recently. I was working out. And it's not good.
It's not good.
And it kept running through my fucking head.
Oh, no.
And it's called Charisma. It's not one of the better songs.
Wow. Because they got charisma?
No, well, the song itself is okay. But the chorus is fucking horrible. It's, what is my... charisma. Can we get that? I don't know if it's off Kiss. Dude, it might be off Kiss Dynasty.
I'm embarrassed to say I was a Kiss fan growing up.
Some of it I still love.
I never was.
I'll go with some of the hits now just for whatever.
Fucking Destroyer's a good album.
I couldn't get enough of
Kiss
Kiss growing up. Couldn't get enough. I bought everything they did. And then they never really developed for my taste. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because then you put it up against like a Zeppelin or Black Sabbath, because I was into the Sabbath early on too. And then I'm like, wow, this Kiss stuff doesn't sound as good as,
I remember
Zeppelin
when I
and
was a
Sabbath.
kid.
And
they weren't lyrically up to par with those bands either, or
God.
conceptual. You know what I mean?
Musically.
Different. Yeah, music, of course.
A lot of their stuff was very simple.
Ace became my favorite.
Oh, Ace is a terrific musician. I think he could have like really rocked if Gene allowed him to.
No, why would he?
Here's the song Jimmy's talking about. Hopefully at the hook.
It ran through my fucking... Oh, I think we should hear something. It ran through my fucking head.
All right, hit it.
Beth, I hear you. But I can't come home right now. The jazzy version. Me and the boys are doing some radio. That's nice. And I can't find the sound. It's nice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow, that was good.
Thank you.
Damn.
You have it?
Oh, he says he doesn't have it. That's too bad.
You don't have charisma?
No, he doesn't have it.
I mean,
well,
he does.
Literally.
Stupid E-Rock has to go, no, I do have it. I know you have it because you told me you had it. And I was just trying to fool around and say you didn't have it. But then E-Rock had to go, no, I have it. I go, no, you don't. He goes, no, I really do have it. I go, I know that. I'm trying to make a little bit on the air. Jesus, E-Rock.
I have it.
All right, well, let's hear the song. Ugh. Why were they ever popular?
Ew.
Listen to the music part. Could have been.
What is my charisma? I don't like this.
We're going to get you off your Kiss
never.
kick. Yeah, we're going to. That's our new goal.
Never.
Make Jimmy hate Kiss.
Never happened.
This sounds like a song they made for like an 80s movie because they weren't using real bands yet. You know what I mean?
Well, look at this. Foundry never sounded better.
Yeah. No, you'll never get me off of Kiss. They have too many songs I love, and I'll always love. Strutter. I love Strutter. I love Shock Me.
All right, we get it. What is my charisma? Is he trying to say, what is my charisma?
Yes.
But it's ma?
So make
what
it
is
ma.
my charisma?
Oh, you got to be hip.
You'd have to say charisma.
Well, it's what is my charisma. Doesn't sound right.
No.
What is my...
Yeah, the obligatory guitar lead. Very charismatic.
Not a very good one. All right. That's good enough. Thank you. We were talking about E-Rock's ass yesterday, and there's a video up and all that, blah, blah, blah. A little swamp ass happening. And Sam and intern David smelled E-Rock's ass, and they were not happy about the results. Right. Well, Sam went backstage with E-Rock after that little bit we did yesterday.
Oh.
And now, backstage with O&A. Here is Primetime Sam Roberts.
I'm Primetime Sam Roberts, and I'm taking you backstage with O&A. Recently on the Opie and Anthony show, producer E-Rock the Sex Bagel was exposed for having a terrible case of stink ass. We found E-Rock and probed him for answers.
So E-Rock, they said you had a stinky ass today. What do you think was happening?
I don't know. I think they were over-exaggerating on that.
When was the last time you washed your pants?
These are brand new out of the wash.
This is the first wearing of those pants?
Yes.
That's a lie.
No, it's not.
How come your butt smells like doo-doo?
I don't know. It shouldn't, but it does, I guess.
You admitted it just now. Your butt smells like doo-doo.
We didn't get enough information from E-Rock. Thank God we were able to hunt down some witnesses to the horrible stench.
Hey, Danny, level with me here. Eric's butt, did it smell like doo-doo?
It wasn't so much doo-doo. It was more of a filth. It was like filthy, unwashed staleness.
Travis, you smelled Eric today. Did his butt smell like doo-doo?
It smelled like double doo-doo, I'd say.
David, you smelled Eric's butt today. Did it smell like doo-doo?
It smelled worse than doo-doo, like disgusting dog shit.
How bad was it?
It was very bad, very, very bad.
Thanks, everyone, and hopefully E-Rock, king of the stinky ass, will learn to wipe, or at least wash. I'm Primetime Sam Roberts, and this has been
Backstage with O&A.
Hey, that's not bad, man.
Wow. You know something? I have to say that I think Sam is right. I think E-Rock was lying about the pants thing.
Yeah, of course.
Like being new and out of the laundry. Because you cannot work up stink ass that's going through your pants that quickly if you just put on fresh pants and underwear.
I completely agree.
It takes a while of sitting there and letting the odor soak into those pants.
Unless he
marinade. He does to marinade.
Unless he's shit in his pants.
Yeah, maybe you shit your
maybe
pants.
Maybe a little nugget in there.
Shit
smearing around.
Shit your pants is different than swamp ass. Swamp ass is a sweat running through the hemorrhoidal tissue and making a stinky, swampy, musky odor.
And depositing at the bottom of your underpants.
Right, and then drifting through the odor to your pants.
Sweat slides through the crack, picking up all that nonsense.
Picking up all the goodness.
Let's just call it nonsense.
All the nonsense. And as it then, that moisture then hits the clothing.
Yeah.
It puts that smell in the clothes.
Nice.
You can't achieve this
nice, right?
In the short period of time between the time E-Rock got dressed and the time that Jimmy noticed that his ass stunk.
Unless he exercised.
All right. I think we can rule that out.
Yes, you might even put space travel in there.
They were, the video we put up yesterday, they just hate E-Rock's hair. They hate it.
Oh, E-Rock comes in with the new haircut and everything.
E-Rock, I think, cuts his hair more than anyone else.
The thing is, E-Rock's got a nice full head of hair.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why he insists on just getting it cut so poorly.
Hedgehoggy.
Yeah.
He goes with
Sonic. What was that? You say the fucking
Look at
Jay Moore said dykes get their hair cut like Sonic the Hedgehog.
They just, what are some of the comments about E-Rock's hair?
He's got retard hair. That's the hair.
And brain.
and
body.
Like, there's no reason that E-Rock's hair should look that bad.
A retard.
Just stop cutting it.
Parents of retarded children have their hair cut like that, unless they go with the Mo, the full Mo haircut. Cut it short so they can't rip it out, get it caught on things in their retarded daily life.
Mm-hmm.
But E-Rock, why don't you grow your hair a little bit or something? Why don't you get a nice style, like the kids are wearing?
Cinco de Mayo. Are we going to get Jose in
By the way,
yeah,
we're commenting on how ridiculous E-Rock's hair looks in a picture he's in with Sam.
Right.
And it's E-Rock we're commenting on the hair.
Well, the only reason Sam's still growing his hair and Danny because they refused to.
Oh yeah.
The contest we started over a year and a half ago is way over, but Danny and Sam, for bragging rights, refused to cut their hair. That's what that's all about.
It's gonna be a sad day when one of you come in and it's cut, and then the other one comes in.
But they're not cutting it anytime soon. Danny, when did the Afro contest officially start? Oh, hold on.
This is Sam. I just want to cut. I don't want to cut my hair because I want to be like my hero, Danny.
Oh, Sam.
This is Danny. Yeah, that's right. Thanks, Sam.
Jesus.
It's uncanny.
Oh, my God.
Uncanny.
Look at Sam run.
Oh,
So
look at him. Look at him. He looks so look at his feet.
silly.
His straight leg run with those dumb fucking Mad Magazine feet.
Sam, when did we start the Afro contest?
This is Sam.
Oh.
Not that other guy.
Wow.
That was Danny pretending to be Sam and doing a terrible impression.
You know, he started with an afro, and then the afro got so crazy that he had to put his hair in a ponytail. So then he had a tiny little afro. But now the ponytail afro is getting completely out of control. So now you're going to have to add a second ponytail to the afro that's sticking out of the first ponytail.
Well, I think.
Wow, that's right. You're going to have to start wrapping that up.
I was actually thinking that today. Like, I'm
multiple
gonna have to,
ponytails.
Yeah.
Wow, that'll look great.
Thank you. Thank you. I think, let's see, it wasn't 2007, so it would have been, I haven't gotten a haircut since October 2007.
I have a video.
A year and a half.
That was taken at CBS.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was going to end up looking like.
I have a picture from CBS of Sam with short hair walking down the hallway.
It's weird when you see it, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So when are you guys cutting this?
Well,
how does this end?
I've looked better than I've looked in a long time.
I'll tell you what it's probably going to end.
When?
Probably when I get married.
Right. Because you know what? My sister's getting married in September, and she was like, you know, for my wedding, you got to cut your hair. You know what I said?
Shit, yo.
No.
I like that.
No.
Thanks.
No.
Nice.
How are you going to wear it?
Like this.
Just up like that?
Yeah.
You'll ruin her wedding.
Danny,
No,
when are you getting
Think
married?
of the pictures.
We won't.
Probably next year.
Please. Exactly. What are they going to do? How would his head ruin the thing?
She's getting married.
So you're really not going to cut it anytime soon, both
No.
you guys?
No.
I don't think so.
I think you should both go bald one day on the show.
Really?
They should both completely shave their heads.
Shave it?
The fans love my hair like this. The girls love it.
All right.
This
Slow
is-
down.
Exactly.
Slow the fuck
Holy
down.
shit.
Walona loves it.
All right, well,
This
there
is
you
where
go.
we're staying. And Danny will get his haircut before me.
You know, unfortunately, I think it might turn out that way.
Wow.
Because Eastside Dave from Ron and Fez was in this competition, and he got knocked out real
Please.
quick.
He was gone very, very quickly. That's even long hair on Sam, because I have the close crop Sam video where you barely have any hair.
I used to cut my hair every 3 weeks.
Really?
Yes.
Sam actually thinks he looks good with that, though.
There it
He's
is.
gotten used to that, and he's comfortable with it. He probably kind of thinks he looks quirky and kind of cool.
It's cool, and people look at it and go, "Oh,
It's a good look.
He does look. You look better with the hair grown out a little bit.
I think so.
Yeah.
You can't have the real short hair thing. It's very G.I. Joe-ish.
Yeah.
Could you do like someone's suggesting cornrows? Could you come in here with cornrows one day? Oh, Lady Trucker.
Yeah, I could do
Lady
cornrows.
Trucker saying cornrows. Can you do that for us one day?
That's what she wants to run through naked.
All right. We got Jose about to enter the studio, but before he comes in and says hi to us, Obama's ultra cool Cinco de Mayo speech.
Oh.
Yeah. What's this about?
Well,
making the market crash.
He just
did it crash yesterday?
No, it did very well yesterday.
They're very scared about the NASDAQ doing so well this year. Very scared.
The market was very good yesterday, as a matter of fact.
Don't they think it might
there
be
was good
past?
news on housing.
Yeah.
But they keep us scared. They go, it does seem to be getting better, but we might not be out of the woods. It's like the swine flu. They like keeping us scared with the economy because that kind of keeps us in check a little bit. Like Bush kept us scared with the terrorism and the war and everything like that. I think that had some, was validity, but, it was constantly being pounded on us.
Yeah.
Now the economy, it's constantly, oh my God, I'll freak out. And it keeps us, we always need something to worry about, so we don't think too much about other things like taxes and how the government's up our ass. So it kind of keeps us in check as a nation.
Doing well. Well, they want to keep us scared about the swine flu. Now they're saying, well, the threat is over, but now it's going to just hang out until wintertime. You hear that one?
Stop it.
So next winter.
Yeah, it's called a winter cold.
But now they're saying next winter the swine flu could be completely out of control.
Don't we have to have a summer before we get to winter? This sucks. Dude, it's going to be June, and we're going to have like this shitty
When is it going to be June?
No, a month.
Oh.
But like, we haven't even had like a spring.
We sort of had a blast of summer, though. That
2
was nice.
days of fucking nice weather.
I like it this way.
The
last few...
Go outside.
Oh, no.
It's raining and windy.
I'm not a fan of the rain. I'm a fan of the cooler temperatures. The last few years, we went from winter to summer.
Dude.
So maybe this year we finally get a little spring.
Hanging out in the fucking backyard on a chaise lounge, nice drink in your hand with the sun beating down on you. It's fucking great. I can't do that.
Beautiful, right?
I'm cold.
Well, it's only May Cinco de Mayo.
Right,
Cinco
baby.
equals 5. It's May 5th. All right, here.
Wait, when are you opening the ice pit?
Like a spot show.
Yeah.
Today, the pool gets uncovered, but I put my foot down. The pool company is coming over today. There's water. The pool is about half full.
Half empty.
Drain it! Yes.
Why are you saying drain it again?
Drain it. I want that fucker acid washed, because last year when they installed it, the marble coat on the bottom was kind of fucking discolored.
Oh, boy.
Acid wash that bitch today. Today. I want it today. All right, kid. All right, I'll acid wash your pool. It's okay, kid.
You gonna talk to Anthony Cumia like that?
So what did Obama do with this silly, ultra-cool speech of his?
Well, he was just saying stuff that if President Bush had said it, they would have crucified him.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
Welcome, the Cinco de Cuatro.
Wait, did he mean to say Cinco de Cuatro?
Because he did it yesterday. I think he meant Cuatro de Mayo.
What?
The 4th of May.
No.
Oh, okay.
Welcome, the Cinco de Cuatro.
That translates to the 5th of the 4th.
Yeah.
I got you.
Completely wrong.
Of the 4th.
That's totally wrong and incorrect.
So it's just a Cuatro de Mayo. Oh.
Mayo means
Welcome,
May.
the Cinco de Cuatro. Cinco de Mayo at the White House. We are a day early, but we always like to get a head start here at the Obama White House.
He's killing.
He is. He's having like an 8.5.
Yeah, it's great.
All he needs is a shitty striped suit.
When I made my first trip to Mexico as president, not just 3 weeks ago, I was greeted by the children of both our nations, waving flags of both our nations. And while I was there, I found it impossible not to be touched by the warmth, the vigor, and the forceful vitality of the Mexican people. A love of life I've seen in Mexican-American communities throughout this nation. And that's what we'll celebrate tomorrow. That's what we will celebrate tonight. And that's what we will celebrate in the future. So, Feliz Cinco de Mayo. Thank you very much for being here, and party on. Thank you.
Party on. That sounded, at first, it started sounding like that. Yeah. It started sounding like the senator's speech in The Godfather, too. Italian Americans have done a great job in this country. This country was built on Italian Americans. I will not stand by. Mexican people are amazing. Their warmth and vigor. Shut up. Vigor.
Party on. He's a nerd. Obama's a nerd.
Yeah, he really is.
He's a black guy, but don't be fooled. He is a nerd.
Yeah, that came out during the campaign.
He's not a cool guy.
He knows how to be funny.
You were hoping for the first cool president. A lot of people were hoping for the first black president. I was hoping for the first cool president. And, man, we fell short.
You know what it is with his speeches?
He is a nerd.
He knows how to be funny and charming.
I think Bush was much funnier than he is.
He was a laugh riot.
No, but Bush was a funny guy when he talked.
I don't think he realized he was funny, though.
This guy's got a nerdy, that geeky, nerdy thing going. But there's something very everyman about the way he talks.
He said Cuatro de Cinco.
Yeah, like he'll goof on himself about that. But he's an awful president. I mean, he's, as far as hanging and shooting the shit, why not? He sounds fine. But I don't find him a very good president. That's all.
But there are a lot of people find him a good president.
Mm-hmm. We'll see what that.
We'll see how it plays
100
out.
days in.
That's
We'll see
going
how it
quickly.
plays out.
I asked last night at the cellar, what do you guys feel 100 days in? Maybe one person, clip,
Yeah. People are like, hey, I'm fucking broke. And I'm getting brokerer.
Broker. All right, why don't we get Jose Mangin in here?
Yeah, where is he?
He's right here.
You got the hat?
Yeah.
Look at that mariachi.
What's up, O&A?
Hey.
What's up,
Jose?
How are you,
guys?
my friend?
I didn't know.
Guys,
I didn't know it was you coming in. I know you.
Yeah, dude. What's going on, guys? What's up, brothers?
This is your. This is pretty much. Your headphones are a little rough with.
I forgot. I have a sombrero on my
with
head,
the
dude.
Sombrero.
Hey, happy Cinco de Mayo, everyone. Yeah,
Happy
dude.
Cinco de Mayo.
What's
sir?
up? Hey,
hanging, man. Yeah,
this
just
is
kind of
hanging out here. I hope this stands on my ear. Oh man.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Wearing a sombrero to put headphones on,
or having a mohawk too. So it's either or, man.
Oh
so,
yeah. It kind of puts a crease in your mohawk, doesn't
What's
it?
up, guys? What's up, everybody? Yeah.
Hanging, waiting
this is
for
cool.
waiting for actually the show to end so I could start my Cinco de Mayo celebration.
Yeah, well, what have you guys been doing so far today about for Mexicanos?
Well, we were talking
Mexicans.
we played
We covered the Severn audio.
Severn audio.
Yeah,
that was
calling the Mexicans primitive.
Primitive is what he did.
Primitive people.
Yeah. Are you from Mexico?
No, well, I'm actually from 9 blocks from the Mexican border. I was raised in Douglas, Arizona, which is remember the drug tunnel in 1990?
Mm-hmm.
The big drug tunnel, like the real elaborate one, like the James Bond looking one, where the pool table in the Mexican house lifted up on hydraulics, and there was like a round staircase to go down to this. It had pulleys and drainage systems and lights going into a warehouse on the Arizona side, 9 blocks south of my house.
Nice.
How long was the tunnel?
Dude, it fucking, I don't know. Like, I mean, I don't know how many feet.
Yeah,
but I'm pretty high right now.
It was pretty far. He's celebrating.
No, I'm just kidding, man. What's up? Hey, Cinco de Mayo.
I'm going to go down to, you know where I'm going
where
today?
you going?
I'm going to Poco Loco. In my town, which is a great Mexican restaurant. I'm going to have some Dos Equis.
Yeah.
And a nice platter with a couple of tacos.
But you're not Mexican.
An enchilada.
Hey, it doesn't matter.
You gotta
Today,
celebrate.
everybody can be a brown dude today or a brown chick.
I drink on St. Patty's Day.
Yeah, man. Hey, guys, you know what I did, too, to welcome you guys
was a softball no one
to the
hit.
building here?
What'd you say?
I said I drink on St. Patty's Day.
Oh, well, you do.
We're just looking for a day where you don't drink.
Exactly.
What day would that?
Just any.
Some of these jokes
drinking
don't need
to accept.
Some of these jokes don't need to be said.
Let the listeners write them.
Everyone
okay.
is right there with you. What day don't you drink?
He gets drunk at the Mothers Against Drunk Drivers dinners.
Dudes, well, to celebrate today, man, I made a bunch of tacos, stayed up till 3 in the morning, and I made a bunch of cool tacos. Yeah, they're
pot tacos, are they?
Yeah, no, actually they're not. But they're really good, though. I made each one with, like, tender love, and I was like, this is for the O&A show to welcome these guys to the building here.
Nice.
And, I've been here 9 years, dude, on this floor and upstairs.
You've
and
been
stuff.
here 9 years.
Yeah, man. I'm
What was going on?
OG serious.
Wait,
dude.
what was
Yeah.
going on 9 years ago?
We were just building the channels up from nothing, like, starting with the metal channel. Well, what do you play? Black Sabbath, and then you start from there and you just expand.
One subscriber.
No, actually, it was before. It was years before there were
Pre-subscribers?
anybody subscribing. We were just building the channels, making them this monster, and believing that someday this was going to be a huge fucking deal. And as a metal dude in the middle of nowhere, Arizona, having this opportunity, it was like, oh, this is a fucking dream. And I just stayed here. I championed this place. I'm a whore for it. And look where we're at now, dude. It's like the music channels have done so well. And
wait! But you look too young to be here.
I'm
9 years.
32. Dude. I have a lot of white hair, man. I have 2 daughters. I have a house.
Wow.
My whole life has changed, dude. Yeah, man. So, but because of the music and the rise of the metal and the hard rock and making this place a brand, dude.
He was also featured.
You feel the metal, Jim.
I love metal.
feels the metal.
You were also featured on the Man Cave thing.
Yeah,
what was that?
I was actually the first dude in this building to get a man cave before anybody else did.
But what show was it? They featured your Man Cave.
No, that was on NBC Today show. No, I was actually I wrote in as I'm a home dude. I have a tool belt and shit, and I like to do projects. And I wrote in one day on a Sunday. I was all pissed off after watching these shows. They feature a bunch of tools all the time. Where's the rock? Where's the Latinos? And I wrote a nasty sort of essay about why I deserve a man cave. And I was very colorful in my language. And I was like, I need a place for my bongs. I was real funny and the band, the producer the next day, dude, send me pictures. And I sent him a picture of me and Ozzy fucking doing claws. And he was like, dude, and I sent him a picture of my hot wife and whatever. And my kids throwing the horns and shit. And he was like, dude, can we come over and film you? And I was like, yeah, come over. So I actually I did it the legitimate way. And then they found out that I was a DJ at Sirius XM. They were like, or Sirius at the time, and they were like, cool. But I was like, just a regular dude. And I had the metal show. I had the rock episode of Man Caves.
Nice.
Yeah, day on Cinco de Mayo.
So there's food?
Yeah, dude.
I'm fucking starving.
Yeah,
I'm so
bro,
happy.
dude. I made some tacos for you guys, man. It's pretty cool. All you guys got to do, anybody listening in the back room, all those dudes in the back, just obviously remove the foil before you put it in the microwave. But about 30 seconds, dude, is all you guys need, man. I cooked it. It's all ready to go. But if you zap it any longer, you're going to fuck up the cheese and the tomatoes and the lettuce.
30 seconds, that's it.
First girl I ever kissed in my life,
Mexican?
She was a Mexican girl. Denise, I believe her name was Yonki, with the J. Yonki. And
that's what she called you.
And her mother actually taught my mother to make tacos. This is back in the 70s. She didn't buy the fucking shells or nothing.
No.
She bought corn tortillas in oil.
Fried them.
And then you got to fold that shit over.
That's what I did all night last night.
No way! That's authentic shit,
bro, I don't F around when it comes to tacos, bro. I think I have panty melting skills with tacos. And it's like one of the things that I can do is like that and metal and give good foot massages. But I think for me...
what a big submissive he is. I love
you can
that.
wash your hands before you make the tacos.
Yeah, dude, I'm a big hand washer, but that's how you're supposed to make them.
Yeah.
So everybody, Cinco de Mayo, you do not go out and buy those Taco
El
Bell
Paso
crunchy
fucking shit cardboard tasting crap.
No, grab yourself some corn tortillas and a pan, some vegetable oil, fry that shit up hot. Bam.
And then the tricky part is making the bend and then holding it there.
Take your time.
You got to hold it there and then take it out when it cools.
Yeah.
You got the bent taco shell.
Yeah,
and then my mom would make tacos. And this was before
eat these fucking tacos.
Yeah, dude. I made a few vegetarian, but I kind of made them too late in the process. So I was like,
Hey, what's the best Mexican restaurant in the city?
Dude, really, I can say hands down for food, I'll say Florencia 13 on Sullivan and Bleecker. It's the city's first Chicano restaurant, and that's what I am, a Mexican American. I like to eat beans, and Florencia 13.
And take Spanish and get a B.
And hang out with Jim Norton and Opie and Anthony on the Cinco de Mayo.
You got a guitar. Can you play something for us?
Yeah, dude, you want to hear some Metallica? Yeah, you want to hear some Metallica?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I want to do a little. I feel like, now having Robert Trujillo in Metallica, Mexicano, I heard you guys mention that we saw each other at backstage at the Metallica show, one of my favorite bands. So this is a cool song. Ready, you guys?
Oh, yeah.
I forgot what I was going to say, but here's the song. Ready? Here we go. Ready, Jim?
Yeah.
Are you ready, Jim? Let me take out my ring.
I didn't know Robert was Mexican. He's fucking phenomenal.
Robert, you didn't know Robert was Mexicano?
I knew he was Latin. I knew.
Yeah, dude, he's Mexicano to the bone, dude. That's why it's so cool. It was so victorious for us, man, when he joined Metallica and he became this member. Holy shit, a Mexican is in Metallica.
He made everyone forget Jason Newsted.
Well, dude, Robert Trujillo, hands down, besides Les Claypool, is the best bass player in music. So there's nobody better to get than Robert Trujillo. But Jason Newsted's an awesome dude.
Yeah, he is. But
I
think Trujillo's better.
Yeah,
you should audition for every Robert Rodriguez movie. You
dude,
look
we'll
like
tell
a guy
him,
that
dude.
should
Tell
be
him,
in
man.
every single Robert
Yeah,
Rodriguez.
hey, that's a compliment,
Desperado.
bro.
You should be
Dude,
like, you look like you could be a villain in that shit.
Well, I keep on telling D. Snyder when he does Strangeland 2, I want to be a victim, and I want to, like, fuck a girl, smoke a joint, and die. And that would be so cool to be, like, in a horror movie, you know? Like, who cares, you know, have some cheesy role, like, yeah, baby, let me, you know, squirt, and then, like, die. And then, but D's like, bro, nobody dies in Strangeland, they only suffer.
I gotta say, I like our new Mexican friend. Remember our Mexican friend from XM?
Oh my
yeah,
God!
fucking,
what the fuck was his
he had
name?
a dog named Chicago. The Mad Mexican.
The Mad Mexican.
Yeah.
Is he fired?
I don't know.
I liked him.
Dude, he's got to be long gone.
The Mad Mexican got fired. I
Yeah, you guys can hear
just
that?
heard.
Yeah.
That's,
All right, ready?
that's a shame.
A little Metallica for Cinco de Mayo.
All right, this is Jose.
Come on, Tim. I'm sorry, did I scare you guys?
Oh, shit. On an acoustic guitar? You gotta be kidding me.
Master Puppet's very nice.
Yeah, dude, thanks. Dude, you know what I do for my daughter's kindergarten class in April?
Yeah.
I went there, I'm losing my breath, and I went there and I did a guitar lesson. I took my Guitar Hero guitar, I took an acoustic, this one, and I took my Dimebag Dean guitar, and a little Marshall micro stack, and the crosswalk lady came by, some other teachers came by, a couple sixth graders, and the kindergarten class, and I did a whole lesson on guitar and where it came from, and the differences, and I jammed out some La Bamba, I jammed out some freaking, like, you know, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, and Z. Now I know my ABCs. Next time, won't you sing with me? You know, things like that, and the kids were flipping out, dude. I was like, yeah, and then I did some Megadeth to
Pooping
Pantera.
their pants.
You know what, dude? But if I made one of those little dudes or those little chicks into a rock fan, then, you know, check mark, I did my job, bro.
You gotta be the coolest father out there.
They were cool. They were like, Maya, is that your daddy? You know, with just covered with all Azteca tattoos, the Cinco de Mayo.
Yeah. Who's your favorite band?
Favorite band in my life, dude, 32 years of living, I have to say Pantera is the absolute best metal band that's ever walked the face of the earth. I would say Metallica, Megadeth, Sabbath, Korn, Lamb of God are all big, huge bands. Motley Crue, Rat, Skid Row, Sebastian Bach, one of my favorite singers. Pantera.
He is a talented gentleman, that Sebastian Bach.
Yeah, dude, he's cool. I did Piece of Me on Jim Brewer's show. I sang it, metal karaoke style. Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I do La Bamba. I do a lot of like karaoke stuff, and I try to make them all more metal. Like one time I did Tiffany, a Tiffany song, and I just did it in metal, just completely rock.
Well, give us another song, man.
What do you want to hear, dude? You know, a lot of your listeners are huge Pantera fans. I did a acoustic bongo version of Mouth for War with Vinnie Paul. I gave him some bongos here at the studios, and I was like, yo, Vinnie, you know, play the bongos, and I'm going to play guitar. My friends are going to sing. He's like, all right, let's do it. You know, and we just did the first acoustic, the whole song, not just the piece of it, the entire song with Vinnie on the bongos, and we were rocking out, dude. Live on the radio. No practicing. We just said, let's just go. Bam.
Have you interviewed Anselmo?
Yeah, dude. I have to say, as a metal dude and as a rock fan, as you are, I've interviewed and hung out. Thankfully, dude, I'm very blessed. But with every one of my favorite singers or guitar players or any one of my favorite bands, except the dudes that are dead. But every one of my, all these dudes, yeah, dude, from Anselmo to Vinnie Paul, who hey, tacos. Wow, look at that. Did you heat them up a little bit?
That smells good.
Oh, damn, look at this. You guys got help and shit.
Wow.
Yeah, dude. So these are the tacos that I made last night. These are the ones you fry by yourself. You can see the little bubbles in the tortillas. I love those little fry bubbles and shit. You know, those are cool, man. So this is a really cool way to celebrate Cinco de Mayo. Remember, dude, everybody can celebrate today. Like you said, you're gonna go fucking drink and have some tequila.
Poco Loco later.
Yeah, or San Loco or any kind of loco you want to get.
Yeah, listen, Jose, they smell awesome.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, bro. No, but just at least have one. Or
have one. You're racist. Have one. Yeah,
I'm just. You know what, dudes? But hey, but thanks for it's a cool thing now. We're all one family now. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
absolutely.
It's a cool. As far as on the music
Jose,
side,
how high are you, man?
No, I'm not, bro. Just on life, man. No, dude. I drove in here.
Shit, yeah. That's good.
Yeah, right?
Are these the veggies?
See, no, I don't think so, man. But the thing is,
that's the real
once
deal.
you zap them on the microwave, and they're not the same.
When they're freshly made.
Yeah, when you take them right from.
Holy shit! Holy shit! What?
If you guys had panties, they would melt, right?
That's the real deal.
Nice, dude.
What
Panty
the
melters.
fuck? I'm never going to Taco Bell again.
Taco Bell's a good second choice. Hey, dude, but Liquid Metal, and I do Octane too now, guys.
Do you really?
As of Tuesday, I'm doing the Octane channel.
And you do Liquid, Hair Nation?
Liquid Metal, I do Hair Nation now. I did Buzzsaw for years. Buzzsaw is like the equivalent to Jim, as you love Boneyard.
Boneyard.
Yeah, you listen to Buzzsaw. I remember we talked about it before back in the day.
What channel is it now?
Buzzsaw used to be around, and Buzzsaw's now Boneyard.
Yeah.
Okay. We merged together, and Heart Attack was the name of the metal channel.
Yeah.
And then we took on the LM name when the whole thing happened in November. So yeah, dude, I'm doing Octane again. ran it for like 4 years, and then I'm doing it again now. So I just did some Headbangers Ball stuff on MTV2, which was. Just want to get it all out there, man.
This is Danny, by the way, just for everybody out there. What do you say to those who say that Liquid Metal isn't as hard as it used to be?
Oh, there's a lot, and I would say you're right. I would say we were definitely Heart Attack was way more mainstream. We were more popular. We had but at the same time, metalheads are very finicky, and when Liquid Metal became us. We kept it open too. We had to make sure that it was still the same channel, but we did get heavier. And you're right, dude. To have a channel that's completely death metal and deathcore and metalcore all day long, which was what it was, and that's cool. And I appreciated that as a hardcore fan. But to reach everybody, and Topeka, Kansas, to fucking New York, to AZ,
you really got to dumb it down for him.
No, dude. Hey, I know what you're saying, because I knew you're a big fan of Liquid Metal in the past, and you're right. If that's the word you want to use, but we made it more mainstream. We play Slipknot. People say Slipknot's not metal, and I say, how in the hell where did that come from? You play too much Pantera, too much Slayer. Okay, I'm sorry.
Hey, you guys play Merciful Fate? I never hear that.
We play a lot of Merciful. And the thing, Liquid Metal, the old school stuff, it didn't get deep. It didn't play the classics, the old school stuff, and we have a great pride in playing everything from the old 70s to 2009. So, dude, and people sent me emails that wanted my family to die. They wanted me,
Jesus
Christ.
Dude,
I want your house to burn,
I
shit
apologize
like that.
when I wrote that. I was
and
angry.
Those emails were rough, man, and I took
Ziggy S from Brooklyn.
Yeah, hey, what's up, Ziggy? I know Ziggy. No, I talked to Ziggy. I've known Ziggy forever.
Jose, listen, we got to take a break.
Yeah, brother. Enjoy
the tacos are amazing. You want to
love things? Holy shit!
You got the acoustic guitar. You want to play one more before you?
Yeah, dude. What do you guys want to hear, man?
You play whatever you want.
Whatever you want.
Hit it.
All right, dude. All right. How about?
Do you know any Bad Company?
No, but they're cool, man. My hairdresser does though. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. No, I'm kidding, bro. Bad Company.
All right,
cool.
hit it, Jose.
All right, ready? Yeah. Ooh, ooh. Wait, here's the mic. Ready? Yeah. every single day. My Opie and Anthony.
Yeah. Nice.
Awesome.
Thanks for the grub, man.
Absolutely.
Phenomenal food.
Let it be said, best taco I've ever had.
Unbelievable.
Just went down my gullet.
This is my third one.
Thank you.
They're
dude.
ridiculous.
Well, there's more, and I made stuff for the crew and stuff. So yeah, man, have a good one, guys.
Jose, you rule, man.
Yeah,
Come back anytime,
thank you, man.
Yeah, Mexican metalheads today, everybody.
What channel is Liquid Metal?
What's up?
What channel is Liquid Metal?
Oh, Liquid Metal's Sirius 27 XM42, and I'm actually hosting a Latino comedy special on Raw Dog today. Sirius 108 XM150.
Jesus, how many channels do you do?
XM Sirius 104. But I'm doing every year I do a Latino comedy special, and I'm doing a live show from 5 to 6 Eastern today, where I'm just kicking the piñata, having some friends in, just playing some metal, some Mexican stuff, mariachi music, whatever. So it's pretty cool, man. I did a mariachi version of La Bamba, but a metal real one in the studio last week. It's pretty cool. Anyways, yeah.
Man.
Yeah. Hey, man, thanks, Danny, for listening, dude. Yeah, man.
It's Jose Mangin.
Yeah, Mangin.
Mangin.
Yeah, my dad's a French white dude from Chicago. My mom is a beaner from Mexico. So
right on, man.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna take a quick break.
Later.
Continue. Opie and Anthony. Cinco de Mayo.
Quiero mandar los felicidades a Opie and Anthony. They are on Alta Voltaje XM202. Little Jimmy Norton también. Toda la palomilla que se encuentra allí on the O&A show.
You're checking out the Opie and Anthony show. Want to thank Jose for stopping by today.
The Opie and Anthony show.
I've seen him walking around the halls many, many times.
I didn't recognize him with that sombrero on, though.
Is he walking around with the sombrero all day?
It's his day.
Hey, we upgraded our Mexican. I like this.
Yeah.
I like the Mad Mexican.
Worked well.
He was all right, but...
He was crazy.
He's a nice
the
guy.
Mad Mexican.
He was a little nuts about his dog, Chicago.
Yeah. Nice enough guy, but that Mad Mexican guy was
He would give us
crazy.
shout-outs in Spanish.
Yeah.
LeBron James MVP. Good for him. Good for him.
Yeah.
Oh, he kicked everyone's ass, too. Wasn't even close this year. And LeBron James 24. He's got a son that's like 4 or 5 years old already. Man, he started everything just way too early.
Well.
I'm just going to go another way.
Well.
That well said a lot, okay?
I just say well.
He was 18, said, fuck college, I'm going right to the NBA. Fuck marriage, I'm just going to have a kid. He's just doing things his way.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not his way, right? Doing it the way that...
What
were you getting at with your well? And happy birthday.
Oh, thank you. Opie.
I can't believe you share your birthday with Bill Ward.
Oh, is it Bill's birthday? Let me guess how
Bill
old he is.
Ward.
Is he 60... Wait, hold on. Is he 63?
No, he's not.
61?
No.
40. I'm 57 years young.
You got to be 58 by now,
I'll be
Uncle Paul.
58 in March.
Uncle Paul.
No, that means you just turned 58 then.
Yeah.
You've been
No,
57
next
Or you
month.
just turned 57.
I'm 57 years young, Greg. I used to babysit you.
Oh.
He was a fresh boy.
And Kurt Loder.
Well, how old's Bill Ward?
I'm not telling you.
Opie.
No. You should know that.
No, I only know,
Now he's 60. The big 6-0 for Bill. And then Kurt Loder from MTV.
Yeah.
Want to feel old today? Do you?
What's about, how old is Kurt?
64. Maybe there's another Kurt Loder.
No, that's him.
Is there another Kurt Loder?
Wow, that, you know something?
He can't be 64.
But he was considered the old guy on MTV.
I understand
back
that.
when he was on MTV.
he was 50 and 48 back then? I didn't realize that.
Wait a minute. What is he, 64?
They're saying he's 64 years old.
I
think if we want to double check that. Did I see the
No, he could have been in his late 30s.
Huh?
No, not that long. It wasn't 30 years ago.
MTV?
MTV is getting up there.
He was on
Jimmy.
until recently.
He did the breaking news that Kurt Cobain shot himself, and that's how many years ago now? What are we up
5.
to? 14?
Wow,
15, something like that?
Mm-hmm.
I think, right?
Yeah,
15?
he's 7 years older than
So
me.
he could have been 49 when he was doing that announcement. And I did not watch the Capitals-Penguins game. Someone's asking. Playoff hockey does rule, though, but maybe I should watch.
How are the Devils?
Devils are out, Jimmy.
They're done.
Rangers are out, Jimmy.
No local teams.
Nope.
For New York.
Nope. Oh, that's what I wanted to say. Chris Cornell coming in.
Yeah.
We like Chris Cornell a lot.
Yes, he's very talented.
You think he'll say anything about Rage Against the Machine?
We could ask.
I mean, it was Audio Slave, obviously.
Audio Slave.
I wonder if it was because Tom. What's the guy's Tom? What?
Morello.
Is he too political?
Well, I don't know. I guess we could try to ask him, but when he came in with the Rage Against the Machine guys for Audio Slave, it seemed like he was doing his own thing, and the rest of the guys were doing their own thing. I didn't see any, major problem, but it looked like they were very different people doing very different things in the same band, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? I don't think he's going to say anything bad, though.
Hey, how many guys are in Audio Slave? Was 4?
18.
I thought it was 4.
Wow.
I was off by 14. That happens a lot.
There were 37 people in this fucking band.
I would guess 4.
Do we have the whole band in on XM? Or was there someone missing?
Did we miss 1, 2? No, I think there was somebody missing. Chris Cornell was late, right?
But we had him. How many were there?
18. I told you that already.
No, but I'm looking at E-Rock. He's holding up.
Possible.
Huh?
All right, E-Rock. E-Rock. When E-Rock talks in your ear, it's like a verbal fist. It's like 4. It's like, Jesus.
Is he throwing his hands up in the air right now?
Yeah, he put his hands up with the 4.
Hey, a lot of people graduating, and you go up on stage and you shake the president of the university's hand.
Yeah.
Because you're all excited. You just gave this university, your life savings basically, and you're going to have student loans for the next 20 years. The least the damn guy could do is shake your hand, right?
Yeah.
Well, this university president did not.
Why?
Additionally, graduates are greeted with their degree and a hearty handshake from the university's president.
Oh, Laurel,
but at
a
the
hearty
commencement ceremony-
handshake.
I'm going to guess that this asshole has a germphobe fetish.
Yeah.
I'm going to guess he's one of these self-centered fucks.
Huh? You're warm.
That is a germaphobe.
Swine flu.
Give yourself a bill! All right.
Swine flu.
Give yourself a bill.
But at FAMU's commencement ceremony this morning, school officials explained the usual warm handshake from the university president wouldn't be extended due to the swine flu outbreak. Some graduates we spoke with say they understand the situation, and others are just excited.
What was it? An awkward nod?
Yeah.
You're walking right up to the guy. If just imagine in your everyday life, if you walked up to someone and instead of doing the handshake, what would you do? It would be so awkward.
How about you put a glove on?
Huh?
Why didn't they just, because of the swine flu outbreak, everybody could put on gloves and do it? If you're that
condom.
worried. Yeah. Or just rub helmets.
The graduates should have been able to just kick him in the balls one by one.
You grab your diploma, kick in the balls, and walk off stage.
Yeah. And you just hear a lot of, ooh. How great would that be?
He'd be like, only
and
80 more to
others
go.
are just excited about getting their degree.
We're taught that in the health field, we have to treat everyone as if they have an infection. So, it's just for safety precautions. So I understand.
That was a little different. Like stand there, don't breathe on them, don't nudge against them. It was a little different, but whatever. I got this. That's all I'm really worried about.
3 graduates,
Despite
and they were
not shaking hands with President James Ammons, FAMU graduates say they're pleased to now be Rattler alumni.
Yeah, whatever.
All right. Congrats.
Yeah, good for
Congrats, grads.
Yeah.
And then you'll realize that diploma doesn't mean shit.
Don't do nothing.
Fuck.
It might get you up to the next phase of your education, but as far as a job goes,
Yeah, that buck will get you a ride to the subway.
Exactly, Jim.
And they rarely check. So, you know what? Up your degree and up your university, too, when you're in front of potential employers.
Lie.
Just lie through your teeth.
Write down on that application that you fucking went to Harvard. Don't matter.
Any John and Kate fans?
Oh.
Yes, I hope to God they're okay.
Yes. John and Kate.
Plus 8.
This John, it's turning out, is an animal.
Oh, yeah.
Have you heard the stories?
Oh, yeah.
Sam's a big fan of the John and Kate. If you're in a relationship, you know what John and Kate's all about. The women seem to like this program.
John and Kate.
Plus 8. And
Plus
Kate
8.
is a real cunt.
Yes, she is.
She is the worst.
She's a domineering fucking bitch.
So when I started hearing the rumors that he might be cheating on her, I was like, you go.
Yay.
You
She
go,
got
John.
fucked
You
over.
go. But I don't know. Well, we'll play the audio and try to figure this whole thing out, but he's got 8 kids at home, and he's out there trying to get laid. Jesus. I think after you have how many kids, you probably shouldn't be going to try to get laid
You know
anymore.
what, though? Good. It's fantastic.
Isn't it great?
Well, you know what it is? He's probably got to stick it in her shitter because there's no way she feels him in the puss. He's got to go. He's got to go in the shitter, and he's probably tired of it.
That fucking mess.
She
All
won't
those
stop.
kids pouring out.
She won't stop eating egg salad, so he's always pulling out questionable things on his helmet.
Oh, God damn.
That's what happens on the show. He's like, "Look, I have to stick it in your shitter. Can you at least fucking hose it out first?" She's like, "I'm busy with the kids."
Could we work shitter into the title of the TV show? Right now it's John and Kate plus 8.
John and Kate, or John gives it.
John and Kate plus 8.
John thinks Kate shitter is great.
Okay, it's got a rhyme. Shit.
So it looks like John Gosselin of TLC's hit reality show John and Kate Plus 8 is in the doghouse again.
I don't even want to play the rest of the story because I just heard doghouse.
In the doghouse.
I fucking hate that.
Are they in the? Is he
I'm
in the doghouse app?
Have you ever used that?
Oh.
Have you ever used the term "I'm in the doghouse"?
I sure have. That's where I fuck most of the girls I pick up because they're ugly. that's what I call their pussy. I'm like, I'm going to put a couple of fingers in the doghouse. If you don't mind.
Did you guys get the picture? Fuck, I should have tweeted it too. I don't know. I don't think you really can. There's a picture going around. It says something about the swine flu, and then it's the big, fat, ugly chick naked.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that.
Have you seen it?
Yeah.
Danny, could you find that? I know that's a little broad, but it's been making the rounds, and man, it makes me laugh my fucking balls off. Don't get the swine flu or something like that, and then you click on it, and it's this mess on all fours naked. All right, whatever.
Did you see the email somebody sent out? It was actually a pretty funny tie-in about...
you found it? What, Danny?
This is Danny. I went to Google to try to find this, and the first thing that comes up with Yahoo Answers, which is great. There's always some great stuff on Yahoo Answers. This says, "Can I catch swine flu from having sex with a fat girl?"
Somebody put up an email out about like a lot of people said that we wouldn't have a black president until pigs fly, and then 100 days into Obama's presidency, swine flu.
Swine flu,
Which is
yeah.
pretty
I
funny.
thought that was clever
Yeah, it was
when I
clever.
read that. Yep.
It was kind of, it was cute. My father would tell that as a joke, and then when no one laughed, my dad would go, it's just kind of cute.
Again. John and Kate Gosselin seem to survive his last tabloid scandal. You know, the one about the late night partying with the college co-eds. But it looks like he's done it again. The dad of 8 was snapped recently by Us Magazine with another woman and no wedding ring. A clubber who saw John and the woman leaving a bar around 2 a.m. tells the mag he could barely walk and heard him yelling, "Hey babe, give me my jacket." When he saw the camera snapping, he jumped in the passenger seat of his car and yelled to her, "Get in the car." Then they sped off. Where was Kate? Across the country in Washington promoting her book. Can't imagine she's going to take this lying down. She's pretty rough on the guy.
Now would you like to speak? It's so irritating that you talk over top of me.
Good.
Maybe John will tell her what he tells.
Fuck as many of them as you can, John.
Yep. That's where I'm at with this thing.
Is that irritating too, Kate? How's that feel with that fucking mess of a vag that you're lugging around and he's banging hotter chicks? Good.
I've never heard a more irritating broad in my life.
What a twat.
Yeah, she's horrid.
She's horrendous.
Fucking cunt.
Good for
He's got to
you.
be a cuckold.
He really is.
Bye-bye.
In some
co-eds. He's getting co-eds.
he's getting co-ed pussy.
Fantastic. Good for him.
Yep.
That's probably why he takes it home. He just knows he's just getting co-eds.
Co-eds.
She's like, it's irritating when you talk over, but he's thinking, yeah, well, you'd be really annoyed if you could see me fucking knee fucking balls deep in a 19-year-old.
You should see what I'm up to.
Yeah, you'd be really annoyed if you knew what I was up to while you're promoting that dumb book of yours.
That'd really get your goat.
Right.
She saw me eating the ass of a fucking mixed-race teenager.
Oh, shit. Irritating that you talk over top of me.
Maybe John will tell her what he tells celebtv.com. Like most people, I have male and female friends, and I'm not going to end my friendships just because I'm on TV. However, being out with them late at night showed poor judgment on my part. Somehow, that doesn't sound like it's gonna fly.
Oh, shut up.
Somehow.
Someone makes a really good point. He's out, like, hanging out with a co-ed. Who knows what the fuck he did with her. And she's, like, promoting a book in Washington. Who's watching the 8 kids?
Exactly.
Yeah. Who's watching all those kids that fell out of her water slide?
I was.
Oh, Uncle Paul.
Yeah.
No, you are. What a smorgasbord for Uncle Paul.
John's a friend of mine. I'll take care of him. You just go out and have yourself a good old time. You leave him here. And don't listen to nothing they tell you.
Don't be a tattletale.
Yeah, 8 tattletales.
We got to get more John and Kate audio.
Yeah, she is.
Especially of Kate. Just
right from the start, we were like, this can't last. This guy takes too much shit from her. Mm-hmm. She's just a bitter fucking bitch.
Mm-hmm. Hey.
Bye.
Club Soda Kenny standing by.
Kenny
wants to be a DJ. We did this last week.
All right.
We told him to go make another demo. He has made that demo, and he's here to present it to us.
Thank God.
And we have also decided that why limit it to the disco station?
Oh, he did such a good job with the disco music because he's familiar with that. That's like his decade.
Yeah, what's your channel again?
The Strobe.
The Strobe.
The Strobe.
You're going to make a demo for the country station next?
By popular demand, I have to do all genres.
All genres?
Genres.
What genres are you going to do in the coming days? Country.
Yeah.
Maybe Jose could get you a little liquid metal action.
Yeah, I do it all. I'm going to do chill.
Ooh, you're going to do like chill or spa?
Yeah.
Let's hear your spa voice.
I'm touching myself. Let's all light a candle.
Why would you be...
Why would you...
Oh, because it's like a spa.
Yeah.
See, the spa channel on Sirius XM has nothing to do with Yankee Crankies, you sick fuck.
I'm touching myself.
It's legit spa music.
Like for a spa, really?
Huh?
Is it really like for a spa?
Yeah, it's called Spa.
That'd
the
be
channel
nice.
Kind of right. All right, well, Kenny made his demo, his second demo for the disco channel, the classic disco, classic dance, whatever it's called, the Strobe.
Yeah, the Strobe. And I'm trying to emulate my hero, Joe Causey, who's the king of the Strobe.
Have you talked to Joe Causey yet?
I say hello to him here and there. I'm a secret admirer. He don't know.
Really?
The king of the Strobe.
Is he here right now?
No, I didn't see him
Where
yet.
is he?
He comes out there on the computers to, like, prepare
Holy
sometimes.
shit, you're a fan of Joe Causey.
He's Brooklyn's own Joe Causey, the extreme cuisine.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
He's a super fan of Joe.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
One day they're going to find Joe's body with just Ken standing over it with a pistol. You're dead, fucker.
You're dead, fucker.
All right, here's Club Soda Kenny trying to get a job on the Strobe.
That song made my asshole itch. Hey,
The fuck's wrong with you?
That song made my asshole itch. Hey, everybody, it's One's own Clubby, the disco baller, on the Strobe, XM 83, Sirius 81. This song really cracks me up. Just listen and you'll see why. It's Mandu the Dingo and So Makosa for no reason.
Oh, yeah. You did pretty good on that one.
I do really good.
Oh, yeah.
Well, yeah. We got a lawyer on the phone.
hell do they want?
Chip from
Yes, sir.
Virginia. What's up, Chip?
Now, Chip.
How are y'all doing?
Hi.
Good.
I love that Kate's getting her just desserts, but the problem is the law's going to support her with those 8 kids if she can prove John's out there.
Oh,
of
hell
course.
yeah. We
What?
know that. No surprise there.
We all know that.
I mean, but when are we actually going to do something about that bullshit law? It's all over the place.
Alec Baldwin's trying.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Women cry about the glass ceiling and everything else, and I'm discriminated against. I get less pay. I get this. Fuck you. You make out like bandits in divorces, so go screw.
John's not going to see the light of day if he has to pay for 8 kids the rest of his life.
Mm-hmm.
You know what, though? The other side of the equation looks pretty good for John, though.
Oh, no shit.
Well, at least he's getting the fucking pussy.
Can you imagine having to support 8 fucking kids and that fucking twat of an ex-wife? Oh, yuck.
Yuck.
You think she would let him off the hook?
No. And I need pamper. And yuck.
Horrible.
Can you imagine it?
Horrible. No. Oh, God, that would be
That's what I'm
fucking
saying.
petrifying.
Can you imagine?
Not at all. Ugh. Oh, I get quite fearful just thinking about it.
See, you're almost done. And I know you don't talk about it, but you're almost done. Can you imagine if you had the kids, then you're not done until at least they're, 18? So you'd still have, like, a lot of time left.
Dude, so much time. I couldn't even, it's frightening to think about. If I would have fucking impregnated her, holy shit.
Yeah, because your kid probably, give or take, would have been 7 or 8.
Now, no.
Yeah, about.
What?
No?
Now?
Oh, wait. You've been,
dude,
you've
I
been
could have
gone a long time
I could have a
ago.
7-year-old kid with the girl I took off with.
Holy shit.
I could have a fucking 10-year-old with the.
How long ago was your divorce final?
I could have. Let me be realistic here.
Holy shit! I just lost a few years.
I could realistically,
Right.
if I got her pregnant right when I had gotten married, so no bastard child, I could have a 19-year-old right now.
Wow.
No shit.
But you got divorced.
Now I'd rather have a 19-year-old, but in different circumstances.
Wait, you get
not related and female.
When did you get divorced? You're allowed to say that.
1999. That's when it started. It didn't end until fucking, well, it's still going.
So you've been.
Well, the payments.
Oh my God, it's been 10 years.
Yeah. 10 years.
And if you had a kid, then it would be longer, a lot longer.
Yeah. I could have a 19-year-old kid. Imagine that. Hey, Dad, you're an asshole. Go fuck yourself. Get out of my house.
You'd be a good dad.
Leave my house.
You don't want to be a dad. That's cool, but
I hate you. I hate you.
You would be a good dad.
I'm just having horrible conversations with my imaginary 19-year-old kid.
You would probably you'd be the cool dad hanging out with your son.
My kid that did end up. I did have one kid that ended up in ectopic pregnancy. You know when it goes into the tube, the fallopian tube, and blows up.
Ooh,
that was my kid.
With
Congrats,
who?
kid.
With who?
The ex-wife.
Boy or girl, you don't know.
What was that?
Oh my God, that was at the beginning, right at the beginning. That was my 19-year-old son. My 19-year-old son ended up getting fucking sucked out.
Is that what? Do they have to suck you out when that happens?
Oh yeah, it ruptured and everything.
Yeah, that's
How old was the kid?
That's really
It was
dangerous.
pretty-
The kid can only be a month old or something.
No, not even.
Yeah,
See, what happens is the egg is coming down from the ovary to the fallopian tube, through the fallopian tube. The sperm cell swims up the fallopian tube and impregnates the egg. And instead of the egg going down the fallopian tube into the uterus and attaching itself to the wall, it starts growing in the fallopian tube. So as it starts dividing and growing, the fallopian tube is like a hose, and it gets a big bubble in it and then bursts, and you get internal bleeding and pain like ridiculous. So I had to go to the hospital. And
So wait, by the time you notice it, usually it's already burst.
Oh, yeah. Well, no, there's a pain. Yeah, I guess they usually burst at that point.
It's
And
extremely
it could be-
dangerous.
it could be fatal very quickly.
Absolutely.
Can they go in there if they catch it before it bursts? and push it down onto the wall?
No.
Why not?
Because it's not attached. It has to attach to the. It's just everything went wrong.
Why can't they just suck it down gently?
No.
They cut in
stick
and
it to the wall.
They open up
Like
the
a Post-it
fallopian
note?
tube and pull it out, and then sew the fallopian tube shut.
And you were that close to being a father.
Yeah, it was pretty.
You were one jumping jack away.
I was pretty fucking close.
Wow.
Holy shit. Let's go back to Kenny's disco demo.
Yeah.
I love that song. Hey, it's the Strobe XM83 Sirius 81, and I'm O&A's own Clubby, the disco bowler. Here comes Michael Jackson with Don't Stop Till You Get Enough. Hey, does that refer to his 2 court cases? Just kidding. Get it?
Just kidding. Get it? You're a pisser, Clubby.
The disco baller.
Yeah.
Yeah. He changed his name.
Stinks. I'm O&A's own Clubby, the disco bowler. I'm on the Strobe XM83 Sirius 81. And according to Wikipedia, disco originated in the Afro-American and Hispanic communities. Apparently no one told Casey and the Sunshine Band. Let's give this white boy a listen anyway. Here's Get Down Tonight.
Nice post. Would you look at the post in your rearview mirror as you sped past it?
I gotta change it up a little.
Yeah, you don't like hitting the post?
Yeah.
That's a good song to hit the post on, though.
Yeah, you don't like the annoying lyrics. I understand.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, people want to listen to me, not the song.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
I hear you.
Johnny K plus 8, someone's suggesting that they do another reality show. Where they have, like, John as a single dude hanging out with the co-eds while Kate is dealing with those 8 monsters at home.
That would be a show.
That everybody would watch.
And I'm not even kidding.
You go back and forth, like, this is what John's up to. He's at sorority houses doing keg stands. Yeah. And then you go back to Kate.
That would be
with
good,
the 8
man.
screaming kids.
That would be a good show.
Who wouldn't watch that?
He's doing keg stands, yeah.
Who wouldn't watch that? We used to do keg stands.
Oh, I did one keg stand. Dude, you know what? That was at the very, very beginning of my radio career with you, and I felt like the old guy at the college, because I was. And that was at the beginning of this fucking journey. I ended up at Framingham State College some night. I don't even remember how.
Well, it was me and you miserable, so we would take our time going home from gigs.
We certainly would. I was not a happy camper going home.
Almost went skinny dipping in the pond. The next time
it was the Kahlua girls.
It was a sorority house in Framingham.
It was a mess. And there I am. They're like, Anthony, yeah, you got to put your footprints on the ceiling or it doesn't count. And I'm there doing a keg stand, getting beer shot into my mouth. Fantastic.
Well, your wife's at home. Or with the mother-in-law, who knows?
Yeah, probably with the mother-in-law, whatever. What exactly?
Whatever.
What the fuck ever? Oof. God damn, man.
Nope, can't go skinny dipping with you
can't
girls.
Can't go with you girls.
Nope, can't do it.
Oh, did I grab that fucking girl with the braces, though, at that fucking party? Holy shit, did I grab her? Oh, yeah.
You fucker?
I was just no, unfortunately, because I was like, nope, I got to go home. But we were getting pretty hot and heavy, as they say. Put it this way,
I had heavy petting.
I had braces marks on my gums.
You had some heavy petting.
Was she sexy?
Yes.
Oh yeah,
she was cute.
It was Kahlua girls in little
they
outfits.
Yeah, look at that. That is a great shot, Danny. Thank you.
Wow.
Oh,
and we got to remember some of the other ones. We tell
something about braces.
We tell
they can't run as fast. Teeth.
Fantastic. Oh shit.
I like girls with polio.
That's just great.
Well,
what are you gonna do?
We tell the same stories. I know there's a few more though.
Yeah.
The time we said no to the girls that wanted a skinny dip with us.
Skinny dip.
Because we were taken.
Fuck.
And then there was the keg stand at the sorority house. Then there was the Show Us Your Caulk episode in the parking lot of the
what was that?
Yeah, whatever.
It was like a strip club, and then it was another country bar. Yeah, then it was a strip club for fucking like Chippendales.
I'm trying to come up with new ones though.
Yeah,
there were a bunch of them. Oh, the headstand pictures.
Yeah, headstand girls, rock bus girl.
Well, the
underage girl in the studio.
That was Rocco.
That was Rocco.
Yeah.
But at one point, I had her topless, and I was giving her a piggyback ride. She was on my shoulders. She was on my shoulders.
What a creep.
You know that girl is now.
She's pushing 30.
Well, 90. When did we get fired? 98, 11 years ago. Probably 12 years ago then. So she's
about
27.
28.
28 now.
So people are doing math and going, oh, my dear, sweet Jesus. Come on.
Yeah.
Lighten up. She was very hot.
All right. More Kenny. Wow, where are we? Oh, we're doing a radio show. All right. Kenny and his second disco demo.
I'm coming out of the closet. Hey, it's One's own Clubby, the disco bowler, on the strobe, XM83, Sirius 81. And this next one reminds me of the movie Boogie Nights. You know, I'm hung like Dirk Diggler when he was 8.
Wow.
You sexy thing.
Oh, then
chocolate.
Then you fuck it up.
You fuck it up.
You hit the post perfectly, by the way.
Right.
That was a perfect post.
And then he jumps back in. Hold on a minute.
I'm coming out of the closet. Hey, it's One's own Clubby, the disco bowler, on the strobe, XM83, Sirius 81. And this next one reminds me of the movie Boogie Nights. You know, I'm hung like Dirk Diggler when he was 8. I believe in miracles. You sexy thing by Hot Chocolate.
Oh, he said sexy thing in the wrong.
Sexy
I know.
thing.
I screwed up that part.
You messed it all up.
Yeah, I screwed up that part.
Yeah, you certainly did.
Get down and get back up again. It's me, One's own Clubby, the disco bowler, on the strobe, XM83, Sirius 81. Get ready to fuck, because here comes the Bee Gees with Night Fever. I meant funk. Maurice is my favorite.
Get ready to fuck. Holy shit.
That's funny, man.
I like that one.
Why can't, whatever. Why can't we do this for real? If there was a channel like this on Sirius, I wouldn't listen to anything else.
No.
Why do you always have to, play it serious?
Oh, God, is that great.
One more from the disco baller himself.
Oh.
Love blue suede shoes. It's Clubby, the disco baller, here on the strobe, XM83, Sirius 81, and this nun can really belt out a tune. Let's all get jiggy with this holy person. It's Sister Sledge. 5, 4, 3, 2.
What the fuck?
1.
You fucked it all up. First of all, no one hits the post by counting.
Go.
And yelling, go.
I did my own thing.
Wow.
Yeah, I keep it real.
You keep it real, all right. Real stupid. And then why are you saying getting jiggy with it?
It had that same type of...
That's like the name of the song, ain't it?
He's the Greatest Dancer by Sister Sledge.
I don't know.
Yeah, getting jiggy with it is later on. That's not really the
Will,
disco era. You shouldn't be using the vernacular of, another decade.
Well, Will Smith sampled that according to E-Rock.
Oh, is that what it was?
I wouldn't know that, but that's what E-Rock said.
Oh, okay. Then there is a tie-in, and I'm a douchebag
see?
for not knowing it.
I was on the right track.
Yeah, I wish you were on a train track. Oh, that Kenny. He is a pisser.
People are saying, why not have you just guest DJ on 202 with your disco hits?
Could do that.
We could do that. One time only.
It's up to you.
You prepare and you do one. You do a quick hour. What's your
up to
favorite? Classic disco.
Oh yeah, you should.
You should.
It's up to you.
Do you think he
What are they saying
earned
over
the
there?
slot?
Let me see what they're saying over here.
Hell yeah, I'd listen. He sounds like those ride operators on the boardwalk in Jersey, right? I'd rather listen to Kenny than that Limey. Some people.
Oh no.
What Limey?
What would management say?
Oh, people like that.
Well, I guess they're wondering what management would say if Kenny actually did it.
What Limey? Who's the who?
Australian guy. Right?
Wow, am I lost?
What? I'm lost too. Actually.
What's his name?
be
He's on our
honest with you.
fucking channel sometimes. The Australian guy.
What?
Okay, Jason Ellis.
Yeah, some people
Jesus,
don't like
I
Jason.
lost.
My name is Danny, and Anthony's talking about Jason Ellis.
There was somebody that didn't like Jason.
I like Jason.
And my name is Danny again, and this guy Rich on feedback
Hi,
says
Danny again.
that Kenny should get his own radio station in the next GTA.
What would management say?
All right, maybe we give Kenny like 1 hour. One lousy hour, Kenny.
You can say that again.
One lousy hour. Where's Chris Cornell?
I don't know.
We're getting ready for Chris Cornell.
Did you hear yet?
Pete Dominic's here.
Is Chris Cornell here?
I didn't see him.
Oh.
Let's say hi to Marcos in Yonkers. Marcos?
Hey, what's up, boys?
What's up, Marcos?
Come on.
Going on? No, you guys were talking about, you talking about you having a baby earlier. You dodged the bullet, man. Because when you break up with a girl, you don't have no kids, you don't have to see their fucking face again. But when you got a kid with a girl, she's in your life for the rest of your life, bro.
Yep. How about that shit, right, yo?
Oh, man, I regret it, man. I love my son, but I regret it, man. So you dodged the bullet, bro. I just wanted to tell you that.
Bet you do.
And it's not like you guys put the kid in the middle of anything, right?
No, but still, man, you always have to see her face. You always have to deal with her. You always have to talk on the phone. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, you got to talk to your ex-girlfriend or ex-wife forever. Even after you're done paying at 18, you still got to talk to them. It's seeing them at the wedding and the
seeing
fucking...
them at like events. Yeah, it's just a constant attachment to someone you hate.
And it's like, oh, the baby needs this. Oh, my lights are about to get turned off. Can you send me some money? And it's like, oh, you got to do it because if not, your kid lives in the dark.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you, sir.
Just get your kid a flashlight. Fuck the mother.
Let's go to Angie. Angie, Pennsylvania. What's up, Angie?
Not much. The John Gosselin partied with some of my friends here at my college.
Really?
Seriously.
And?
Not much happened. I mean, he played beer pong and posed for pictures and bought a bunch of people drinks, especially even like guys. So they made a lot more out of it than it actually was. But it was kind of funny.
Yeah, I'd imagine that nothing was really happening.
Yeah, they were trying to track down one of my friends because she was in a picture with him on Facebook, and
Oh, really?
it's funny. Oh yeah.
You know, it's so easy to be like a TMZ star. Just give him a call and go, look, I let him, pop me in the shitter.
Pop me in the shitter.
And the only way I'll give you an exclusive is if you say exactly that on your TV show. He popped me in the shitter.
He popped me in the shitter.
I guess my roommate was watching John and Kate Plus 8, and they mentioned his indiscretions with co-eds, and Kate was like, well, he's not going to do that again. Okay. Bullshit, because his mom lives in the town where our college is.
Right. I think he's just having a good time.
Yeah.
He's enjoying his celebrity.
A little fun.
Yeah. All right, Angie, thank you.
Thanks.
We're going to take a break.
Thanks.
And hopefully... Oh, he's
here.
What the fuck? He's here. All right, we'll take a quick break. We'll talk to Chris Cornell next. Opie and Anthony. Oh, we got to get right back on the radio. One of my favorite singers of the last, I don't know, whatever.
Of the last quite a while.
Yeah, I would say quite a while. Let's just put it this way: Chris Cornell, one of the greatest singers.
Yes.
He's got one of the sickest voices ever.
Yep.
Ever, I say.
And he writes.
And he writes?
Yeah.
What does he write?
Writes music.
What's up, Jimmy? Why you got your hood on?
No, what I guess, or I just dropped in the fucking
the
little room in there with E-Rock and Butcher.
I'm glad you
okay.
bring it in here.
Poor Liam is in there, and he had to be
in.
fucking victimized, too.
Oh, shit.
Walking down the hall is Chris Cornell. How cool is this?
Look, that guy is just, he oozes rock and roll.
Yeah, he's got
rock and roll.
Chris Cornell, everyone.
Rock star.
Making his way into the studio.
He's a goddamn rock star, what they call it.
What is it called?
A rock star.
Yeah,
he's a rock star.
Out. Chris Cornell, how are you, sir?
There he is.
Right. What's going on, bro?
What's up, Chris?
Hi.
Hanging. It's Jimmy Norton.
Do you hate
Danny?
Do you hate doing this stuff?
No,
be honest.
This is my favorite thing to do.
Yeah.
To actually to be on the radio?
Yeah, especially in the morning live. I'm not kidding, because you can't actually do this. You can't do this job that you do unless you're good at it.
Wow.
This time of day with so many listeners.
It does suck.
You'll get fired.
You're absolutely right. You know, the worst part?
Be funny, you know. As long as you're either smart or really funny. You can be a funny idiot. That's great.
Yeah.
Or you can be really smart. That works.
Would you ever do radio or podcasting or any of that stuff?
Not really, no.
You don't want
I just figured some type of compelling.
Don't mind.
You got to be kind of compelling in some way, whether it's funny or an asshole or whatever it is.
Something, yeah.
Yeah, just something.
Exactly.
Just be something.
The hardest part of the job is getting up in the morning and coming in. Once I'm in, I'm like, all right. But when I first wake up, it's just like when I was in construction. I go like, oh, motherfucker, I can't get out of bed. This sucks. Fuck. And then you get up and you're like, okay, now I just get to hang out and talk
when does
badmouth people.
I remember my first day of kindergarten.
Really?
Like it was yesterday. And I remember, and the thing was, I remember being woken up before I wanted to be. And I remember thinking, all you guys ever want me to do is be asleep. And now you want me to get up when I don't want to.
And that starts a whole life of having to do that.
Exactly. And I remember it like, and I hated it. I couldn't believe it. And then they just dropped me off at this place. I don't know where it is. And there's other kids. And I didn't, that was
Dude, how odd was that? Because
so not right.
I talk all the time about how I fucking was the biggest crybaby growing up. Like, I would cry at the drop of a hat. And when I got dropped off at kindergarten, my mother dropped me off. And then I assumed she was just going to follow me into the classroom. And I sat there, like, so she walks me to the door. No, it was like this big thing. And I think she knew, because she knew my personality at the time. So the kindergarten teacher came out and met me and grabbed my hand and starts walking. And then I look and see my mother walking the other way. I was like, what? I lost my mind.
She didn't warm you up to this whole new experience, because it goes against everything you were taught as a little fucker.
Yeah,
that you don't leave with strangers
unless you're dropped off by your parents with them,
right?
Yeah.
And abandoned
I was sold
in a
into
strange
slavery.
place. Yeah.
Were you the kid they had to pick up like 20 minutes later?
No, I wrote it out.
You were able to ride it out?
I wrote it out.
I was the kid where I went over to my friend's house, and by the time my mom got back to our house, which was like a 5-minute ride, she got the phone call to come get me because I was crying like a little fucking bitch.
Couple of freaking fairies we were.
But I was 5.
I didn't have that option. Everybody was 5 when they got dropped off at kindergarten.
I know, like we were 18.
No, I didn't. I just wanted, no, I was telling a slightly different story, so I didn't want Chris to think that I was 18 and I was crying for mommy.
Everyone was 5.
Well, not my. I'm trying to get my 3-year-old to just like slowly get into it, and he's not having it. And
really?
So we would go and sort of just sit in the parking lot and watch the kids, and then he'd be kind of like, "Yeah, I'll go play. I'll go hang out with them." You know, he's almost 3.5.
Yeah.
And then, you know, that lasts about literally 4 minutes. And he's like, I want to go home. And, and I remember it so well. I have vivid memories of being a little kid for some reason. I've like a lot of the 90s, I don't remember anything. But being at that age, I remember. So I'm not really pushing him, you know. I'm like, whatever. He's too young anyway. He's just getting used to the idea.
Yeah.
But,
yeah.
I hated the institution of school where they put everybody in one place. They judge them by the same criteria, make them do the same stuff. I went to Catholic school, so you have to wear the same clothes. Everything was the same, and that was like I realized that I hated life then. I didn't know that I would end up doing the job that I do, but it's the perfect job for me.
Yeah,
it's exactly what I should be doing because I hated everything about school and everything about institutions. Mostly from the first grade. Kindergarten's cool because you did the cut and paste. There's nap time. you get to play records.
So you're pretty much writing off school after kindergarten.
By first grade, my life sucked. Kindergarten wasn't that bad. You get to bring in like your own records. Everyone brought in kids' records. I brought in the 45 of Hey Jude.
No way.
Yeah,
really?
That's my famous kindergarten story. I brought in Hey Jude, and they would not play it.
Wow.
Why?
And I didn't understand. I don't know. Maybe because it's long. Maybe because there was some screaming. Because it wasn't a little kid record.
Didn't
I didn't know
xylophone in it.
Exactly. I didn't know what little kid records were.
My kindergarten memories are from fucking being yelled at from Mrs. Slavic, from picking my nose and eating it, and for making other students listening to Teddy Clouser go to the bathroom. I'll be like, look, he's going to the bathroom. We'd all put our ears against the bathroom door and giggle.
You were a deviant even back then, man.
Yeah, you were bad.
That's why kids like me hated fucking school. Tortured.
Did you make it all the way through the 12 years, or did you say
no?
At some point?
7th grade was the last year I finished.
Yeah.
And then I went to 8th grade sort of a couple times.
Wait,
over a couple years.
Can I just, how do you get away with like dropping out of school in 7th grade?
Well, I went to 8th grade and didn't finish.
But did your parents?
I left home, kind of, and then I tried 8th grade again the following year. And I started school a year early, so like psychologically, I could talk myself into it's not so hard on my ego. Like I'm not an idiot. I started a year early. Then the second attempt at 8th grade didn't go that well.
Jesus.
And
where were you living if you left home?
I was living with my grandparents, who I could pretty much run the show. They're old enough where it was pretty easy. I became like Kreskin with my grandparents. Pretty much anything could appear and disappear at any time. And they're on lots of medication, so I would take their prescription Benadryl and take it to school and trade it for real drugs and stuff like that. I was running the show.
Yeah.
And once you get a taste of that, even if it's at 13, you kind of are going to run the show after that.
The same thing happened because I went a little further. I think I went to like 11th grade, and then I was fucking up so bad, and the dean of boys, whatever it is, told me, look, why don't you just take the year off and come back next year and, do whatever you want to do, but come back and finish next year because you can't. He goes, there's no way you're passing this year. I go, okay. So I went out and I worked, and I'm making money. I had fucking money for cigarettes and a little whiskey in the Jack Daniels in the woods with my friends, on the weekends and
you
shit.
get a taste of that. There's
and then, I went back to school, and I'm like, great, now I'm fucking broke again. I got people telling me what to do. So I just said, screw it. And
once you get a job, because that happened to me, I started working full time, I think before you're even legally supposed to.
Yeah.
And then I could pay for everything. I didn't have to take anybody's crap. And but that, obviously, at some point in my life, I wished that I would have finished school.
Yeah, don't you kind of, it hits you at one point, you're like, I would have liked to have been a fighter pilot.
Well,
I wanted to be an astronaut.
I actually write for a living, writing song lyrics, and I can barely spell my own name. So that's been a problem.
Yeah, but it's kind of like you were kind of right to not like the institution because, I didn't graduate high school either, and it's like not that you don't need that if you want to be a doctor or a lawyer, but you made a great living being creative.
That's true.
And despite what they would have taught you, what they would have taught you would have meant nothing.
Yeah, I think there are things about it that would have been helpful. But I'm sitting on the other side of it as a successful musician, whereas I could have easily been sitting on this side of it as a non-successful musician with no education. So it's hard enough to get a job. There are a lot of very educated people that can't get jobs now. So you don't want to be on the list of the guy that doesn't have it.
No, you realize the element of luck that's involved also in getting to where you are. If you're lucky enough to do radio or be a musician that's successful and shit.
Yeah, it's rare.
For the most part, you're just some guy that's working a shit job because you didn't finish high school.
Let me ask you this: now that you're a parent, if your kid came to you and said, "I'm dropping out,"
I would say, "You see that tree out in the backyard? I want you to go break off the longest, thinnest branch and bring it straight to me.
You'd want him to at least try to give school a shot, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there are a couple of ways to look at it. One of the things is it's a little bit like you're dean of students in a way. It's sort of like they kind of make you feel like you have to graduate in the same time frame everybody else, and you're judged by the same criteria. I think, I encourage the educational part of it, and the time frame part of it. I don't know that I would necessarily push as much. I don't think any kid really belongs 2 grades behind in school. But in terms of like going into college or getting more education, I don't think it has to happen within a very specific amount of time. I could go to college now.
Yeah,
no one taught me that.
Right.
I didn't know that. I thought if you don't graduate high school by 18, you're going to live under a bridge for the rest of your life, and that's that.
You only have one shot.
Yeah,
that's a great point. Yeah, but
and
there
it's not
is
true.
a lot of pressure on people to graduate and get right into college.
Yeah.
Get the whole life thing started. On the right track. And it is kind of bullshit because people they progress at different speeds. So why shove somebody into college if they're not ready for it?
Exactly, and especially with the attention span part of it, because I feel like right now at this point in my life, I could take any course and learn anything and be totally focused on it, and it's no problem. I have no distractions. I was super ADD in high school, that's why I never really finished anything. I would just find myself staring out the window and wanting to do other stuff.
Yeah,
and then
drawing.
over time, I kind of that changed.
Didn't you find, though, that by being a dropout, like, I kind of figured, like, if I don't make it, I got nothing. Like, it kind of made me, I left no safety net. I'm like, I either get where I'm going to go or I am fucking in deep trouble.
True, yeah.
Did everyone in this room drop out?
Yeah, we're all
Opie's
fools.
the only one.
Incredible.
I know, we're terrible. We're all a bunch of dropouts.
Yeah, a room full of millionaires and me.
He's got to be doing all right by now, right?
Yeah, Jimmy's all right.
Oh, God. Musically, I wanted to ask you about the James Bond theme.
Uh-huh.
Like, did you think that was just another gig or something, or was it
first,
cool
yeah.
to you? Like, oh, that's kind of because there have been some really good James Bond songs and some really shitty ones.
Yeah,
and it kind of does put you in the position where the song is judged.
Yeah.
Separate from the movie.
It's true.
It's part of the movie.
It's
but
true.
It's like, wow, if you put out a shitty Bond song, you're like Madonna. She put out one, and it was terrible, and she caught a bunch of shit for it. But I got to tell you,
hers wasn't really a Bond song. I know the inside information. Yep. It was just it was like a song that didn't make her last record.
Yeah.
And so she just changed the word, put the title of the movie into the song.
There's a sound to a good Bond song
Right.
I can't put my finger on it, but it's a fucking Bond song.
Exactly.
And yours was one of the best. I'm not just kissing your ass. It was one of the best Bond songs I ever heard. I actually downloaded it and have it on my iPod as just a fucking great song.
Cool.
It really it's a good song. Did you you co-wrote it?
I wrote most of it.
Most of it, yeah.
I actually wrote an entire one, and then I was working with David Arnold, who does the score for all the Bond films, and he'd kind of wanted me to get involved with him in writing it so that musically we could use the basic melody as a recurring theme throughout the score.
Which was cool. It went through the whole movie.
The melodies that I came up with, he did do that with. But I had a whole song finished, and I played for him. And there are parts of it I didn't really like, and he really didn't like the same parts I didn't like. And so I thought, what, I'm gonna let this guy in, and we'll do this together. And no one made me do it. I liked him. David Arnold's a brilliant guy. He's a genius musician, and we just kind of finished it together. We produced it together, played all the instruments, except of course the orchestra. We didn't.
Yeah, the
orchestra. Weren't running around doing that.
We played the orchestra.
Yeah. Oboe, right? How do you play it? Let's do this. But the funny thing is that they told me we don't want this to really sound like any other James Bond song. And you can do anything you want because we got this new guy, and I already knew who he was, and I'd seen part of the movie. I knew it was going to be great, and they said, "So do whatever you want." And so I sort of went out of my way to try to write a song that wouldn't sound like a James Bond theme, and then it totally ended up sounding like that, which I think is really great. I got lucky, but I kind of looked at it like Live and Let Die. When I was a little kid and I heard Live and Let Die, I didn't know that it had anything to do with a movie. I just thought it was an amazing
It was a
song.
cool song,
It's one of the
right,
best
exactly.
Paul McCartney songs solo
You
ever.
really do forget.
But did he write that for Bond?
Yes, for
Yeah,
the movie
yeah,
Live and Let
you
Die.
just forget
Yeah,
that.
I didn't know because
Yeah.
you know my
great point.
parents didn't take me to the theater to see Bond movies when I was 10. So, but yeah, it was the song. You know, it lived independently of the film.
Yeah.
The film lived independently of the song, but they worked together. I was an idiot though at first when I first got the call and they said, you know, they want you to do a song for the James Bond movie. Me being American, I didn't understand what that meant. I thought because I have lots of songs in lots of movies where they're just kind of in there. And I thought, oh, okay, you know, that's
yeah,
whatever.
Sure. No, it's like, no, this is like a big thing for James Bond movies.
And I didn't get it until I got on the phone and I talked to the people that you talk to, and I said, I'm not going to get in a songwriting contest. So if you want me to do it, I'll do it. If you don't, no, but I'm not. It's not going to be, you know, you're going to wait. I'm not going to do all this work and then have you, you know, have it be part of a list of songs and then choose. You either choose me and I'll do it and I'll make sure it's great, or go to hell. And they're like, no, we want you. And then I still was kind of not getting it. And then then I started doing interviews, and it started by phone, and I was at home, and they're like, so. Tell me, how does it feel to have been chosen to the next James? You must be 10 feet above your chair. And I'm like, wow. And I kind of had to make it up, like, sort of, you know, it's really amazing. I'm kind of like, I guess Americans don't really get this, do they? And then I did this press junket, and it was like that. People from all over the world, like, weeping about the next Bond thing.
Nice. What pressure, though, man? Like, they're already saying, like, how amazing this is.
Oh, yeah.
Write a great one. And you're like, aren't great ones, so usually you kind of stumble on them.
It's been like Goldfinger was a song years ago that got very popular on the radio because of Goldfinger and stuff. So Bond's songs are either hit or miss. Duran Duran.
They had a huge. They were the last
huge
one that really had a big hit. And
Yeah.
there
What
was
was
a
their
bunch of them that. There was the one with the dance into the fire. That one. Isn't that it?
Was the Spy
View
Who
to a
Loved
Kill.
Me?
View to a Kill,
I had
yeah.
to get to the cars in my
Yeah,
head.
yeah.
View to a Kill was there.
They did a great job with that.
Which was another really good
Really
Bond
good.
song for the time, especially.
For the time, it was a big hit. And I think that was
yeah.
like the last one that was like a.
That was a big one.
hit.
You know what was good with your song was the way, and you were saying it earlier, the orchestra used it throughout the entire movie, so you'd have like a mysterious part of the movie, and you'd hear the melody of that song, but done in this very moody, kind of thick, mysterious way, and then an action sequence would have part of the song on it too. So
That was
to have
all-
it run through the movie like that was very cool.
And that worked out really well, and that was, you know, I hats off to David Arnold for just putting it out there, because he didn't know me, and we met, and he just kind of said, you know, I'd really like to work with you on this if you'd like. I know you don't have to, and you know, he didn't know who I was or what I was going to be like.
How'd you get
know?
picked? Like who? Someone.
I think it was a few people. I think a woman named Leah Volek who does music for films. You know, she sort of finds people for the right song and the right person to do the movie. David Arnold, I think, helped.
Were they like fans that just kind of go like,
a woman
yeah, I
named
like
Jody
this guy.
Gerson who's been worked with a publishing company of mine for years, helped. It's their job and their fans,
Yeah.
you know. And I think the main thing was Daniel Craig got me the job, because they get Daniel Craig and they've got this guy. It's like, now we're going to have this new James Bond who doesn't take any shit, and he does all his own stunts, and he doesn't do anything that a human being can't do. And it's based on the first Bond book, so the first book that Bond is in, so it's sort of more of a tangible story. So now we need to get like an unapologetically male singer. That was their criteria. And then my name came up.
Cool.
So it's like, let's get a guy who's a guy, and he'll sing it like a guy, and he's not, and it'll be okay, and no one's gonna get mad at that, and that's how I got the job.
Hey, did you submit it and go like, this is it, or do they have a part of the creative process? Were you like, this is the song, or they go, hey, we like it, but
I played a demo for David, and then we demoed the song together. We did a second demo, and gave it to them, and they're like, we love it, we love it, we love you, we love it. And that was
great.
Yeah.
And there it is. Perfect.
And they also said, this doesn't usually happen this easily. And I said, well,
Wow.
for me, this is how I like things to go. I don't like I don't like the rewrites. I've never scrapped an album and then gone and re-recorded it, or I'll try to make sure it's what I want at the time.
One take, cut, print, perfect.
Yeah.
Exactly.
A man his size would have trouble writing a James Bond theme song.
I love that fucking movie.
Stupid George Animal Steel walking on the wall. Fucking George Johnson.
Damn. Audio Slave. Now, when you're working with Audio Slave, you would come into one of the other studios we were at before. We were, summarily thrown out, I guess.
Kicked out of there.
As it happens.
There's less security there, though.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Here it's like...
You seem more important here.
Yeah, we seem more important. That's good. It's good illusion because it certainly is not the truth.
Certainly isn't the shit. What happened with Audio Slave? It was just time to move on.
Yeah, we did.
I mean, we don't have to get too crazy.
We did a lot. We made 3 albums in a really short period of time.
Got to play Cuba.
We got to play Cuba. Our third album, I think, was kind of our best, really, in terms of, I think we finally sort of defined who we were as a band. The first couple we were sort of, going in two different directions.
That had to be rough.
And well, it was great. I mean, even the first album, I love the songs. I love all the records. The third album, I think, sounds the best by far. Mm-hmm. But I also think it sort of has more of a cohesive sound in terms of the songwriting. And that was the time when, for me, I think, 2 things were happening. One was there's a whole bunch of business stuff that we never really dealt with that was really kind of tangled from the beginning because it was 2 separate entities, and it was time to deal with that. We weren't really agreeing on that stuff that much. And the other thing was that we were at a stage where musically we were going to have to sort of reinvent who we were and how we did it, like Soundgarden did, going from Bad Motorfinger to Super Unknown. Mm-hmm. By Bad Motorfinger, we had been a band for 8 or so years. It just only indie people had heard of us. So that was the first album where people really heard of us. But we had defined ourselves on that album. It was time to move on, and it was difficult, to reinvent your band and who you are and the way you write musically. And we did that. And I saw that as being something I'd done before, and thought, if I'm going to go into, if I'm going to dig that deep, I think I'd rather just sort of go back to being a solo guy.
Mm-hmm. You guys had creative, artistically? It's got to be hard with a bunch of, because I know, was it too political for you or not political enough, or did that get in the way?
No, we got, in the very beginning, that was an issue, and we got over that pretty quickly.
Yeah, it seemed like you guys did.
Because I quit.
You said, fuck that.
Before the first record came out. But no,
why? You didn't want it to be as political as it was?
Well, I didn't want to. I have no problem with somebody deciding to make that their focus of their art, but I'm not like that. That's just not natural for me. It would be just a stupid record. I write songs like that come out. They come out when they come out, and I can't force it. It just happens or it doesn't happen.
Right. There's no agenda behind it or motive, just whatever you feel creatively as an artist.
Exactly. I mean, even on the newest record, it's produced by Timbaland. There are a couple songs on there that have sort of social political themes that just kind of came out because they did.
But you didn't go into it going, man, I'm gonna take on the establishment, man.
Yeah, and it's also, I didn't, and I'm not making any judgments here or anything either, but when you sign a record deal with Sony International, and what songs are you gonna really sing and still sort of feel like that all kind of makes sense?
Yeah. You know something? I've always thought that it's like you're working for the man.
Yeah, and it's
who are you bashing?
It's a weird thing, and I've had that issue. That was a big Seattle problem. There was
oh hell yeah,
and it was a problem I think with Audio Slave as well, and probably a problem with Rage Against the Machine, which Morello referred to as the punk rock guilt, which is we came from the punk rock school of things, which was anti-establishment and anti-corporate. But at some point you're thinking, here we are doing all of this. We're working our asses off, writing all these songs, making these records. We want as many people as we can to hear them. Why shouldn't we be Led Zeppelin? Why shouldn't we have as many people listen to our songs as them? There's no reason not to. Mm-hmm. And then all of a sudden, like at least four bands out of Seattle have multi-platinum success, and everyone's sort of looking at each other trying to pretend like, we're still, in the garage, and it's not the case,
Yeah.
And everyone's real careful with what kind of cars they're driving because they don't want to look. It's like, I know how much money you make, so if you're driving the Toyota, it doesn't, because you're not fooling anybody.
You're only driving
we struggled with it. Everybody struggled with it, and
guilt. That's
you saw it.
Man.
It came up a lot.
Because if material success or selling a lot of albums or becoming more and more famous doesn't mean that as artists you've sold out. It just means that you've connected with a lot of people and that there's a message you're giving which a lot of people like.
But
so there's nothing to be ashamed of in that.
It does change your outlook on things where when you spend all those years writing that first album, and now you're successful and have to come up with that second album. First of all, you spent, you could have been 15 when you started writing your first album.
Yeah.
And you have all this emotion and stuff, and the album's great. Now you got, a year to come up with the next one.
Not even a year. I mean, back in the day, it was like if you made an album and it took you 5 years and you got a record deal and they put it out, and suddenly it's the biggest thing since sliced bread. You got like 2 months.
Yeah, put out it now. Do it again.
Go.
It's like, wait, that was my whole life.
Yeah.
That's why now I got to come up with a whole new life. But again, your outlook gets different, even though you want to keep thinking the way you were thinking and stuff. Just the thing of, I need a corporate name. I need to make a corporation, and I gotta sign forms from a lawyer and do that. Your outlook on things change. You're not the same.
Yeah, you have to be aware of a lot more.
Yeah,
things.
you got to kind of keep an eye on things and an eye on people, and it changes your outlook.
Is it hard when you're going fuck society and then society goes, but we love you? We think you're terrific.
For Soundgarden had that was a crisis actually for us, a legitimate one, which was we were used to having to prove ourselves everywhere we went because we were an indie band for a long time. We'd go to the club in Houston and the club in New Orleans, and you play, and first in front of like the bartender and the janitor and some cross-dresser, and then the second time through there'd be about 40 people and some of them wouldn't have your first record, and then the third time through it would start to get kind of full, and you'd go on and like that sort of slowly but surely, and it's a long process, and at some point you get this it's us against the world, and then all of a sudden you're playing a hockey arena and everyone's there to love you. We didn't really know how to deal with that.
Yeah.
We were it's like us against you kind of thing, and now it's like now you're singing our songs and you love us, and we didn't really know how to deal with that, and we didn't know how to be who we were, how we had learned to be, and share the love. Now I have as a solo artist, I have the opposite thing. The first Audioslave show was really weird because I remember sort of approaching Tom on stage and approaching Tim on stage and smiling and seeing like these stern sort of looks, frowns back at me, just because they'd never done that before. That wasn't part of the program.
We're not having a good time. We hate this.
Like, why are you frowning? There's a private plane outside.
And that changed. Like everybody loosened up and we started to have a good time. But for me now, it's kind of like I enjoy the audience likes my songs and
it's different.
Have a great time.
The different thing about Soundgarden though was you guys never came off as a real like bitter, angry, where every lyric of every song was about how establishment sucks and stuff. And it's like what you said before.
No,
if it came out that way, so when you had so many fans starting to just love the music, it didn't come off like oh fuck, these guys they're world haters and shit, and it just came off as
we
great
never had
music.
a backlash of any kind.
Rage is different in that every song they wrote was, wait a minute, he's pretty much singing that he wants me dead, but I love the music.
But I love it. I love this band.
So that came across as almost hypocritical on their part, that they embraced the corporation and the money that they were making and everything, but yet on stage
singing against all that.
It's kind of like, all right, I get it, I enjoy it, but don't try to tell me that you're really into this and tooth and nail. You're actually going down Rodeo with a shotgun.
Well, I think that that's something that's like a monster you build and then you have to struggle with it. Like I know only personally know about what Tom does, and Tom does spend a large part of his life giving back. He has a thing called Axis of Justice, and he's extremely involved in helping out different people from different demographics that need help from people like him because nobody else cares. And he definitely walks the walk, and I always said that about him. But at the same time, you know, you're still having to kind of be in bed with big scary companies.
You're shaking hands with certain people that you're like, ugh, I know you're a scumbag.
Yeah, and you know, I guess there's a certain amount of beauty of the fact that a large part of that industry is sort of dying off, and the scumbags don't really have a place in the world anymore, and at least in the music business, and which is good.
Yeah, because of the downloads, right? The record companies are getting cut out a lot of
digital media.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think you're going to see like a resurgence of mom and pop record stores because people are always going to want CDs and LPs, and all of the big stores that put those places out of business or made them struggle are going out of business because they can't sell the volume that they need to sell in order to stay open.
No, you watch these huge mega stores
They're all going down.
Yeah.
I like that point, though, mom and pop stores.
I got to disagree, though. I don't think it's going to happen because
nothing better than mom and pop stores, just walking around and going downstairs to the basement record store and checking out shit.
For us, because we grew up like that, the people who haven't bought a CD, like there's 17-year-olds, I think 40% of them didn't buy a CD. For them, music is automatically just taken offline. They never hold anything.
Whatsoever.
Yeah, they would have no desire to do that.
I got to ask, because everyone's asking, Soundgarden, would you ever get the boys back together for something?
We've never really talked about doing that. So
when it
I've
was
always
done,
said
it was
you
done.
never know, because you never do know. Anything can happen.
Does it bother you? I'm sorry, man. I was saying, I saw the Trent Reznor badmouth, and I'm like, as an artist, as a radio show, we get like if another radio show attacks us, it's like doubly fucking aggravating.
Does that happen to you?
Yes.
Really? I didn't know it happened to me. I mean, I know there's radio wars, sort of, but you guys, it's bad.
They get really bad sometimes.
So really?
Yeah.
But it's like we get angrier at another radio show than we would at somebody who's not, and it's like, and then Trent Reznor, who I don't know if you're friends with him or not. I always thought he was kind of a jizz bucket. That's just my take on him.
Wow.
I never really liked him.
Jizz bucket.
That's just my take on him. Fuck him.
Right.
Never liked him. We get it.
You never liked 9 Inch Nails?
Never. But he's shitting on your new thing. It's like, for what?
Yeah, I don't know. I never met him. Soundgarden was. We were a fan of his, especially his video, but his video and Head Like a Hole.
Yeah, it's very
I heard that.
creepy.
I loved that. We hired the same guys that did that video to do the Jesus Christ Pose video, based on that. And then, that was kind of it for me as far as being a fan. But I liked that. I never met him. I never read what he said about my Timbaland record. Making a record with Timbaland and me being me, I knew there was going to be people that were going to talk shit. That's sort of that's like a script someone wrote for you.
It's kind of not fair because what Chris does a lot is you try to come up with new sounds and stuff. You're brave enough to try different things.
Well, I have a lot of musical influences that can't really get completely exercised in certain formats. And like on the Timbaland album, I was like huge into late 60s, early 70s R&B, funk rock, soul music. And like I got to do a lot of that on this album that, I'll never be able to do like that again. I was never really able to authentically do it before. And now I get to go take that out live. I'll always get to take that out live, and it's great. I love playing the songs live. They go over great live.
Awesome.
So for me, it's been a huge success. But like he said something that's like on Twitter, which is like you can basically put one paragraph. And so I added him so I can see what he says, and he doesn't like bring it up anymore. I think he said one little thing and then it was sort of repeated over and over and over.
Sort of just like a mental kind of I'm just going to blurt this shit out and then leave it alone.
But what I do see is he does talk about Star Trek a lot. which is he's got opinions about a lot of stuff. But he talks about Star Trek a lot.
Wow.
And that
right.
I don't know what tale that tells, but it tells some kind of a tale.
Fucking nerd.
There is a group that talks about Star Trek, and maybe he gets a little preoccupied with it. And in fact, the new I see it on the cover of the magazine here. The new Star Trek movie is out. He was talking to people about that. I think everybody's happy about it.
5 stars.
Yeah,
5 stars in the paper.
Yeah, in the paper.
You know, I don't like Trent Reznor because years ago I dated a girl named Liz who had a thing for him, and she goes, he's bisexual, and she said she masturbated thinking about me and him fucking.
Jimmy.
And it always annoyed me from then. It was like,
that was it.
Yeah, because she thought he was like really deep, and I was like,
all right, now at least we know that why.
Yeah, that's why I kind of dislike him.
As far you brought up the videos just before. When you look back at 90s videos, did you realize at the time that they would have such a distinct look to them? Because they do. When you look back at like Nirvana videos and 9 Inch Nail videos, your guys, it had this weird, blurry, fuzzy background edge thing and old people's faces close up, kind of.
You know why?
And they started using it in commercials for like neosynephrine.
You know why? Because it's the same guy that directed all of those videos, or the same 2 guys who started out as partners, and then it's those same guys that directed the commercials.
Really?
Yeah, it's the same handful of people.
I wondered, because I started seeing commercials that looked like the videos, and I'm like, that's it, these videos are done.
That's when you know you're in trouble.
Yeah, it's the same guys. It was like 2 guys. And I got in like a big fight with one of them because he did one of our videos, and he made it so smoky that you couldn't see who we were. And it was the first time MTV had guaranteed we were going to get heavy rotation. So it was like, okay, so we want to show people who we are. And the whole time we're filming, I'm sort of yelling like, there's smoke everywhere. And he's like, no, don't worry, it won't show up on camera. And like, what do I know? I'm not a filmmaker. I don't know what's going to show up on camera and what isn't. And we get the first cut. You can't see anything,
It's your Spinal Tap moment.
Yeah, and the same guy was doing that 17-minute long Metallica video with the old man's face.
Right, the old man's face.
He wouldn't clean up the edit, so we had to reshoot it. And then two months later, he sends us a new edit he does just to piss me off, where actually he did do it where you can't see any of the smoke and you can see all of our faces. And we never used that video, but I didn't like most of them anyway.
What about Black Hole Sun, which was a very
I love that video.
popular, and that video is weird, really creepy if you looked at it.
That video was Howard Greenlaw, and that was us like basically saying, look, we keep trying to sort of come up with all these images and these ideas, and we can't find directors who will do it right. So let's just pick a guy that has a good idea, and we're just going to show up and pretend to play like you're supposed to, and let the guy do his thing. And that's what we did with Black Hole Sun.
That was cool because it was kind of the first real public display of morphing.
Yeah,
I think really. And
I remember him telling us. Yeah, he's British, and he was like telling us when you get the final version, it's going to be weirder than this. The first one was really weird anyway.
Yeah,
so it didn't matter.
But then the first time I saw it, and you saw someone smile, and then their mouth got really strange. I was like, hey, what's that? This video's scaring me.
Exactly.
Was that before Michael Jackson's Black and White?
I think I don't know.
And it was different. It was like that was a morph, kind of a face-to-face change morph video. Yeah. This was a face where all of a sudden the eyes would get like distorting and disturbingly big, and the nose would twist, and the smile was weird.
It all worked.
Just a freaky video,
Absolutely.
man.
That's
really
another
cool
thing that I saw in commercials. To this day, I see that video being ripped off in commercials. That same sort of like over-the-top kind of post-war perfect suburbia that gets twisted into some weird perversion.
Yeah, or it's usually for some dog food commercial where the dog goes, what? And their eyes get really big because he's getting a sausage or something. That's saying Chris has
to leave.
That sucks, man.
Well, I got the flu, so I got
it's all right. We all do, too. Don't worry about it.
It's say it's the swine flu. I don't know what that means. It's I ate too much pork, too many club sandwiches.
That's nicer than the way I got it.
Well, the CD's called Scream. They're saying it's in stores now. I mean,
Yeah, Chris is
just
been
download
great.
the damn thing, will you?
Chris is doing Letterman this Friday.
What stores?
Yeah.
There are no stores.
Wait, you're doing Letterman?
I did Letterman
Yesterday?
last night, but it's going to be aired Friday.
You're on with our pal Brian Regan, who was in here
Comedian,
yesterday.
yeah.
Wow, that's going to be a great Letterman. You
He
got
was
Chris
funny.
Cornell
Oh, yeah.
singing,
Yeah.
and you got Brian
Watch
Regan.
for the end because he comes up. Letterman comes up behind after we're done with the song, and I don't know where he is. I can hear his voice, and I turn around and I hit his hand with the headstock of my guitar and on his knuckle, and I know what that feels like because it's obviously happened to me.
Yeah,
and I hit the shit out of his hand, and it was by accident. And he's really, he's a total pro. He's like. He did that thing where he kind of goes, "Ow, that kind of hurts," and you know that pause that you get when you hit your knuckle. You know it hurts, but it hasn't really kicked in yet.
It's gonna hurt.
He goes, "Oh, that kind of hurts," and then he goes up to address the camera, and then the pain kicked in. I could see it, and then he looks. He kind of looked back at me over his shoulder, like, "You motherfucker! That you just really—it's my show, and you really just fucking cracked my knuckle."
How funny if tonight Letterman has a cast on his hand.
That would rule.
He was very cool about it, but it was watch for that. I hope it shows up on camera.
Well, Chris, a pleasure as always. We love when you come in.
Yeah,
man.
I'm a huge fan of your
We're all
your work,
huge
man.
fans.
Definitely.
I want to get into Mother Love Bone stuff, but next time.
Next time, anytime you're in town, you want to promote anything or whatever, stop by, definitely.
I'll be here.
Why don't we play some Chris Cornell off Scream?
Yes.
What do you want to play?
Let's see. What should you
I don't
play?
even know what we have in the master computer. What does the master computer have?
Is E-Rock in there shitting himself right now? It better be in there.
Although a lot of people want to hear "You Know My Name" from.
I love
Play
that.
Watch Out. You got Watch Out.
If you got Watch Out, let's play that. It's off Scream. It's Chris Cornell.
Motherfucker.
Third solo CD.
Cool, man.
We're gonna take a break. They're panicking in there.
What?
Now
I know
this is
You got it?
You got it?
Because I heard it already.
All right, let's go.
Chris, can I get a picture?
Wake up.
You wired me awake and hit me with a hand of broken nails. You tied my lead and pulled my chain to watch my blood begin to boil. But I'm gonna break my rusty cage and run. I'm gonna break my rusty cage and run.
How cool is that? There's Johnny Cash covering one of Chris Cornell's song when he was in Soundgarden, Rusty Cage. We forgot to ask him about that. That had to be an honor.
He's dead.
Not Johnny, Chris.
Oh, I thought you wanted to ask Johnny Cash.
Who's next, Pete?
Oh, look at Danny's very proud of his new picture of Chris Cornell and
rocks.
Danny. How cool is that?
What's up, Pete? What's up?
That was great.
Are you mad?
Danny.
Don't be mad at us. We're running late today.
Oh, God, Jimmy stinks.
Are you
Jimmy
mad,
farted.
Pete?
You smell that shit?
I am only, first of all, what a buzzkill to have Pete Dominic in after Chris Cornell. I mean, let's be honest. I hope that he was extremely uninteresting.
Oh,
and
wow.
Stunned.
Yeah.
No,
But you know something?
He was great.
The guy hit a home fucking run.
Did he really?
Yeah, he was really...
Think the complete opposite there, Pete.
Really?
Put it this
Damn
way.
it.
When he sat down for the first part of the interview, if you want to even call it that, I call it conversation.
That's right.
It wasn't even talking about music.
I like that.
It was just talking we were talking about being high school dropouts and all kinds of shit and just nothing. And then started talking about music.
I don't like, adult comedians, I don't like it when athletes and musicians are interesting.
Yeah, because you feel like they already have something on us because they're either athletes or musicians, and then when they're interesting, the one thing we feel better about than them,
yeah,
they can match us on.
They can do it too.
As long as they're not funny, then I'm okay.
Well, he was talking about how hard it was to write a song for something, you know. And I mean, we as a comedian, you could never talk about how difficult this bit was to work on, how we struggled and slaved over trying to.
Shut up! You made a joke. Shut up.
Yeah.
Right, that's what people say.
We can't talk about how that bit developed really very well.
Yeah.
By the way, I did my show in this studio, and it was much nicer then. I don't know what they did, but we had a 6-inch black and white up in the corner.
We demand television sets. That's what
I do. A political show, and I need to know all this stuff that's going on, except for the Tyra Banks show, which actually is pretty relevant.
Yeah.
But I have no TVs, none.
So you wing it.
Granted,
we have 12.
I have 14 listeners, by the way. That's why I'm pissed, because I twittered that I'd be on at 9. And my listener is going to be disappointed.
At 9 o'clock? No, we had it down for 9:30.
I know they knew that
I
last
love how
night.
we're trying to explain that to him because it's now 10:15 and he came in.
I know.
We had you down for 9:30, which means he's still 47 minutes
but
late.
say this though, Chris Cornell was 9. Chris came in probably quarter hour. He was a few minutes late, so we're backed up a few minutes.
Yeah,
But the only thing that I did get mad, and I got mad because they knew last night, and I would have twittered for my my listener, and I would have gotten up an hour later
slept.
I have 2 kids.
Sleep is of the
But now you're not
utmost
supposed to.
import.
We're not supposed to talk about our kids as an excuse.
Why does
I'll get punched by other comedians.
Why does Brother Weeze want to call the show? He heard you're coming in, and he's like, I got to talk to Pete.
I don't know.
Have you been on his show?
I've been on a show. I haven't met him. He speaks obviously very highly of you. I know, but I didn't know who he was. He just called into my show when I first started doing it.
I really
and
love you,
as a listener. And I didn't say who he was or that he was in radio, and he's been emailing me. He's kind of been mentoring me, to be honest with you, and he's just been really, really cool, man. Really cool.
Well, he thinks completely different than you, right? Which way are you?
No, Pete's fucking. You kidding me?
You're liberal?
Oh my God!
I don't know.
Well,
I gotta go.
Let's go issue to issue, and I'll tell you exactly how I feel. I try not to be tribal. Well, Jews is easy, but let's do something difficult. That's in the news today, as a matter of fact.
I feel like an idiot now. I got to listen to Pete.
No,
I haven't heard you, Pete. I'm not going to front.
You really
but
should.
Now I'm going to listen to you.
You really should block out 3 hours in the afternoon, Opie. I don't know what you plan on doing. I know you've got a pool to clean, but my show is groundbreaking.
I listened.
That was you.
Last week I listened to Jay Thomas for a little while, so I think I can make time for
Jay's
Pete.
good.
Okay,
Jay's good. I did a show on the Comedy Channel for 2 years here, and I loved it. I got to interview all my favorite comedians. Jim came in, and the one thing that was frustrating.
Air America.
Do we have Air America?
No, I don't know. I was just talking about that.
We got POTUS.
POTUS is the name of the channel I'm on, and it's also a terrible disease.
Yes.
It sounds like.
You have the POTUS.
It's weird when I have to do the line, or like, you're listening to POTUS.
Yeah, I never knew that meant until somebody told me it was an acronym.
Well, it was huge on XM for the campaign, and they wanted to keep it going because it did well. And then that's when I switched over when we merged. But I was on Raw Dog, and the thing that was frustrating is that I wasn't really like allowed to talk about Jim Norton.
No,
because we were competitive. I mean, they didn't tell me you can't. But when people would call in to talk about Norton, and I always speak very highly of Jim, but I couldn't say, you should hear him on Opie and Anthony. Right. He's not only a great stand-up, but he's great on the radio, too.
Yeah, on the competing company.
Yeah, I hated that I couldn't do that, though, because I've always been a big fan of Jim's, as most comedians with any self-respect are.
Well, it's weird. It's the company's merged.
Comedians with self-respect.
Integrity of about comedy, perhaps. I don't know.
Well, there's Voss.
I'm sorry, Rich Voss? Whose clothes I'm wearing, by the way. Right? I think these are his jeans. He gives me all his old stuff.
Rich.
I twittered a picture of Voss. There's nobody. I mean, Voss is a dummy, as we all know. But the fucking look on his. I took this photo a few years ago. It's something him and Bonnie do. I'll show it to you. He is as dumb looking as they come.
The drooly face with the eye closed.
He looks like he has fucking Bell's palsy.
He doesn't open his eyes in any pictures. It's so bizar. It's very rare if you get a picture of Voss.
Looks like everyone caught him in mid-sneeze during a picture.
That's like any political ad. Oh my God, look at it as a picture of him. They always they just awful 30-second ads that Democrats, Republicans do. They always take the worst possible photo of their opponent, like
worst picture,
covered in blood and sneeze, and like, this is the man you're going to elect, and he's vomiting.
They also have to zoom in on it, slowly zoom in black and white, and then put scan lines like over scan line it,
and don't forget,
and it looks very evil.
Don't forget the music. Boom, doom. It's the most evil
ominous
music that you could ever hear, and it's supposed to scare you. The context is always, if you elect this person, you're going to die for sure.
Yes, absolutely.
If you vote for this person, you will definitely die, and your kids will die. And I wish they would just be honest, and then at some point be like, "Are you dead yet? Are you dead?" It's over.
And then bling, ding, ding, ding. Piano music starts, flowers and color, like Dorothy just walked out of the fucking house. It's all in color, and there's the candidate that they want you to vote for with his family. And it's like, I'm gonna, and then his bullshit.
The liberating thing about, I think, what I'm trying to do is that I don't belong to, I don't buy into any party politics.
One party line or the other,
I think they're two heads of the same beast. They're both, the two most capitalistic political parties in the world, and they both have a lot of the same ideas. And I love to just go after both of them, and I support the president on some things, and a lot of things I hate hate what he's doing on, and I love doing that because that way. I don't know if that attracts or doesn't attract a big audience, but I don't really care about that so much.
The thing is, you can get into discussions, and sometimes heated discussions, with both sides because of your ideas. So you cover the bases that way. I think it's kind of not hacky, but it's been used so many times. It's like, I think extremes on either side are bad, man. I mean, it's been said so many times, but it is true. If you're far left, I think you're just as big an asshole as the far right is.
I bet you we could. Is this my water? I bet you we could come up with an issue where an extreme on the right or the left might be good on an issue. I don't know, yeah. But that's the other thing. The only other rule I try to avoid is generalization, sweeping generalizations, which we all make all the time, including me. I have a sound effect, so when I make one,
except for certain races.
Except for, you want to absolutely, gender, race.
Right, yeah.
Of course, don't get me wrong. If we're talking about women or wasps, that's a safe one.
Skirts or blacks?
Spit take. Nice.
Skirts. Jim Norton is definitely one of the funniest guys. He has one of the funniest bits I've ever heard in my life. I mean, I love Jim's act. I said in an interview, and this got misconstrued to Jim one time, but I said, I don't sell what Jim Norton sells, but I buy it. Like, as a comedian, I don't do his brand of humor because I can't. But I love
many
it.
People can.
But I love it. I go in there and I watch it, and and I don't know what the premise of the joke is, but it's something about a big, thick vagina lips, and looks like a poorly packed suitcase is one of the funniest. But that's one of the fun. And he forgets that he even does that bit where I would close and open on it.
Yeah, and he goes next 10 years.
Yeah, next 10 years.
I remember that one. You know what's fucked up about Jim as he's in the room watching us talk about him, which is probably very awkward.
He's gained a little mush. I think that's one thing. A little bit of mush. What happened?
Well,
you've got the greatest running sneakers you can buy, and you have a little bit of new mush.
I've had this for many years, though. I've always had.
You didn't. I noticed this. I was a personal trainer. You didn't have it when I saw you. I haven't seen you in about 6 months. You were looking. You're not overweight. Less mushy.
Yeah, I think he's right, though. But no, he's right, because I think for the last month or so, I've been eating very poorly, and I've been exercising only a little. I have to agree. The last month,
that'll actually do it.
Yeah. I know. I gotta get back on that trip. It's like a horse, you know what I mean? You fall off, you suck its dick, you get right back on.
He's got it. See, the thing with Jim that Jim has that I've noticed over the years is he can be despicable on stage, yet endearing to the audience, which a lot of people can't do. Like Dice would get on stage and just be fucking despicable and be hated by women, would be like, I don't like that. And Jimmy does it, and women are like laughing, kind of like, I don't want to laugh, but I have to. And, he's so cute, and I like Jimmy.
Here's the difference between me and him, and Jim has seen me enough to know that my appeal is very likable, not so funny.
No, that's not true.
Right? Like, I am unbelievably likable and vulnerable, but not real clever.
No, you had a very funny line about, and I know I'm going to fuck this one up. It was about how you can always tell how you look to the world by the way a kindergartner draws you.
I have one joke. That's the funny. Only joke that I've had in a decade that other comedians have complimented.
That's a very funny joke.
If you want to know, when I was losing my hair, you're in denial about the way you look. If you really want to know what you look like, because I was in denial about losing my hair. I went through puberty late, and started losing my hair early, which is a horrific overlap. And if you really want to know what you look like, don't look at a picture of yourself in the mirror. Have a child draw you, because they'll find your most insecure physical quality and focus on it with a crayon. You're like 5 pounds overweight. You're just a fat circle. Your eyes are a millimeter uneven. A kid'll just draw. Here's one eye. Here's your other eye on the side of your fat flounder-like face.
We should get kids to draw us.
Oh, that is good.
That's a good one. Hey, Pete, are you? I hear rumors you're not well liked around here. Do you get under people's skin?
Really?
I have a couple of enemies.
You do? See, I want to get into this a little bit.
I'm sad to hear that, but I have in comedy, comedians. I have no comedians that I had Bill Burr was one of my closest friends. We had a falling out. Me and him have a mutual respect now. He was a very good friend of mine, and that was probably my fault. Sherrod Small and I got in a fight one time. He kissed me on the lips after, which I enjoyed. And there's one other guy whose name I won't mention. Yeah, me and Sherrod are great. Yeah,
Good,
I mean, that happened right after. He kissed me.
Because Sherrod's one of those guys, he has retard strength. Like, he knocked some guy out outside the cell. Sherrod's a fucking animal. Like, that big
He wanted to knock me out. He did scratch me with his unnaturally long fingernail. But here, it's serious, I'm trying to think.
And the comedian whose name you don't want to mention, you don't have to say who it is.
Yeah.
Why don't you guys like each other? Like, what is it?
He actually has no problem with me that he knows of. I despise him and wish horrible things on him and his family.
Wow.
Because he tried to, there's comedians, like you mentioned Brother Wheeze.
Mm-hmm.
There's very rarely in this business whether radio or comedians, and maybe you guys can attest to this, but
I know exactly what you're about to say.
Help each other or encourage each other and frankly, it's okay because you really are in direct competition. Although Jim and I would never go on the same audition because I'm more of a soap opera extra, and Jim would, work the lighting. Like we would,
Sure we would. The same one. They're looking for a fucking pedophile. We could both show up for that audition.
That's true. No, actually, that's true. If they were doing like a playground awkward scene, like a Predator remake, we could both clearly star in that. But I mean, like certain guys, you're not competing with on things. But even so, there's a handful of comedians, and just a small handful that encourage you and want you to succeed. Will put a good word in at a club, or with an agent. And Wheeze called me up, and I don't know what I'm doing in radio. I'm a stand-up comedian, and now I'm doing a political show, and I say every day, listen, these are my opinions. I'll give yours equal time and guess whatever.
Yeah.
But Wheeze calls me up, and he says, hey, listen, just really nice compliments and telling me about his agent and all these things that he thinks. And why? He owes me nothing. I've never met him. There's no reason at all for that. He just thinks... He just likes me, and I that kind of thing is rare with comedians or in radio, and so to me, I try to do that. I think very few guys do though, but I do that for my own spirit.
He's a fan of good radio. Simple as that. When he really gets off on good radio.
There's very few people that do that in radio. You're right. It's
unbelievable. Actually,
Ron and Fez are pretty much the only guys that I listen to and like in radio, and I've talked with both of them, and they've talked with me about radio and given advice, things like that.
But going with Pete's point, sometimes you listen to Ron and Fez, you're like, wait, they like us, right?
Oh, that's the fun. I think Ronnie said something yesterday because we were having the football conversation, and he's like, have you ever seen a room full of men that know less about football?
It wasn't awesome.
Oh, but he bashed the whole fucking room. He just trashed.
We got caught in the brush fire.
It's hysterical.
Yeah. I would be okay with an insult like that sometimes too, because I think that sometimes and I talk about this on our show. Sometimes as men, we're put in the wrong box. Like actually, if you know more about building, like repairing your home, I own a home, and I'm a woman. I can't do anything. And I'm horribly insecure about that. But I wish I knew more about that than I did sports. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That would make me
both man things, but one's
why
a little
do you
more
even
practical.
need to know about that to be in a conversation? You're not playing. You're not going to get in the game. My dad knows everything about baseball and football. He's never been in the game. He's not going to be. I would prefer that I know how to put a garage door opener up.
Do you feel good about yourself when you call the penalty before it's even fucking flagged?
See, I don't do that shit too much because my dad does that all the time, and I can't.
Pass interference, and then
but I never played.
I told you.
See?
Told you.
Face mask.
Yeah, I don't
right
get
on
that.
motherfucker. Face mask.
I look at guys who do that, or if I'm at the game and hear the guys that yell that in the third tier where I'm sitting, and I'm like, why? What are you accomplishing? My dad says, what do you think of Brian Cashman, the GM of the Yankees? Like, I don't think about. How can I have an opinion about his job? I have no idea what he's got. The best players.
Yeah.
He pays the most money. If that's, I don't know.
But I don't think about him. Right.
I don't know how to. But if you didn't play the sport. You know, I guess it's just the equivalent of me having an opinion on politics, but it's at least a little different. We're all entitled to have an opinion on issues,
and they affect your lives more than sports.
And you can then bat it back and forth with somebody on the phone or some shit like that.
But I interview a lot of congressmen now, and I'll tell you what, me and a lot of my listeners know a lot more than a lot of people. Sometimes they
frightening.
Wait, a lot more than the congressmen?
Oh my God! I tell you, some of these guys, especially the guys that are old. The guys that are old, aside from Barney Frank, who's really, really intelligent, I think he's made some really big mistakes.
So he's going to go with really, really
gay.
Well, yeah.
That he is. He turned our conversation gay without me even. But no, I mean he's a really intelligent guy. I disagree with him on a lot of things, but you can't. But then you have a guy. You know, I don't want to name names, and I'm going to bash. But some of these old guys. They shouldn't be there. I believe in term limits. I think you should Arlen Specter, go away. Just go away now. You should go away. You know, the guy doesn't want to run as a Republican again because he knows he's going to lose, and he's admitted to that. Just you're done then.
Yeah, fucking beat it. Beat it.
You shouldn't be allowed to do that.
I don't think you should be allowed to do that. I don't think you should be allowed to serve for 30 years. There's something called a statesman. But
he was on the Warren Commission. I mean,
he's on the Warren Commission.
He's
under Lincoln.
Wait, was he really? Yeah, I think he's the one who pushed the magic bullet theory. I believe he and junior senator at the time. I think.
Are you kidding?
I believe so.
He investigated John Wilkes Booth.
Yeah, he was an old man.
There are people. I think. It's time for Ted to just fucking get the fuck out.
I agree with that.
I disagree.
I think that
not you, Ted.
But what about this?
I think God's going to be taking care of that soon.
I
Don't
know,
worry.
but the thing is, come on. All right,
him throwing out that first
he's
pitch.
in bad shape and everything.
That was horrific. Why would you subject yourself to that? But I think in that case, and Justice Ginsburg, anybody, if you have a terrible terminal disease, you shouldn't fly a plane, and you shouldn't serve in Congress. You should step down, let someone at least, and any other job, if you're sick, you step out and someone takes your job for a while. And in this case, they're representing a state full of people. And Ted Kennedy is a guy, I don't know if he's with it or not. Some of these guys, I've learned, they have so many people insulating them and protecting them and telling them exactly what to think and what to say. And I consider it my job to figure out who actually reads and who listens.
Yeah. Sometimes you hear them slip up, and you realize how many interns and aides that they have that gives them their information. And sometimes they slip up with saying, the internets and things like that, where they get that wrong. You're like, okay, this guy has no clue about what's going on online.
Yeah,
and it tips you off. Like, how could you be in 2009? And not know what's going on as far as that's concerned.
You saw that happen with, most recently, I think, with Sarah Palin. Like, she might be a great governor. She might be, but for national politics, you clearly, everybody knew that she was being bombarded with information to get ready for the debate. And there was no reason for her to serve on a national level, you know, and let me try to think of a Democrat. We could name 100.
That was a gag ticket. They were just trying to combat the black guy with the woman and try to,
I think they were doing the religious base.
And they were trying to, and then I think they were trying to combat the fact that perhaps Obama was going to pick Hillary. So
I agree with that. I think they did choose that.
First. It was one of those. It was a gag ticket. Wasn't going to work.
Also, I also think that they intuitively understood that Bush hurt the Republicans badly, and I think they understood that it was going to be almost impossible to beat a Democrat this year. Mm-hmm. And it was almost like, all right, well, who can we give them that we can sacrifice? But McCain is ancient. And she is not really a viable candidate. They didn't want to give up fucking any of their really good candidates.
A lot of people think that, Jim, and I've heard you say stuff like that before. A lot of these things, it seems like that's a fair thought, but you wouldn't actually be able to put that strategy into motion. It's like people believe at 9/11 things. You can't. you can't actually make those things happen in real life.
Never spoken. It's never spoken.
Right.
It's like an understanding. It's never like, let's give them a shitty ticket. But like when you look at Sarah Palin and you look at her ability to stand up in a debate or to answer questions that Katie fucking Couric threw at her, there's no way that gets by everybody in the party. I mean, they make so many decisions. You know what I mean? They know everybody in the party, what their strengths are, what their weaknesses are. There's no way they could have been that stupid or that poorly informed.
I think you're giving them too much credit.
Maybe I am.
I agree, and it's not they. It's really John McCain did get to pick. He picked Lieberman, from what I was told, and then they did say, "Hey, listen, he's Jewish." And but you know, I think that in retrospect, you know, John McCain, clearly, he won't even bring her up now. Even when they were speculated on actual governors that might be viable running, I think he was on the Tonight Show.
Wouldn't even bring up
he
her
wouldn't
name.
even bring her up.
And
And
he said, I left someone out. He even went as far as to say he left someone out on purpose.
You could probably do a McCain, right?
No, I actually don't. That was pretty good.
Yeah, my McCain always comes out as Johnny Carson. Watch this. Lenny's wild. I was in a tiger box.
He doesn't sound like that.
What do you think of Joe Biden?
Oh, let me do my McCain. It's really good.
Yeah. There you go.
You have to see that.
I was lifting my arms.
Jim Norton was not bending. We got Joe Biden. I actually don't think that he's that sharp. I think he's been given way too much credit. I also think he's another 30-year guy.
You notice that they're starting to hide him. We brought that up on our show.
Well, they hit him, and the first time they bring him out, he said something stupid again.
He didn't make a mistake for a month. To be fair, he didn't speak. But the thing,
they're tucking him away.
I won't defend anybody. I don't care. Like, I just call it as I see it. But I will say, and I'll defend Bush in that. He prepared the country for a flu virus really well. Under his administration, they did all the things they needed to do to prepare for, and the Obama administration had that stuff in place, even though they don't have the right people appointed at the right position. So I don't mind giving credit where clearly it's due. But with Joe Biden, the other day when, I guess it was Matt Lauer asked him that question, it was kind of a weird question to think. He said, what would you do with your family or something? And
yeah, they try to bring that personal angle in. The people in the news are despicable.
They always do that gotcha, which is easy, and I've done it, but I try not to because it's easy. And as a comedian, I've been taught by guys like Jim indirectly, you don't take the easy way, because the easy way won't get you any respect or any success. You try to be original and have integrity, and I try to do that with my show, and I try to do that with my comedy. I fail a lot, but I try, you know?
They do try to get that gotcha moment.
Because it's good for ratings.
It's huge.
Yeah, Glenn Beck is like
it's played over and over again on the news. It's talked about. So they always try to set him up and then hang him. And that's what they do with Biden. But historically, Biden's been known as a guy that's just put his foot in his mouth consistently throughout the years.
Like one of the things that I think that Biden, like when he was chosen, right away, all the people of Iraq were pissed because they didn't know anything about Joe Biden except he's the guy who came up with the idea to divide their country in three. And if you're an Iraqi person, you don't really want that. It doesn't work for you if this part gets the oil or this part gets whatever. So they only knew him. Isn't that the guy who wanted to divide our country into three different countries? And I thought that was a pretty bad idea, too. Yeah. Maybe for us it would be a good idea, but clearly they didn't think it was a good idea. And I always like to look at things through the people who are most affected eyes, you know? Like when we're talking about women, Jim.
Yes. The only eye I care about on them is a little brown one in the back that their shit rolls out of. Clean it so I can shove my
Can we
hog in.
argue, please?
Hey, wait, how did Patrice cost you a Bush exit interview?
Oh,
that's right.
I know.
I was told. I did Black Week on my show, where I just brought in black comedians the week after the election. Week before.
Okay.
Week after. I don't know. Brought in 5 who I thought are really smart black comedians, can opinion. Kyle Grooms.
Kyle's funny, yeah.
Todd Lynn, Patrice O'Neill, Wally Collins, and this other kid, I can't remember his name. He dresses like a preppy white guy. He's got 3 names. Elon James White. And Patrice... Can we say anything?
Yeah, whatever you want.
So Patrice said nigger a few times.
Yeah,
and in a more than appropriate usage of it. He wasn't just using it gratuitously. I mean, you know, he knew what show he's on.
That's how he That's how he talks. Yeah.
For me, he's a great guest. He was probably not the most timely guest because we had him on the day of the inauguration, and he kind of poo-pooed first black guy, which is not what I was looking for. But fine, that's fine. He was being honest, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, it's Patrice.
Yeah. So, and I love Patrice, you know, and so he said nigger a few times, and a lot of people in Washington listen to that channel, POTUS, that I'm on, and certainly listen in the West Wing of the White House, and someone in the Bush administration, you know. They heard the word, and Bush wasn't going to go on a channel where the word was used, and he wasn't going to come on my show. He was going to come on one of the other shows, and I was told that, you know, because of that, we lost an exit interview, and Bush was doing a ton of press, and they still are trying to, you know, improve his image and so on, fix it, and apparently we lost that. But, you know, that's me learning lessons and stuff on too. I hate that I have to be careful. It definitely bothers me, but...
To me, that's not your fault at all, by the way, because Bush goes on...
No, they weren't blaming it on me, necessarily.
Bush goes on... That's funny, because don't tell me the president goes on every other network and look at the stuff they show, whether you want to go to Fox or CNN. I mean, come on. Just because the word nigger was used by a guest is silly.
I guess if the interview's hanging by a thread, maybe that broke it. It's not like we were the top channel that he was going to, or any radio, really, but, you know... So that was that. Was there something else?
Can you get Obama on or no?
We've had Obama.
Have you talked to him?
I sat down with him and his wife.
Wait, you
Did you really?
talked to Obama?
No, I didn't. But I really want people to listen to my show, which is at 3 p.m. on XM.
Very convincing.
What faggots we are, really? Because he tall?
We got all excited. That's what he was going for.
I met Michelle, and by I mean stood 13 feet away from her, looking at her with stalky, creepy eyes, because I'm very attracted to her. I do the warm-up, audience warm-up in the Colbert Report, and as soon as I'm done with my radio show, I run over there and do that. And so he said, you know, I take a lot of guests from him, and I did, so I did get to be 10 feet from her. That's the closest I've gotten. And then there was clearly all the Secret Service was looking at me because I look like I hang out at playgrounds.
Yeah, you look like everyone that would not like Michelle Obama. Pete's fucking very creepy looking.
Yeah, my whole act now is about the fact that I just wish people would be honest about being white and bald. It's always creepy. I think I'm a decent looking guy, but it's always creepy. And I wish that, Jim, you would describe the dents in my head for the audience, for those of you, and my giant gums. If you saw me on a playground, yes. I mean, you know, it's not a good look for I have a 4-year-old and a 2-year-old, and when I go to the playground, you know, it's like every mother there is like, let's go, Spencer.
I called James Carvell. Your son has wandered onto the playground.
And here's something I did. I'm obsessed with my 4-year-old. I wanted to watch her interact with the other kids in preschool, but not with me in the room, because that would ruin the case study I was trying to create. Right. So I walked around the preschool and looked in the window of a preschool. And so I'm walking away, and I see this woman like frozen in fear. She's like, "What are you doing?" I'm trying to explain myself, and I'm like, fuck it. I just ran to my windowless white van.
Fly up and ran out of there.
I got in my van, and I left candy was flying out the back. I was like, I got to get out of here. That was definitely creepy.
So you never personally have you? By the way, have you had Colbert on your show?
Yeah, he's coming on again in a couple weeks. Yeah.
Does he put you on his show?
No, of course not.
Why not? Just a little...
No, I'm trying to figure out...
It's like warming up his audience every night, getting him ready for a nice show. He should throw you a bone there.
Yeah, I would like that. But like this show, like Howard, I opened for Artie, and I think that I'll be on a show when someone invites me. I don't crowbar my way on a show. Jim gave me his number 7 months ago. Call me, come on the show, and I'm like, I want to do this a little longer. I don't know if I'll be entertaining. I listen to your guys' show. I listen to radio, and I want to be entertained. And if I'm not going to be entertaining, or in my show more informative and whatever, then I don't want to waste that. I'm a listener. I don't want to be annoying to someone. If someone calls in right now and says, this guy sucks, I would change everything I'm doing, and I would make fun of Anthony for dressing like Fidel Castro.
I know. This is my young revolutionary look.
Yeah, let me close the phone lines for Pete.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I've just dressed
a lot of negative feedback.
In urban
not
combat gear now since the election. I'm just waiting for the big race war that I'm sure is coming at some point with the taxes and
in your head. It's already here, my friend.
Everybody buying up all the guns and ammo they can.
We talked. What did you think about the Department of Homeland Security putting out that warning for right-wing extremists? Did you have an issue with that?
Yeah, I thought that was a little crazy of her to actually put that out, because it really is, like you said, kind of broad stroke of the brush, generalizing.
See, what's the difference between a left-wing extremist and a right-wing extremist?
They're targets.
Yeah, exactly.
Who's the target? Oh, they're. Oh,
They're
I'm
targets.
sorry.
They're
actual
targets.
targets.
But
There's one more difference between what. Yeah, there's another difference. But yes, that's true.
If we take an example of right-wing extremist terrorism, and a
Eric Rudolph, Tim McVeigh.
danger to a large amount of people, large number of people. I'm not talking about the occasional nut that shoots an abortion clinic doctor. That's
Tim McVeigh, though, would be
Tim
right?
McVeigh is a prime example.
Right.
Now let's look at the other end of the spectrum, the Muslim terrorist. I think is much more of a threat.
Yeah, but that's
to
not a
this country
left-wing-
than a right. No, it's not. But why just bring up that? Why bring up these soldiers that are fighting, coming home, and they're supposed to be now looked at with suspicious eyes that they might be these right-wing extremists based on their military experience in Iraq? That's ridiculous to me.
The answer I was going for was guns. That's the difference. Guns and bullets. So left-wing extremists don't buy guns and bullets, and right-wing extremists do. Now, only a few of them are going to use them, but we look at that guy in Pittsburgh, who was definitely a right-wing extremist and shot 3 cops. That's what they're concerned with.
Is that the
guy,
majority? Is that the majority of the people that shoot police officers? Holy shit!
No.
I think more people that voted for Obama
has nothing to do with,
shoot cops than right-wing extremists.
Has nothing to do with police officers. That's not. But it has something to do with people who use guns to kill people. They are
more people are killed by guns by people that I would consider more Democrat-leaning.
Absolutely.
And committing crimes. And
I agree. The difference, though, in extremists, in terms of politics, in terms of issues, in terms of ideology, is the people who are the right-wing extremists also happen to be buying all the bullets that are remaining.
You know why?
And they're not going to necessarily. No one should paint a broad brush and say they're going to use them on anybody. And I think that's what gets lost. You know what I mean? But there are. If there's 3, if there's 5, if there's 100, that's what that warning was about. And
do you understand why? Because I'm in the same boat. I'll say we are. Because do you understand why we are buying so many guns and ammunition?
I have no idea. It's beyond.
Because Obama is known to not support the Second Amendment. And the Attorney General is known to be a staunch fucking anti-gun supporter.
But you have to take the difference between senator and local politics and president. He's not going to do anything that's going to hurt him as the president. He's just not going to.
What, you know something?
He's already moved so far to the center on so many things, as all presidents and people who campaign. And furthermore, he hasn't said anything except for the assault weapons ban, which may or may not happen and wouldn't really make that much of a difference.
It would make a difference.
How?
Clinton. Look back at Clinton now, especially with the rosy colored lenses. There is I would go as far to say a very liked president. He goes out, he does appearances, people like him. He was the guy that was in office when the assault weapons ban went in.
Yeah, he put it in, and those extremists came out at that point too. There was the same. That was a Tim McVeigh thing. That was an anti-government thing.
I don't consider myself an extremist, but I look at it like
no one's worried about you.
I want to purchase an AR-15.
Why?
I want to be able to own one.
Why?
Because first of all, why do you buy a Ferrari? It looks cool. It's fun. I like the look and feel.
Don't kill people unless.
They do. They
probably
There's probably 1,000 jokes there.
Chinese people are driving them.
Yeah, exactly. They probably kill more people than the actually AR-15s.
I think you'll find the majority of people that buy assault weapons, and I've seen on the news they show the militias out there shooting in the woods and stuff. The majority of people that buy assault weapons enjoy the thrill and the challenge in going to a range and shooting these weapons.
Yeah,
a variety of weapons that are fun to shoot.
I won't even argue that because I don't think it's that big of an issue. I think the assault weapons ban, even when it was in effect, wasn't effective, and I don't think it's that big of an issue, to be honest with you.
Most aren't committed with assault
I'm more
weapons.
about, when it comes to guns, for me, I'm more about making sure that only responsible people buy them. If a teenage kid walks in a black trench coat and black fingernails and he's shaking and he's got a picture of the high school quarterback in his hand, maybe you should ask him for a sample of his creative writing. But otherwise, there should be background checks in these gun shows there should be tons of regulation. It should be hard to get a gun, and once you pass all that, you can have as many guns as you want. But I also think you should draw the line at Apache helicopter or somewhere in between.
Well, there obviously is a line drawn already.
Some people don't think so. I've had on my show. Yeah, sure, you can have a Cobra.
Oh, I
Airwolf.
That's extremist. That's extreme. And then there are people on the other side that don't even look at the Second Amendment. They think it should be cut right out of the Constitution.
Which is ridiculous.
Which is crazy.
Right.
There is a middle ground, which is you do have the right to bear arms. Should there be security checks? Yeah, I kind of like the idea of when I go in to buy a gun, I first of all had to spend 6 months getting a license to own a pistol. I have to go to the precinct and get forms to purchase the pistol.
You probably didn't wear your Cuban exile outfit, did you? That's probably not the best thing to wear. He's got a holster and
great stuff.
And an picture of Obama with crosshairs on it. Probably not the best thing.
Did you put the Periwinkle shirt on for the background check?
Yeah, I put that one on for my pictures.
Yeah.
But there's a lot you have to go through in New York State to get a pistol.
Yeah, but in other states, and you probably know a lot more about this than
yeah.
I do, but I didn't realize how it's so different in so many states and places like Texas. I think the argument that you hear a lot of people on the left will say about that statistic that 90% of the assault weapons coming from that are in Mexico being used by drug cartels are sold in America.
That's bullshit.
I don't think that's accurate, but even if it's 50%, it's a lot. But that's not the point. The point is it should be hard to get those guns everywhere for anybody, especially the more dangerous ones. You shouldn't be able to buy a grenade unless you're a horrible fisherman.
You absolutely can't buy a grenade.
Yeah.
Legally. You can't buy a machine gun legally unless you have a certain type of firearms license.
Right.
And that's, almost impossible to get in a lot of states. The problem is people don't understand. When you go to a state that doesn't have very strict laws as far as purchasing guns, where you can walk in and buy a gun, once you take that over a state line, it is now an illegal weapon.
Right.
The law is in place. It's already there.
Right.
It says you can't take this
but don't you
and
think
then sell it to someone else.
Let's just go back, though, to the idea that Obama's not going to take anybody's guns, and there's this idea that guns are going to be taken.
You mean the guy coming from the city in Chicago where you're not even allowed to own a gun?
But you know what I mean? That argument, but he's not going to do that on a national level, and that's what no one's saying. He's not going to do that.
You can't even appeal to him. There are people in place now.
But Anthony, looking forward on a national level, he's not said anything or done anything. It would be political suicide. The NRA is one of the strongest lobbies in government. He couldn't possibly do that. The Second Amendment, there's too many interpretations, this and that. He wouldn't do it. He's not going to. The idea that people's guns are going to be taken, or the idea that if ever there was some type of armed, I don't know how crazy you want to get, but there'd be some kind of revolution. That would be impossible.
I don't think there's going to be the knock on the door and we're here for your guns.
Right.
I think that would create a revolution.
All right. So we agree on that.
But there are other ways
Although that's
to go.
the guy in Pittsburgh thought they were knocking on the door for.
Yeah, give me your guns. There are other things that are in place that they are talking about. I mean, I've heard taxing ammunition 500%, which pretty much blows away the idea
that's the thing. But that's the thing you have to be careful. You say, I've heard.
Yeah.
That's what I have to be so careful of on my show. Because
people are saying.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, we can do it here. But because people aren't going, if they are saying I get all of my political information or my news or my information from Opie and Anthony, it shouldn't be. That's not what you guys are doing. You're not spending, I'm a comedian now. I spend 5 to 6 hours a day just researching every point of view on every issue. And I want to talk about torture because I bet you anything I can flip you on that. And if I can't, I'll waterboard you. Well, but I heard your conversation about it the other day, right. and I know your feelings on this. And I was just like you, and I changed.
Why? How did you become a non-homosexual?
Boo. What happened was I was in the steam room at Equinox on the Upper West Side. I know it well. And that's
a real cruise.
And that's where I met Jim Norton. Do we have
I heard they love conking that place.
Heard. Can we do torture, or do you want to stay and go?
I say
torture's fine.
Here's the thing. So I heard you guys' conversation about the other day. Let me start with a question. If you want to know, everybody's on their phones. I know I'm not Chris Cornell.
No. We did it.
No, this is what we do. Yeah, we did this.
So you did this to Cornell?
They Twitter.
did.
All right. You're Twittering?
I actually had to send my someone a text.
How come I can't find a picture of Opie's wife on Google? Is there, by the way, just a quick question. So if you want to find out whether or not enhanced interrogation works, enhanced interrogation, we know all the methods, from waterboarding to slapping, whatever.
Yeah.
What would be the best way to find out if that works, do you think?
The best way to find out if that
Who would
works.
be the source to go to find out if what's the most effective way to get information?
The people who are doing the questioning.
I would think, the guys that actually perform it
the interrogators.
And are asking the questions. And if beforehand they didn't answer the question, yet after they did, I would say that it would work.
So I win that argument.
How is that?
All the interrogators that have interrogated Al-Qaeda, 4 of which I've interviewed, 3 of which I've interviewed on my show, all agree that it doesn't work. And it didn't work in Iraq, and it didn't work in Yemen with the USS Cole. They got the most information from traditional techniques. They got the wrong information or made-up information. These are guys who are by no means liberal, ivory, white tower guys. Matt Alexander's got a book called How to Break a Terrorist. I interviewed a guy named Jack Clunan from the FBI who interrogated a lot of Al-Qaeda guys. These are I talked to guys who interrogated Al-Qaeda members. The guy Matt Alexander, which is a pseudonym, he doesn't want to use his real name because he'd be targeted. He conducted over 300 interrogations of Al-Qaeda members, supervised another 1,000, and he said most of them said the reason they decided to join a jihadist movement or Al-Qaeda group is because of Abu Ghraib and Guantanamo Bay and the torture. So it actually recruits, and that's just true.
Well,
Let me just finish.
All right.
This guy, Matt Alexander, interrogated the guy whose his task was, we need information. Remember Zarqawi? The head of Al-Qaeda. Yes. Probably the worst guy. He's the guy who cut Nicholas Berg's head off. Yeah. Probably one of the worst guys of all time.
He's a naughty boy.
Yes.
He was a naughty Jordanian.
That makes it sound like he just touched a kid.
He was very fresh.
And he cut the kid's head off. So his task was, we need information that can help us find this guy. That was his task. Matt Alexander got the information where the safe house was, where Zarqawi was. They dropped 2 500-pound bombs on his head and killed him. How did he get it? From establishing a relationship of trust where what you want to do is get a guy to think that if you can understand the way they think, you can flip them. You have to understand the way they think. Because these guys will kill themselves.
I don't disagree with you on that. That is one.
And the L.A. terrorist thing is one proven untrue.
That is one technique in the arsenal of interrogation. Working relationships, intelligence, getting intelligence, working down the line. I think that's one tool in the toolbox. Here's the problem, and the biggest problem. I think it's more perception than reality as far as torture and waterboarding goes. I think if you take off the table and have a president that says, we are never doing this, my goodness, this is awful, it shows a weakness. It shows people that are imprisoned and are being questioned, hey, I know it's not going further than this, so why the fuck would I talk? It's taking
that is a logical
tool out of the toolbox.
That is a completely logical idea, but it's wrong. And I used to think it too. And the idea of it shows weakness is also kind of, with all due respect, silly, because we'll drop bombs on anybody, anywhere, including this president.
Yeah, but we have to know who and where to drop them,
and that's how you get the information. They said that.
Let me ask you one thing, because when you look at, I'm not even saying you're wrong, but when you look at a guy like Zacharias Moussaoui, I think his name was, the 20th hijacker.
Yes.
You look at the way he was belligerent and mocking and completely unhelpful publicly with his trial.
Sure. Give him shampoo and he'll say anything. No!
No, but tell him he can see his family.
But look at a guy like,
tell him he can see his wife and daughter. That might be the thing that gets the information.
This is a guy who's also willing to go into a plane and hit a building. These are guys who are different than like drug. They're willing to die for what they believe in.
Right. So why would they give any
because certain like Khalid Sheikh Mohammed apparently did give up information. And if you have a guy like that,
apparently, but you're wrong. See, that's what I'm talking about.
How do you know?
Because I got a timeline. In 2002, President Bush said the interrogation methods we're using reveal the plot on Los Angeles, right? The interrogation methods, and the CIA said that. Khalid Sheikh Mohammed captured 2003. And the guy who interrogated Abu Zubaydah, FBI agent Ali Soufan, a Lebanese guy, a star in the FBI, left the FBI and went into private, working for Giuliani's private security firm. Mind-blowing op-ed that he wrote in the New York Times last week. This stuff is so unbelievably interesting to me. I just search and search and search for more information on all these issues because I want to know. I was here on 9/11. I don't want to die. I have no respect or sympathy for the enemy. I don't want to die. And so I want to use the methods that are most effective. It's not about, for me, it's not even about the soul of America or that we don't torture and all that. I agree with that, but it's not, to me, it waters down to not dying.
Okay, I think with Messiah, Zacharias Messiah was, when you're on a timetable, to get information on a timetable like you are with Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, and you're getting nothing from him. Okay, let's say the traditional techniques you're trying are not working. And then you come to a head and you go, what do we do? We're on a timetable here. And the penalty now is different than the penalty with one rogue person doing one thing. The target of civilians and the target of thousands of civilians. So what do you do when you're up against the wall like that? Do you go into methods which a lot of people are going to find unpleasant? What do you do when you get to that point where they want to lawyer up?
It's a great point. Number one, we haven't ever had a situation like a ticking time bomb. Number two, I don't answer those questions. Personally, I ask interrogators those questions. They give me the answers. I tell them to you. 3, let's make this funny. If I was going to torture Jim Norton to get what out of you? Something.
I'll tell you what you want to know.
The other thing, any of us, that's the way we look at.
Just prick him with a pin.
If I wanted to get AIDS out of you, I would just poke you. Is that what I would do?
Yes.
Just make
play
you
the Brady Bunch theme song.
But no, here's the thing that's also a little bit illogical. I'm sure you guys would agree with this. Let's say I capture Jim Norton, and I know he's got a kid in his trunk. Okay, it's a bad example. Let's just go to the real. I'm trying to make this entertaining and funny, but if you capture one of these Al-Qaeda members, and they have a plot, they know about a plot, right? They're not the only one, right? Other guys that are at, let's use 9/11. If we captured one of those hijackers, the other people would know. And the information, even if you torture them and gave them the information, that would no longer be relevant, and that's the case in all of history. If American airmen get captured and get tortured and they give up information,
I was just going to bring this up.
It's no longer relevant. The plans have been changed. Now we'll go back to the Revolutionary War, except for you wouldn't know if a guy on a horse got...
I was just going to bring this up. Now, there have been many cases. Why is it different with, if it doesn't work with certain people, why did it work with Americans? If you look even up to the Gulf War, the downed pilots that were beaten up, big black eyes, sitting there going, we left at this time. I went to the A4 air base. We dropped our bombs. And there they were, just blurting it out, beat to shit.
Couple things. One, Americans value life and want to live. 2, probably a lot of the information, as John McCain gave, was John McCain gave information. He gave the Green Bay Packers offensive line.
You're saying those people, those Muslim people, are completely
different. Not those Muslim people. I would say these Al-Qaeda terrorists, these high-ranking Al-Qaeda terrorists, I'm sure you'd agree, they are the extreme
Never
difference.
laugh. They don't like their families. They don't care about their families. They don't care about anything but their agenda.
A lot of that is true. A lot of that, I mean, listen, that's why priests aren't allowed to have families.
They respond the same way.
It's the same in any
country. That's why I think you're almost making them...
They don't respond the same way.
I'm almost sounding silly here saying a human's a human. You know,
but it's not
they're
true.
people
but you're
too.
looking at that. You guys look at this. We look at this as if we're tortured. Of course we'd give it up. Who are we? We're not well-trained military, hardened.
But those were well-trained military.
You talking about the Americans? I don't know that they gave up any huge relevant information.
What they gave up was their mission. They fucking talked about shit that they were trained not to talk about.
Then they were not as belligerent or as crazy or as whatever word you want to use as these Al-Qaeda extremists. We don't have anybody willing to strap a bomb on themselves.
That's the point I was making with Musa.
These are the people that strapped the bombs on themselves that were getting this. These were the people that got the people to strap bombs on themselves.
Again, and most of that information was gotten through traditional interrogation. If you read this book, Anthony, I'm telling you, it is Unbelievable. The guy documents every day in Iraq and the techniques, and you will not put it down because he talks about establishing a relationship. He's critical of the other interrogator because he talks down to him, he swears at him, he yells at him. This guy gets down. He looks him in the eyes. He's the FBI guy, Ali Soufan, speaks Arabic. He can quote every verse in the Quran and show them why they're wrong. Guy, this is an American kid. It's brilliant. It's so much more effective. And the thing we're not talking about, which is absolutely true, is we talk about the fact that these enhanced interrogation techniques are going to prevent a terrorist attack and save American lives. What they're really doing is giving Al-Qaeda a recruitment tool. They take this stuff and use it as propaganda. And when they're captured,
Israel is a recruitment tool too.
Of course.
Yeah. They use anything they can as a recruitment tool. It's not just that.
That's why we shouldn't give it to them. If number one, it doesn't work, and number two, they're going to use it that way.
I don't have enough information to say it doesn't work. I've also read, and I'm not as good with names, but I've read from 2 interrogators from a private organization, security organization, that were directly involved with interrogating that said it did work. The CIA memo that Obama only released half of, that was advantageous to him, did not include the part where the CIA said that these interrogation techniques did garner information that was very important at the time. It goes both ways. People on my side of this say it does work, and here's the proof. People on your side say it doesn't, and here's the proof.
I'm glad you brought up interrogators. You said they were private contractors. I don't trust those guys as much as I trust American armed forces that follow rules and so on, and are trained, in my opinion, sometimes better. But either way, if you have interrogators that will speak to it, number one, I'd be glad to have them on the show. The cool thing about my show, too, is I like to think I'm really humble on it. If you got some guy that's going to come on, I will bring him on tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, you'll always listen.
I will more than listen. I will change my mind if given the correct information.
Closing Guantanamo, a lot of people talk about it. They talk about the techniques. But again, if you go by, quote unquote, the rules that we as Americans follow, these guys, all they want to do is lawyer up and give up no information, even though the plots may change.
Who wants to lawyer up and give up no information?
Anybody in Guantanamo. Anybody.
Are we talking about Law and Order?
No, but anybody who's fucking a terrorist or anybody that they capture. A lot of people say close Guantanamo.
They don't even know they can
rights as
lawyer up,
American. But of course they do. They understand.
They didn't when they were being tortured, and they don't when they get captured.
Well, people on the left are saying, and again, not all people, but a lot of people are saying, oh, you got to close Guantanamo. It's terrible. Give them attorneys.
No. President Bush said that, Jim.
No, Bush is saying Bush does not want the fucking Guantanamo Bay closed.
Yes, he did.
Lawyers. No, he
did. McCain said it. Bush said it. And
McCain was tortured. That's McCain's
Mitt Romney's the only one.
McCain's the better.
Somebody said that McCain. Who was it? Somebody said McCain doesn't have a right to have an opinion on torture because he was tortured.
It was because he was tortured.
But do you want people to react just the way this Zacharias Moussaoui did? That's the way all of them would handle being arrested or interrogated by Americans if they're treated a certain way. Yeah. They are all going to act like Zacharias Moussaoui.
Not true.
I completely disagree.
It's not true. Jimmy, I interrogate interrogators. By the way, they call each other gators.
There's a reason that their stuff works. Maybe the guy Ali you're talking about, who's obviously very good.
Ali Soufan, Matt Alexander, Jack Clunan.
Maybe the reason a lot of their stuff works is because the other side of the coin is somebody waterboarding you. Maybe it is a good cop, bad cop.
No. It isn't, though, but it's not. It's not, because this guy, Ali Soufan and Matt Alexander, Ali Soufan got kicked out of Iraq because the CIA kicked him out because he wouldn't do those things. And he said, I don't need to. I'm getting everything I need. So he was the guy, Ali Soufan was the guy who questioned Abu Zubaydah. He's also the guy who cracked the whole investigation about the USS Cole, and he's the guy who found out who was involved and that it was Al-Qaeda and exactly how it went down. Unbelievable article about it.
Well, doesn't he have an advantage? Isn't it possible he's a little bit pissed off about being kicked out for whatever reason? Because if a guy's getting great, I'm sure he was.
It's absolutely legitimate to say this guy's just saying this to protect his own ass on this and so on. But
or maybe he's mad, or maybe he's partially right, and maybe he's a very good interrogator.
But
maybe he got great results. I don't know who the guy
Jim,
is.
You have to develop, in my opinion, you have to develop your opinions on these things with the information given, and you can't be subjective and guess. Well, this guy has this.
I'm only going with what you're giving me right now.
Some people are going
to kicked out.
Some people are going to give up everything.
The FBI pulled them out.
Other people, you're going to have to, question them a little deeper.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, if you say
every tool has to be in that fucking interrogating toolbox, whether it's trust and talking to these people and building a rapport, or the at least threat of physical harm and discomfort.
They don't care about that, though.
Of course they do.
Some of them don't.
They're going to drive themselves into a building.
Do.
Why would
They're
they
not
care?
afraid to die, but
Jimmy,
being alive.
No,
hold on. Being alive, you care.
That some people
They don't care about being alive. They'd rather be dead.
Being alive and uncomfortable, anybody. That's waterboarding will break a person. It's different
not
than
as
killing
well
yourself.
as establishing
Some
a traditional
people-
relation, a
some
good relationship.
people, you're
with it.
right.
But
Some
you're
people,
coming
you're
from
wrong.
this. But you guys, Jim, you also come from this from a kind of, and I think you do, Anthony, too, as well, just from what I heard, from the same point of view that we all do in terms of I'm angry and I'm pissed and I want to see these guys.
No,
I want
you're wrong.
revenge.
I want the information. Guys that are not afraid to die, guys that are not afraid to die, are not going to buckle under. Maybe some will, but they are all not going to buckle under traditional discomfort. But waterboarding or something that's extreme, that you're not dying, the feeling of drowning, the feeling is enough to break any human
What about
being.
the fact that these interrogation techniques are 100% responsible for hundreds of American military deaths and Iraqis as well?
I don't believe. And the Abu Ghraib excuse they gave.
It's not that you have to believe it. It's that these guys say it to the interrogators. Hundreds of them said, the reason I'm here, I was running a sporting goods shop. And I saw these photos come out of Abu Ghraib, or I heard these things. It works. It's the same reason why we joined up in the military. Look at me, I'm a half effect. But why guys joined up after 9/11?
But you know who didn't say that? The fucking 19 that hijacked the planes and flew into the building. That had nothing to do with Abu Ghraib.
Absolutely. Absolutely right. They had other reasons, and it's not because they hate us for our freedom and that BS.
No, that's not because of
And how
but
about-
part of it is they hate us because of our attachment to Israel. That's a huge piece of it.
absolutely
And how about
probably
this?
most of it.
How about this? Okay, Abu Ghraib happens. A bunch of people get pissed off and join Al-Qaeda. The repercussions that happened because of Abu Ghraib, they threw those fucking people out. There were court-martials. There were fucking sweeping changes and supervision over these prisons now after Abu Ghraib.
But Anthony, they didn't.
9/11 beheadings. There weren't Muslims coming out saying, this has to stop. We're outraged.
Yes, there were, though. But there were.
Very bullshit. They all agreed with the
and let
motive.
me tell you, not to the extent of Abu Ghraib, where they turned around and said, you out, you court-martialed, you fuck.
No
you
one got
busted.
penalized for Abu Ghraib that should have. No one. And no one got fired after 9/11. Does that not upset anybody? No one got fired.
Fired for what? The pilots were trained to come out. Pilots were trained to come out, and the FBI and CIA have never shared information. That's despicable.
What?
The FBI and CIA never were good at sharing information. They're both
I
very
love it when you
territorial.
pull your chin back and get angry at me.
I can't help. I'm not mad at you. I actually
firing someone after 9/11 is pretty much somebody that should have known is pretty much admitting that we had some responsibility for that happening, and for the United States.
No, it's not. It's having someone know that someone messed up on their job, not breaking down intelligence.
You know, prevents 9/11. What prevents 9/11? The pilots being trained to not come out of the fucking cockpit. They didn't. That's how you prevent 9/11. You lock the cockpit doors. So that was just nobody's fault. They took advantage of a weakness in the system, which was not one man's fault. They took advantage of Americans' good nature and the fact that we don't assume we're going to be crashed into
buildings. And to our
buildings.
credit, they'll never be able to do that again.
We didn't have
I wouldn't be able to prevent it on a plane. I'd throw a baseball at somebody. Stop it! Someone stand up, miss.
You know, for years, I always thought, wow, it would be so weird to walk around an airport and see, because, you see Israel and even Germany, guys armed, machine guns, they're there in the airports. And I was like, God, imagine how weird it would be to walk through an airport and see that.
Yeah, go to Penn Station.
And then, boom, it happens, and there it is. We're there. It was just one of those situations where it changed so quickly, but there was nothing that stopped it on the other end. Whenever America looks like the bad guy, whether it's through waterboarding, whether it's through Abu Ghraib,
our relationship with Israel,
whatever it is, we have to come out and say, this is terrible. Oh, my God, we got to stop this. And we knee-jerk response and stop doing it. And then the other side does something, and they don't look at it as being bad at all. The world doesn't shun it. It's just one of those things where
Anthony, on
they're
9/11,
better
the
than
world
them.
was the whole Muslim world was with us on 9/11.
No, they weren't.
No, they weren't. A good part of them were.
they weren't.
In Saudi Arabia, they weren't. In Pakistan, they weren't. And you talk about like.
But that's not true.
You look at a fucking
not
case like
this outrage that came out as Abu Ghraib. Abu Ghraib.
But ask anybody who's an expert on that, and if they'll tell you, I will stand next to you and say
a naked pyramid game. There was more outrage worldwide because of a naked fucking pyramid game in a prison.
That's a pretty big deal, a naked pyramid game.
Than there was for thousands of people dying and crashed fucking
People
buildings.
were outraged about that.
Not
What are you talking about?
But that's true. Not as much as naked pyramid.
And where was the?
How dare you retreat from your point, Anthony?
You talk about
not as much as naked.
You talk about all these people who are like
here.
they were shopkeepers, and this is why they're coming to fight in Iraq. It's because of American behavior. Where was all this fucking outrage when Saddam Hussein was slaughtering people in the country? Where was al-Sadr? Where was all of this Muslim rage when he was just fucking ruling with an iron fist and murdering people?
Well, 60% of Iraq was outraged by Saddam.
There was
called
nothing.
The Shias.
There was
I wish
nothing.
you wish he was still there.
Oh yeah,
I do too.
Absolutely do.
We wouldn't have a problem.
But he kept the fucking tight lid on that
no
shithole.
terrorists. Absolutely.
Because he would have crushed them. And so don't say that the fucking fear factor doesn't work, because they knew better. When Saddam was around, the torturing techniques he used, they fucking knew better.
But now you're comparing us to Saddam.
But I'm using your point about human nature. You're saying these people aren't afraid to die. They are afraid of
Jimmy. But you keep making this. You cannot take the people of Iraq who are very civilized, educated, women teach in universities. You cannot take them, Jim, and compare them to Al-Qaeda terrorists. That is so unbelievably disrespectful and irresponsible to the majority of the Iraqi people. How can you do that?
First of all, where was the anger?
Why would you say fuck them about a whole country worth of people?
Where was the anger when Saddam was there? Where was the uprising?
Where was the anger? There was armed revolutions.
Al-Sadr, where was it? Where was all the fucking the Jordanians and stuff coming in?
They were slaughtered.
You never heard about it. Exactly.
They were crushed. And then the threat of the harm.
They were crushed because we abandoned them after promising we would totally have their back. George Bush completely abandoned them.
You're absolutely right.
Why did they need our help, though?
And I get that from Bob Baer, the CIA. Bob Baer, he wrote the book that Syriana was based on. I've become friends with this guy, which is weird, creepy CIA agent. But this guy's like, he can tell you the whole history of Iraq and what happened and how we abandoned them and how they could have crushed them.
You mean when we didn't go into Baghdad? Yeah, we couldn't go into Baghdad because they never would have supported that. He was going to hit Israel. Israel was going to attack him, and then all of our fucking Arab support would have left. That's why fucking Bush Senior couldn't go into Baghdad.
I got to go back though. You can't put the people of Iraq.
But I'm not.
You can't even compare the people of Iraq. We can't do this thing in America. We can't have an intellectual debate or discussion when we put all brown people in the same box.
No
the people in Pakistan, people in Afghanistan can't.
No one's doing that.
Look at literacy rates.
No one is doing.
No,
I did not. Don't put words in my mouth. I absolutely didn't do that.
Get your dick out, though.
I was saying.
All I'm worried about is if this is going to affect my 12:30 at the cellar on Tuesday night.
I wasn't comparing all brown people. That's just completely not. That's not true. Nor was I comparing the Iraqi civilians. You were saying your point was all these people that came. I was a shopkeeper, so you're making all these regular people who are now Al-Qaeda terrorists because of American naughty behavior.
Yes.
So I'm saying, where was all of this behavior when Saddam Hussein was slaughtering people? Where was all of these outside people? Why weren't they focusing and being galvanized into Iraq when Saddam was slaughtering people?
Because there was not, number one, a porous border. Number two, there was no reason to go there. No one wanted to go and fight against Saddam. They had no reason to.
But why do they now?
You have to understand, Jim, you also have to understand the history of that region, Iran versus Iraq. That problem. Iran is Shia. And most of Iraq is Shia. When we went in there and destabilized that country, most of Iraq became somewhat, even though they're still more nationalistic than they are tribal, they became more sympathetic to Iran. And now there's a porous border, and now Iran is in there. And all Middle East experts will tell you Iran is much more powerful now than they were before. And that is a huge problem, so much so that Bob Baer, the CIA agent, wrote a whole book about how we need to actually now become allies with Iran in a way.
That's the only reason we haven't bombed any of their nuclear sites is because they're
Israel will do it. They don't need us to do it.
They're tremendously more powerful. Just another casualty of the invasion of Iraq.
But you didn't fit my point of where you're saying that I'm including all brown people and Iraqi civilians, but I was only going by the same point you made. So it's like that's a knee-jerk reaction on your part. That's not what I was doing.
All right, I forget exactly what you said, but you said why didn't they?
Where was all of this? Like, you're talking about all these, like how the Americans have kind of like you were talking about all these people that became terrorists. They ran shops, and I'm saying, okay, fair point. But where were they, and why were they not behaving that?
There was no reason for them to join because they had no incentive.
Why is there now?
Because they're seeing their brothers, their fathers killed. They're seeing
they were seeing that with Saddam Hussein. They were seeing that with Saddam Hussein.
And some of them did what they could to fight Saddam Hussein.
Other countries, the way they're all being focused, or maybe it's just an excuse to fight the Americans.
Of course it's an excuse to fight the Americans. We had no business being there.
It's not genuine. So it's not genuine. So don't act like their motives are genuine. Meaning, they wanted an excuse to fight. Like, they're using that as an excuse.
They did not want an excuse. If they wanted an excuse, they could have used the excuse of how many people died when we went into Kuwait, but there wasn't really a reason for that.
No, because they were all scared of Saddam Hussein, so they were grateful that we went in and kicked him out. Even the ones that hated us were grateful that we booted him out because they were terrified of Saddam Hussein. They were terrified of him.
Fear, and there's something to be said. It's the same. Some of the same people that blew themselves up and had no regard for life would not ever cross Saddam Hussein.
Very few of the people who
out of fear for what he would do to them.
Guys, one thing we're missing
and
here.
Their families.
One thing we're missing here is
their cousins.
I'm sorry, I didn't make this point earlier. Most of these guys that joined these jihadist movements are foreigners. They're not Iraqis.
That's exactly the point I was making.
So you're
why
saying
weren't these foreigners
why
coming
didn't
in?
they come in?
Yeah.
Syrians,
because they didn't have a problem with Saddam.
So they don't have a problem with Saddam slaughtering Iraqis. And he was fucking slaughtering them, and he did use fucking gas weapons. He was a brutal guy. Okay, fair enough. But they have a problem with the Americans. So don't say that the whole world was with us on 9/11. All of a sudden, a couple of years later,
I'm not saying that. I get that. I get that from the people who are experts on the whole region, on all those countries at that time. These things I don't make up.
We kick out Saddam Hussein, who, look, let's be honest, brutal dictator, brutal motherfucker. Kick him out, and now all of a sudden, because of Abu Ghraib, all of a sudden, these people that loved us now hate us and want to go there and become jihadists.
Who loved us? What are you talking about?
Exactly. None of them did. They didn't like us to begin with. But you're saying that the whole world was with us on 9/11. And I'm saying a lot of them were happy to see America get kicked in the balls.
Yeah.
They weren't with us.
A lot of them were not, though. More of them were not happy.
A lot of Iranians, a lot of Pakistanis, a lot of Saudi Arabians who we should never be fucking allied with.
Not as many that were upset. I mean, you say a lot, but where are we
maybe they were upset.
Not the majority of the Muslim world was not happy about that.
I think a lot of them were probably upset, basically out of a fear that it was going to start World War III. They were afraid the Americans were going to drop nukes. They're probably afraid that we were going to fucking have such a military response.
I think there was a lot of happiness that hey, we finally fucking got him.
Now we know what it's like.
We finally nailed him.
But you're wrong. I mean, it sounds right. But it's not true. That's the thing. It's some of these things that we believe logically because we listen with one ear.
It's not true. I listen with both ears, and I do believe it. I firmly believe it.
All right. I mean, you can have anybody on the show, bring any guest on any side, any angle.
Why don't we agree to disagree?
How dare you?
We got to wrap up.
Why don't we agree to disagree? Because they're going to cut the shit out of this show today.
Yeah, but then whispering in the headphones, the computer's going to.
Oh my God! It's 11:23.
I know. We've been.
I knew Pete would be fucking great on the show.
Can I come back sometime?
Pete, what is your show on POTUS?
It's 3 to 6 on XM 130, Sirius 110. And again,
every day?
I love. First of all,
I think a lot of our listeners are going over to your show today.
First of all, let me just say that being on the show for me is an honor, and I appreciate it. And
man, I love a nice heated discussion. Jesus, Opie, you're terrible.
So Pete, Dominic, 3 to 6 Monday through Friday on what is it? XM what?
Opie turned my mic off. Yeah, I can't tell you how bad that hurts.
XM what?
XM 130.
XM 130 on POTUS. Pete's obviously fucking opinionated and very strong in his opinion. So
but anybody can present their opinion. The idea with my show is I talk the least. Most political talk show hosts, it's about them being right, about them creating some kind of tribal following. I don't care about that. I just am curious. I've got questions and fewer answers, except for on a couple of issues that we talked about, which is what I did bring them up because I have been working on them for 3 weeks. But any point of view, I don't care. And if you disagree with me because I'm the guy on the mic, you obviously go right on the air because every opinion needs to be presented. Every opinion.
That's the way to go. Man. It's just
and that is a mustache, right, Anthony?
Yeah, apparently. It's some kind of revolutionary thing I'm going for.
It's his look.
Well, they're going to chop us up, so...
Yeah, we got to get out of here. Pete, it was a pleasure. Come back in.
It was a lot of fun, and I appreciate you having me.
All right, Pete, Dominic, everyone. We got to get out.
See you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Later.